Chapter 1678. The abnormal energy source at the bottom of the realm of the gods. At the front line of the void, destructive energy that was enough to annihilate countless worlds exploded in front of their eyes. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped moving forward, waved his hand to let the formation spread out, and blasted fiercely at the void in front of them. The energy was released randomly like seawater that was being poured out in reverse. At this moment, he was slightly stunned because of a piece of information that came from the rear. He was also slightly stunned when he heard this. While he was stunned, a shield flew out and pierced through at least 1,000 manifestations. Only then did he reply, "What's that? I don't remember anything from that place that was completely cut off." Actually, I'm not sure either. I suddenly saw it when I opened Lord Feng's treasure map today. I'm sure it definitely didn't exist many years ago. Let me think. This thing didn't exist at least 1 or 2 years ago. In the eastern sea of the realm of the gods, Xing LV squatted on the ice and looked at the three-dimensional image of the realm of the gods projected by the treasure map spread out on the ice. He stared at the flashing blue energy light at the bottom of the gigantic floating island. It seemed to be submerged in water, releasing energy traces that looked like water ripples into space. However, his soul power had already spread extremely deep into the ground. Logically speaking, he should have already crashed into the area where the ripples spread out, but he couldn't sense anything strange at all. Hui raised the guardian barrier and killed a group of manifestations. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing across the void. He felt Hui's gaze and turned his head as well. Their eyes met. Yun Nuoshing shook her head in confusion. "I'm also not sure what it is. The treasure map is a map that projects the situation of the realm of the gods itself on a scroll through the pillar of creation. It allows people other than me to understand the realm of the gods more clearly. The situation it shows is the current situation of the realm of the gods, including any abnormal laws, energy, and so on. You're not sure either?" Xing LV laughed bitterly. "I thought you would know. I'm very curious." Yun Nuoshing sighed. "A warehouse piled with dozens of eras worth of junk. Do you know what will be in it and what will grow out of it?" Hui and Xing LV both nodded to express their understanding. Then they laughed bitterly together, treating the realm of the gods as a warehouse. "Then this energy source, leave it there for now." Yun Nuoshing replied, "Don't go there just because you're curious. That space beneath the divine realm, it's a little troublesome to open. To be honest, I'm not sure what's inside. By the way, how long until your quest is complete?" At the mention of that, Xing LV's expression turned solemn. He quickly calculated the time in his mind before replying seriously. "In 7 days, the last batch of creations of laws have all appeared, apart from the 2 ranked first and second on the Divine Flames ranking. The other keys can be collected in the last 7 days. 7 days? Yun Nuoshing's gaze flickered. Suddenly, a roar rang out beside his ear. He turned his head and saw a manifestation that was about 100,000 kilometers tall, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards him. It went against the energy of his formation like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from the formation array that was as large as a galaxy behind it, turning the face of the gigantic manifestation, and a large area of space in front of it into ashes. Yun Nuoshing let out a light sigh. "Then we'll talk about it in 7 days. While you're at it, keep an eye on that energy source. This is the first time I've heard that something different has happened at the bottom of the god realm." That's right. It had been nearly 100 eras since he received news that something strange had happened in the space beneath the god realm. He had been very curious about that space since the primordial era, but even though he was an observer back then, He didn't know how to enter that space. Now, he could do it, but, well, he just didn't try. All right, as you wish. Xing LV shrugged in response and ended the soul communication. He sat down on the ice and stared at the flickering specks of light inside the giant floating island. Well, I still feel my heart itching when I look at it. Although I don't know what it is, I'm still very curious. A space that only a few people know about, a space that has been silent for countless years without any activity. Now, something has suddenly happened that's normal. I'm guessing that Lord Observer and the others are feeling the same way. It's just that there are still matters at the Void front lines, so they can't deal with it immediately. When Xian Lei responded, it even made a strange gurgling sound. Xing LV knew that this was a sound similar to their size. 7 days. Can you really put away the remaining 9 irascible fellows in 7 days? There are 2 of the top 10 big fellows among them. It's not too big of a problem. With the experience of fighting in their territory, I know how to deal with it. Xing LV grinned, and then his expression became a little solemn. He scratched his head in distress. It's just that the Abyssal Death Shroud is attacking the Void front lines again. I'm afraid that I can finish it in 7 days, but they can't come back in 7 days. General, leaving the front lines rashly, it doesn't sound right. It's not a problem. Xian Lei circled around him. Believe in the 2 lords. Since they didn't ask you to change the time, it means that they have a way to solve the current situation in 7 days. Maybe this is just a regular battle, and it's not as tight as you think. Maybe. Xing LV heard it and let out a long sigh. Moreover, they plan to come back in 7 days. It seems that the matter he was dealing with here was also very important. Let's speed up a little. 7 days, huh? Hui tilted his head and looked at the Abyssal Death Shroud in the distance. He scratched his head and showed a troubled expression. Feng, we can't tell whether the Abyssal Death Shroud is going to fight with us for 7 days or 7 years. TSK, why do these 2 times have to clash? Bad luck. I'm used to it. Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes and sighed. Like I said, those bastards would never do as we wish. Heaven knows what they are thinking and why they would suddenly start fighting at this time. In any case, we are fighting now, and that is an unchanging situation. As for the 7 days, don't worry, we just have to deal with them as usual. Our new equipment is being prepared, and we just have to hold on for 5 days before we can set up a batch on the front lines. In 7 days, we would have a considerable number of usable new energy towers. From what I have deduced, the defensive line formed by the new energy towers would be difficult to break unless the enemy decided to send a squad of fledglings. That's what you say, but I'm just afraid that something might happen. Hui sighed worriedly. They had to return to the divine realm this time, and with both the Observer and the Guardian leaving, there was no telling how long they would have to deal with things there. If they weren't there, TSK. It was not that he trusted his brothers and sisters fighting on the front lines of the Void. It was just that he kept feeling uneasy if he wasn't there. Moreover, he knew that Feng's feelings were not much weaker than his, but there was no helping it since they had to return. The first secret artifact, Chaos Origin Light, a legendary item ranked first in the fairy records. It was even more mysterious than Little Purple Soul, Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. It appeared to have made an appearance in the previous era, but Hui was not sure if it actually caused any ripples. Those remaining fragments were ultimately fragments, and it was difficult to pry into the truth from them. All he could do was speculate. Chaos Origin Light was a very important trump card in Feng's plan, and it was rumored that it had a little connection with his element of death. He did not think much of it at first, but as their understanding of the element of death and the power of divine death deepened, he now felt that the 2 items should not be related. One was a special creation of laws that was born in the realm of the gods, and was equivalent to the direct creation of the heavenly God of origin. It should be a creation of laws. The other was an energy that was mysteriously born in the void after the heavenly God of origin's fall, and there were still many mysteries that could not be understood. The element of death. The only connection between the two was that they were indirectly related to the heavenly God of origin. When the time comes, we might have to ask Jing Yun to go with us. My understanding of the first secret artifact is all based on the perspective of the observer. He was someone who existed in the previous era, so he might know more about it than I do. Yun Nuoshing suddenly said, "Well, in order to squeeze some time for us to return to the realm of the gods in peace, we have to work a little harder these 7 days. Either we beat them until they retreat, or we'll kick them back." Following Feng's shout was the sight of billions of energy torrents streaking across the void. The rumble of destruction and the scene of countless energy explosions left both sides rather stunned, and the battlefield froze. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was his usual style to use violence to persuade others to retreat. All right, violence it is. Then let's use a little more force. This time, the Abyssal Death Shroud was attacking the Void frontline on a normal scale, and the scale used was just a little more than normal. The most advanced spawns that appeared were merely advanced origins, and there were no scenes of fledglings coming out to fight. It should be, as they had guessed, a normal battle among normal. The Void frontline was the most normal bustle, the kind where there would be dozens of battles in 100 years, with each battle lasting from 1 month to 2 years. As for the rest time, there was no standard, and it all depended on their mood. They could stop for 2 days or half a month if they wanted to. Just like this time, the Death Shroud had turned around and attacked just a few days after their attack ended, as if it was revenge. Either way, everyone was used to it. If the Death Shroud were ready to stir up trouble at any moment, they could rush to the front line with a brick in hand to fight them. None of them would relax. Having steeled his heart to drive the Abyssal Death Shroud back to their lair in 7 days, Yun Nuoshing did not take charge of the overall situation this time. It did not make much of a difference whether he was in command or not in a battle of this magnitude. He only needed to launch a clearing attack at the Void frontline through the origin node every half an hour, and then go on a killing spree within the node they were guarding. Nothingness, order of origin. Nothingness, boundless chaos. Those two energies were different, but they weren't a mixture. Instead, they were two independent energy shock waves. 2 rings of energy exploded at the same time, and anything within the affected area would not be able to survive. The order energy within the area was like a tidal wave, and all the death shrouds in the abyss were pushed back by at least 1,000,000 miles. However, they would not retreat just because of the sudden heavy losses. As long as there was no order to retreat, these death shrouds would only continue to charge forward even if they had been specially trained to command. The next energy clearing will be in half an hour. First and second echelons, switch out and let the hot-blooded newbies lie down for a while. Prepare the energy tower arrays. Just focus on those unlucky bastards at the front. The new batch of energy towers have arrived. I say, can't you guys use them sparingly? This is a regular battle, and building an energy tower isn't something that can be easily made. No way. Stop complaining. Every bit of effort you put in is beyond your imagination. Wait a minute, boys. Do you see those black things? Aim at them and hit them hard. The situation in the soul communication was still the same as before. Even though it was just a normal battle, everyone was still tensed up, although there would be 1 or 2 frivolous words in the conversation. Hui was already used to it. He raised his head and looked ahead. Suddenly, he realized that the power of order had become very dense. With a wave of his hand, the order that he had given countless times was once again sent out: construct a temporary territory of order. Let the power of the node spread out from here. With that, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yun Nuoshing. Maple, are you okay? Half an hour of energy clearing at the front line is still too much for you. The situation is normal. Nothing serious. Maple's voice was still flat. He had not taken a breath even after a few days of continuous outbursts. The flow of the power of order and chaos is still normal. The way the two communicate with the void is normal. Before the void is sealed by a higher power, my power is almost limitless, so there's no problem. Well, my spirit is a little exhausted, but it's not a problem. I'll be able to recover after taking a breath. Hui smiled bitterly. His answer had already solidified. He had said similar words many times, and had also heard them many times. Yun Nuoshing asked, "How's the situation at the front line?" "Fortunately, the abyssal death mist is not too fierce this time. We've made ample preparations. With enough energy towers, we can continue fighting at this intensity. It's not a problem to fight until the end of time. However, most of the recruits are exhausted. They still can't get used to it so quickly. Plus, they're not strong enough, so they've been adjusted to the backup echelon. As for the casualties, well, it's not much. The burden on the spiritual temple is very low, and those who died are all recruits. After this loss, they'll probably grow stronger the next time they go to the front line." Huey's expression changed slightly, but it only lasted for a moment. There was a spiritual temple at every node in the void front line, which was the spiritual temple in the realm of the gods. However, this was not the realm of the gods, so they could only borrow the rules and order of the void. The different construction conditions made the spiritual temple here a little different from the one in the realm of the gods. The limitations were greater, and the resurrection speed was slower. The similarity was that every time a life was reborn, a small part of the sins of the world would accumulate in the spiritual temple. It would be difficult for the void to remove it automatically. It could only remove a part of it, and the part that was difficult to remove was dealt with by a certain person. Yes, it was the person who was slaughtering in front of him, although he said it was not a big problem. Well, who knows? He basically said it was not a big problem if it was not a big problem. The spiritual temple was an important facility to ensure the survival of the void frontline. It could ensure that the Fallen Order warriors could be resurrected after 2 or 3 days and continue to fight. Moreover, he could not find a better way to replace it in such a short time, so he could only acquiesce. However, this situation changed after the Origin Temple joined. The Origin Temple seemed to be able to remove the sins of the world through it, so he did not have to worry about a certain person accumulating too much sins. The spiritual temple will not be full in a regular battle, so there's no need to worry about this. It's about time. Let's talk about it later. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The aura of order and chaos rolled out from her body at the same time. With her body as the dividing line, 2 types of energy burst out. She held the nether void sword tightly with 2 types of energy and raised it high. "Lord Maple, the abyssal death mist is hum." A frenzied shriek of energy abruptly spread across the void. A large number of energy barriers of various sizes suddenly appeared on the battlefield, all of them automatically released at certain times. Everyone was used to being startled by the sudden appearance of energy barriers, and in the next second, they hugged their heads and crouched in the void. The 2 vast energies rolled together like a storm, sweeping across the entire void battlefield. The barriers of various sizes were like pebbles in a storm, rolling in the wind and waves. The people inside were also rolling around. Those were the new recruits, while the veterans who had been familiar with them for hundreds of millions of years all stood in the void with their arms crossed, unmoved by the wind and waves, and were then sent flying by the barriers of the new recruits. Well, this was a common occurrence. Those who hit others, and those who were hit were all. Yun Nuashing looked up. Ah, what did you just say? It's fine. That abnormal part of the abyssal death mist is gone. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Yin Nuashing grunted and pulled out the nether void sword and waved it forward. Billions of magic circles all gathered energy, waiting for the abyssal death mist to appear. We looked at about 1/10 of the barriers floating around and could not help but sigh. Looks like we have to let the new recruits get used to the sudden burst of friendly firepower. We can't let them float around like a ball every time Maple opens the door. It's not worth it if they hit our own people. There's no helping it. It's the young brother's power, after all. It's not that easy to get used to it. Didn't the veterans use their bodies to withstand it a few hundred times before they barely got used to it? Everyone was lying on the barriers, trembling at first. Jing Yun's voice suddenly rang with laughter. We should be glad that the young brother hasn't used Origin of Chaos at full power. That would really be unstoppable, even with the energy barriers. That's true. You're done over there? There are 2 batches of usable new energy towers. Just that. Well, according to the young brother, there's no rush to use them this time. That's why I've just finished installing them. The Temple of Origin is still making the next batch of energy towers. By the way, the World Core is mostly ready. I've just finished dealing with it over there, and it's going well. Jing Yun's voice suddenly became serious. It's almost time. We're going to the realm of gods, right? In the distance, dark clouds loomed over the horizon. Scarlet lightning flashed from time to time, as if it was about to rain. Just as countless black raindrops appeared, the billions of magic circles that had been waiting for a long time resonated and poured out endless energy, sending the abyssal death mist tumbling. The power of order surged like a tidal wave, and the battlefield that had been quiet for less than a minute became lively again. Hui looked at the flashing energy flames before him and breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time. We just have to wait for news from Xinglu. By the way, do you know anything about the top secret item in the realm of gods? What's that? Why don't you call it something else? The primordial light of chaos. And then Jing Yun fell silent. There was a sudden, deathly silence in the soul communication. The quieter it was, the more we felt that something was wrong. Goosebumps had already appeared all over his body, and he was about to advise Maple not to mess around before he heard anything. It's really an ancient thing. So, you're going back to the realm of gods for that thing? Jing Yun's voice was heard again after a few minutes. Let me think. Is it your idea again? You don't even have to think about it. Hui laughed bitterly. It doesn't sound like anything normal. How could it be my idea? I don't know what Maple's idea is, and I can't say it out loud, so I came to you in advance. What is it? The divine order of the Guardians didn't tell me what it is either. It's just a ray of light. Jing Yun's voice was filled with emotion. It's a ray of light related to the primordial god and the others, and a ray of light related to the concept bodies of chaos. Hui gulped. So, was that the origin of the name? Was it related to Maple's element of annihilation? To put it simply, Jing Yun paused for a moment, and then said in a low voice, it's a ray of light that the primordial god and the others collected and stored in the realm of gods. When the great primordial realm was born, that ray of light that created primordial chaos and primordial light. Chapter 1679. God said, let there be light. Oh, no, that was the wrong script. When the great primordial realm first opened, it was a moment of absolute chaos. The chaos here did not refer to the order of chaos, but the state of chaos itself. In this world, other than the origin heavenly God. Well, and the chaos concept body. No other life would know what happened at that moment, although it was possible to see the moment when the great primordial realm first opened from the moment the source world was born. And the scene was similar. The degree of restoration was probably less than 10%. Whether or not a ray of light left behind from that era could really be called light was another matter altogether. However, it might really look like a ray of light. The origin, heavenly God, had hidden something from such an ancient era in the world of the gods. This was something that had never been heard of before. Neither the world of the gods nor the guardians of the world of the gods had left behind any information regarding this matter. Not even the slightest clue was left behind. It was even more thorough than the disappearance of the origin heavenly God and the others. Although it might be because Maple knew, but the guardian clergy did not know. Who knows? Compared to that, he was more curious about what Maple was going to do with this ray of light. About that, Jing Yun turned to look at Yun Nuoshing, who was inspecting the new energy tower, and whispered to Hui, "Brother should be trying to use the primordial light of origin to complete the next step of the evolution of the primordial chaos. Since he is using this thing, I'm afraid he has already reached the last step of evolution. Even if he is not, he might be close to the end." The end. Huey's eyes flickered. The primordial chaos has only evolved once or twice, and he is already at the end. The purpose is too strong and too clear, so he did not take any probing path. From the very beginning of the evolution, he went straight to the end without any twists and turns in the process. Jingyun nodded slightly. So, he is almost at the end. What will happen after the evolution is complete? Jingyun's expression was a little stiff. Under Huey's gaze, she turned her head with a little sweat. "I don't understand. The path you're taking is too. I can't deduce what you'll become in the end. Even whether you can maintain your current form is a problem." That's enough. He was about to become something completely inhuman. The more he changed, the more his body became unclear. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. Just as Jingyun had said, she had watched Maple walk step by step towards the end point of complete chaos. Every step he took, every time he got closer, Maple would become more unclear. There was still an endless amount of energy rumbling in the void. The void kept appearing in front of their eyes, and then it closed with a loud bang. 10 minutes ago, after clearing out the area for the last time, they retreated back to the node. The warriors from the world of order were fighting against the death mist of the abyss in the void. Meanwhile, they were preparing to return to the backlands to retrieve the most important fragment. The installation of the Origin Energy Tower has been completed. The new type of energy tower can resonate better with the origin of order, increasing the efficiency of energy transfer by 3 to 4 times. Its body is also tougher, and the energy overload time has also increased by about 10 times. Yun Nuoshing personally placed a new energy tower on the node. Looking up at the tower that was 100 feet in size and engraved with colorful energy runes, she nodded. The effect is better than expected. Just like the initial calculation, one new energy tower can replace a dozen original energy towers. With the Origin Sanctum providing sufficient energy, and with the original energy tower, even if we are not at the front lines, as long as the enemy doesn't send out a few fledglings of the primeval tier, there won't be any accidents. Even if they do, there won't be much of a problem. Jingyun stepped forward and said, "Our people are all ready. We have made an appointment to leave 7 days ago, and they have also been preparing for 7 days. As long as it is not the real primeval god of the beginning who comes out to make trouble, they can defeat a mere fledgling." Although that's true, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh, shook her head, and changed the topic. She turned to Jing Yuenji and said, "When we are not here, I will leave the front lines to you. As long as I am here, the front lines will not fall, Jing Yuanji said in a serious tone. Jing Yuanji said in a very serious tone. She nodded solemnly to Sir Feng and whispered, Sir Feng, be careful. See, you grinned at Yun Nuoshing. It's been a long time since I returned to the God realm. I almost can't remember what it was like when I left. I have heard of this before. Apparently, there hasn't been much change. After hundreds of millions of years, the most obvious change is the replacement of generations. Some of the new forces at the front lines are from the God realm's new generation, and they are scattered all over the front lines. However, there aren't many of them. Yun Nuoshing said. She and Blue Phoenix were just following him back to the front lines to take a look. It didn't matter if the two of them stayed at the front lines. Yuan Kong, on the other hand, was planning to stay at the front lines. She seemed to be doing something strange with Qingyu. Yun Nuoshing only hoped that he wouldn't find out that the two girls were up to something by the time he returned. The large-scale void teleportation gates placed in the various node cities were exactly the same as the one in the God realm. Aside from a few special locations that didn't require void coordinates to teleport between nodes, all other locations required void coordinates. The God realm just so happened to be one of those special locations, so there was no need for void coordinates. There was also no need for two divine rolls to locate the coordinates. When I see this void teleportation gate, my legs feel a little weak. Yao Guang couldn't help but shrink his head when he saw the enormous void teleportation gate. Everyone smiled bitterly. She was thinking about how Jade had gotten lost the moment she came to the front lines. Who knew when this unlucky girl would be able to correct her bad sense of direction? Speaking of which, it was a little too strong for her to get lost using a void teleportation gate. She probably spent her talent points on unnecessary skills. All right, there's no need to send me off. If everything goes well, I'll be back in a few days. Yun Nuoshing raised her head to look at the void teleportation gate, where the intense battle was still going on. The Origin Energy Tower had already displayed its might on the battlefield. The energy torrent that was filled with weak Origin energy was continuously harvesting the abyssal death mist and manifestations. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, the battle didn't seem to be going downhill at all. When we're not around, be careful. Pay attention to your safety. Yao Guang nodded. He raised his hand and waved at Yun Nuoshing. Have a safe journey. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She turned around and walked towards the void teleportation gate. Hui Jingyun, see you, and Feng Qinghuang followed beside her. Following a flash of bright white light, the noisy front lines and the countless energy explosions disappeared in an instant. Everything became quiet in their senses. Let's make some adjustments and end the teleportation in the realm of the gods. Hui waved his hand and used the power of laws to make some adjustments. After that, he let out a long sigh. It's really quiet. It's been a long time since it's been this quiet. In the past, even after the end of a battle, there would be many sounds because of various alarms. The sound of the abyssal death mist's activity would also be transmitted to the front lines along with the disturbance of the loss. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. Aside from opening the first secret artifact, we also have to go to the bottom of the realm of the gods to take a look. Time is of the essence. Jingyun's eyes flashed. Suddenly, she said, "Little brother, you should need more time. A few days won't be enough." I'm not sure about the first secret artifacts situation. A few days is the best case scenario. If it really doesn't work, I can sacrifice an energy world and buy some time. I should be able to squeeze out 5 or 6 days. Siyu was slightly shocked. Sacrificing an entire special energy world can only squeeze out 5 or 6 days. This is the case if the target of the interference is beyond common sense. The laws and order of the world are too large. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Of course, it would be better if everything goes well. But, well, I'm used to things that don't go well. Jingyun smiled bitterly. That's natural, but I'm talking about the time after that. You should need a lot of time to deal with the primordial light of chaos, and evolve it. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and looked at Jingyun. Seeing that Jingyun was prepared, she could not help but tilt her head as well. What, you already guessed it? Well, although I didn't plan to hide it from you, I didn't expect to say it so early. Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it will go well. Maybe I can only pray a little. Pray that everything goes well. If it doesn't, I don't know what will happen. As for the time it takes for the primordial chaos to evolve, that's not a problem. We just have to squeeze some time in the void front line and let it evolve bit by bit. As for the result, I can't say for sure. Let's see how it goes. A few minutes of conversation passed. The white light before them flashed again. A moment later, gravity, air, familiar energy, order, and laws surged into their bodies. Their feet also landed firmly on flat ground. They had arrived at the realm of the gods. The few of them waited for the light to fade before they looked up. The darkness had receded, and the blue sky, white clouds, and many familiar auras appeared before their eyes. You guys came so quickly. The voice behind them made Yun Nuoxing and the others turn around. Then they were all stunned. In front of them was a humanoid figure about 178 meters tall. Its whole body was charred carbon. Only a pair of eyes and a row of white teeth were recognizable. They could tell that the humanoid figure in front of them was a person and not a walking piece of coal. This appearance is very, very impressive. We looked at it for a long time. His cheeks twitched, and he laughed dryly as he said that. Xing LV smiled bitterly and shrugged. He shook his head and barely revealed his handsome face. His white hair was shaved into an afro, and he looked even funnier than when he was charred just now. 2 minutes before you guys came back, I just finished off the last god of flames. Xing LV suddenly burped as he spoke, and a black smoke ring came out of his mouth. Everyone, ahem, it's no big deal. I'm ready here. You guys just came back from the front line. You need to rest? Xing LV waved his hand vigorously and smiled awkwardly. Yun Nuoxing clenched her fists and nodded. There's no need to rest. Let's start now. She was still swift and decisive. Just as Xing LV was about to respond, a colorful energy barrier suddenly appeared from Yun Nuoxing's body. It spread out for thousands of miles in an instant and was hidden between heaven and earth. Space switch. Draw this world into a formation. The blue sky and white clouds that he had just caught a glimpse of faded away in an instant. Bit by bit, it was occupied by the colors of pure white. The space in his line of sight was like a painting that had been splashed with a bucket of white dye. Other than the white and the colorful colors, nothing else could be seen. After a moment, his line of sight suddenly flashed. The scenery of heaven and earth reappeared. The mountains and rivers in the distance were still there, but the sky and the land in the distance had been covered by a layer of colorful barrier. The space outside could not be seen. With this body as the key and the rules as the eyes, a colorful energy beam burst out from Yun Nuoxing's body and shot up into the sky. The layer of the barrier that limited heaven and earth protruded high. Majestic energy was gathering from the void, from all parts of the god's realm. However, there were no traces of all the energy. There were only slight signs of gathering, and when the signs appeared, they would disappear in an instant. The energy passed through the conceptual layer of the rules and was transmitted to this space that was cut apart by the observer space. This guy is really anxious. We grinned and scratched his head. He shrugged helplessly at everyone. Golden divine energy also rose from his body. He lightly stomped his feet on the ground, and a circle of golden energy exploded on the ground. In an instant, it spread to the furthest part of the space that was covered by the barrier. With this body as the key and the order as the array, the huge movement caused by the resonance of two priesthoods should have been huge, but it was all limited to this corner by the observer space. The colorful and golden energy beam turned into a solid crystal and pierced into the conceptual layer of the rules. As soon as that space responded, CU and the others trembled. The movement was exactly the same as when the second secret weapon space opened. That huge movement should have caused a huge change in the gods' realm, but it was limited to this space. All the strange phenomena were gathered here, and there was no way to spread out. Oh, I suddenly remembered the movement when I opened the second secret weapon space. Xing LV scratched his head and could not help but laugh dryly. Then he sighed sadly. At that time, with this space, it probably would not have caused so much trouble later. Unfortunately, you are not a second priesthood, so you do not have the power to control this space. Xian Lei's voice echoed in his heart, which made him smile even more bitterly. He shook his head. Now was not the time to think about that. Second priesthood. Jing Yun waved her hand to block the storm in front of her. She looked at the little brother and Hui, who had turned into the core of light, in front of her. Her eyes flashed, and she could not stop muttering. Second priesthood, a special position that did not exist in our time. This movement, the energy breath that is completely equal to that of the gods' realm. I think I have thought of something. What? Feng Qinghuang looked at him and asked in a low and nervous voice. A hot storm blew over and made Jing Yun turn her eyes. She saw Xing LV floating in the air, colorful flames, and lightning appeared on his body. The blazing heat spread in this space. I will tell you later. Don't run around. This hidden space hidden in the conceptual layer of the rules has been covered in dust for dozens of eras. When it is opened again, the movement will be huge. Flames and lightning accompanied by infinite power of the rules fell from the sky. The bursting flames and lightning completely drowned the world. However, no matter how the sea of flames and lightning raged, they could not stop the energy of the two crystals from spewing out. Boom, boom. There was a loud sound of tremors and shaking. At that moment, it was as if the entire space was pressed into the void. Jing Yun and the other two were still standing on the ground when the violent tremors threw them into the air. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang could not help but cry out in shock. They quickly adjusted their bodies and landed on the ground. After the sudden tremors, the entire space was in a violent aftershock. The surging energy had dissipated. Countless pitch-black cracks that led to the conceptual layer of the rules appeared in the space that was replaced by the observer's space. The chaotic power of the rules and order poured out from the cracks. Mysterious runes of energy appeared out of thin air, circling in the space filled with cracks. A very familiar energy flowed out from those runes. It is the origin energy. The seal left behind by the origin, heavenly God, is floating from the conceptual layer of the rules. It is almost out. Be careful, don't touch those runes. As soon as Jing Yun's voice trailed off, more runes of origin energy appeared in the space one after another. They were so dense that they almost filled up the entire space. The ancient aura was so ancient that it was as if time would flow to the end and the void would be silent forever. It was a period of time, that was so far away that it could not be described. It was so far away that there were cracks in space and time. Phone! Don't be distracted. Yun Nuoshing suddenly woke up. She suddenly reached out and pressed her eyes. What is that? What? Hui tilted his head and saw the strange expression on Feng Qinghuang's face. He could not help but be startled. What did you see from the observer's perspective just now? I didn't see anything strange on my side. I'm not sure. Let's not talk about this first. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and quickly stabilized the output of the rules and order power. She looked back at Xing LV. Can you still hold on? Oh, I'm fine. Probably fine. Xing LV quickly raised his thumb and responded subconsciously. After a moment, he laughed dryly. But it might not be so good after a while. How long will it take for this space to open? Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and threw out a chain of order to wrap around Xing LV's left hand. Majestic energy flowed along the chain into the latter's body. The door hasn't even appeared yet. How can you open it? Xing LV? This might be the most difficult door to open in history. If he had to open it alone, even if 10 of him were to be squeezed dry, he probably would not even be able to see the door. The modeled space was filled with countless pitch-black cracks that led to the concept level of the rules. The colorful energy barrier suddenly changed. The colors on it changed strangely. It became as if it was dyed with a layer of gilded brilliance. Dozens of colors were flowing rapidly on it. It was as if they had walked into an energy passage and were rushing forward along the passage. The energy runes floating in the space suddenly condensed into circles and revolved around an invisible core. More energy runes emerged and quickly merged into the circles after they appeared. The flow of time and space. Jingyun's eyes flashed. We are going to that space, and we are moving rapidly in both time and space. We are not letting the door appear in front of us, but we are going to find the door. Brother, have you studied where the space of the first secret artifact is? This. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the rapidly surging space. His cheeks twitched. I thought it was in the concept layer of the rules. Now it seems that it's not that simple. Jingyun smiled bitterly. If the guy who opened the door did not know, then there was nothing she could do. Where is the time flowing? Feng Qinghuang's eyes flashed. She stared at the space, but with her knowledge, she could not analyze anything in this space. She could only ask Jingyun. It is moving backward rapidly. Jingyun looked ahead. The origin energy and the origin law have single-handedly solidified time. If I am not wrong, we should be heading toward the time when the first secret artifact was formed. Isn't that something that happened dozens of eras ago? Siyu looked up in shock. Won't it take years to rewind? Everyone! While they were thinking about what would happen at the end, what was this girl thinking? Although it was indeed a very realistic question, Jingyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. The time rewind here is based on the rules. Theoretically speaking, the speed is almost infinite. Well, the actual speed may be limited to where Brother and the others are. At that time, they are guiding us to that space. Also, when we enter this space where time is flowing backward, the entire space to us should be completely solidified. We have escaped from the sea of time and are going against the flow. However, the time in the real realm and the void may still be moving forward, or, well, it may also be solidified to us. Fortunately, we are opening the door in the observer space, which is confined to a space. If we were to open the door directly in the realm of the gods without any cover, this slightly hidden explanation made Siyu curious. What would happen? Well, the world light in the realm of the gods would collapse instantly because it could not handle the time displacement in the rules. It would be gone with a bang. More seriously, The entire void would be in extreme disorder until the area affected is large enough to withstand the abnormality. Only then would the effect stop spreading. Xing Lv shuddered violently. He smiled bitterly, with sweat all over his forehead. Fortunately, I did not go for the first secret artifact. I only opened the second secret artifact. We thought for a moment, and said, "You should be glad that the first and second flaming ghosts are gone. Otherwise, you might be queuing up on the path of reincarnation. You can't even open the door with your small body." I guess so. Chapter 1680. The golden brilliance was accompanied by a tide of energy that surged and danced on the barrier that was shaping the space. The overflowing origin energy made the already fragmented space tremble. Runes that contained infinite energy accelerated the speed at which they floated up from the conceptual level and turned into a sky full of stars that filled the entire space. The rings formed by the origin runes were constantly changing positions, and the huge sphere in the center was constantly releasing bright light. The origin energy was bursting out like a geyser, and nearly 70% of the energy overflowing in the space was released by that sphere. The flow of time has exceeded the time that I know. The current time might be the 19th era, no, the 9th era, or even earlier. Jing Nuan half-squatted on the ground to prevent the origin runes that suddenly streaked past and left a dent on her face. She felt the flow of time in the observer dimension, and her gaze became more and more serious. Do we really have to jump back to the moment when the grand primordial realm first opened? We turned around and was about to reply when an origin rune suddenly streaked past his ear. The energy and the sound made his ears itch. He quickly squatted on the ground. Let's not talk about time. Do they have to hide that light in such a deep place? This dimension has exceeded my knowledge. Every inch of this dimension contains things that I can't analyze. I can't see it here either. Yun Nuwashing waved his hand and swatted away the runes that were flying towards his face. He then replied, "It's all made from the laws of origin and the power of origin. This space is no longer the observer space that I'm familiar with. It has been replaced by a higher level of power into another space that we cannot understand. If it's something that exists in the divine realm, it can only be that space." Huey's cheeks twitched, and he laughed bitterly. The bottom of the realm of the gods? The most mysterious space in the entire realm of the gods was that strange place. Although it was within the scope of the second divine duty's supervision, the two of them had never set foot in that mysterious space, so they couldn't imagine what kind of place it was. That place. Hui was startled when he opened his mouth. "Feng, be careful." "Huh." Yun Nuwashing looked ahead, but before he could react, a huge shadow suddenly fell from the sky. He hurriedly looked up and realized what was going on. The origin runes that had condensed into rings were arranged into an awl shape that was large at the top and small at the bottom. At this moment, it fell from the sky without any warning. "Damn it, back off! Get down!" Seeing the origin, all that was tens of thousands of feet high, crashing down, Xing Lu screamed and quickly fell to the ground to hold up an energy barrier. The sound of the awl hitting the ground caused several echoes in this strange dimension. The origin energy exploded from the ground where the awl came into contact with the ground, turning into pieces of condensed crystals that flew in all directions. Yun Nuwashing had just jumped a distance of the ground by the awl, and pieces of the origin crystals that flew in all directions. Boom. "Oh my God, I can't watch anymore." Hui grinned and covered his eyes. That heavy impact, that movement, that tragedy, it really made people not dare to look. Even if Feng was thick-skinned, he would probably break his defense if he was hit head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Jingyan carefully pulled her head out of the ground and glanced around. The ground was so tragic that it looked like it had been plowed by the young man with a formation. She was silent for a long time, but she didn't feel anything unusual. Then she whispered, Is it over? Maybe. Hui trembled as he got up from the ground. He hurriedly looked around and asked, Where is Feng? Feng Qinghuang hurriedly stood up from the ground, turned into a beam of light, and dashed out 1,000 feet. She stopped in front of a pile of broken rocks and waved her hand, pushing away the broken rocks in front of her, revealing a 20 to 30 feet large cube made from the original energy. She was just looking at it when that unlucky guy was pressed against the ground by this brick. She carefully touched the origin cube and found that there was no energy backlash. Then she pushed it away. As expected, she saw Yun Nuwashing, who had been pressed to the ground and created a human-shaped pit. She was seeing stars, and her eyes were rolling like mosquito coils. She looked like she was dying, as if she would die in the next second. She's here. She seems to be fine. She just fainted. Feng Qinghuang hurriedly helped the unlucky observer up. Then she waved to the others. Hui, Jingyun, and the others quickly rushed over. Hui looked for a while and waved to the others to reassure them. Well, her defense is broken. It's not a big problem. She should wake up after lying down for a while. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoshing bounced up from the ground. She looked up at the silent and solidified golden sky. Her eyes were dull for a while before she recovered. She sighed and murmured, I just saw the reincarnation road crack open. Hui smiled bitterly. He was almost smashed into the reincarnation road by a brick. Clang, Yun Nuoshing rubbed her forehead and stood up with a face full of doubt. She tilted her head and was about to ask about the situation. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. No matter how she heard it, it sounded like something was kicked hard and was about to fly out. It was the sound of a door being kicked. What followed was a series of tinkling sounds of glass falling on the metal floor. What's going on now? Xing LV was frightened by the sudden sound and quickly turned to look at the place where the sound came from. It was the awl that had fallen deep into the ground, the ring that was pieced together to form a platform on the ground, and the core-like sphere. Its outer shell made of origin runes suddenly peeled off layer by layer and fell to the ground, turning into powder and then dissipating with the wind. When the core shell was completely opened, everyone quickly looked at it. Then they were stunned. A door made of gold. Although there were only 2 10-feet-tall pillars on the left and right to separate the door, there was a whirlpool in the middle of the door that was emitting a fluorescent blue light. It contained a lot of different kinds of energy, millions of kinds of energy, tens of millions of kinds of power of rules, and at least 4 kinds of aura of order. Yun Nuoshing was stunned after seeing the nature of the door. I'm afraid I'll turn into ashes in an instant when I step in, right? Hui laughed dryly. He stared at the door and patted Feng's shoulder. Feng, you have to think twice. It's a matter of probability. Jingyun smiled bitterly. The aura of the portal was so chaotic that it was difficult to recognize. It was the most refreshing thing she had ever seen in her life. Only God knew what would happen if she stepped in. Why don't we just forget it? Actually, little brother, if you want to let the primordial chaos evolve, you don't have to go. Of course I have to go. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The door is already open. If I stop now, won't it make me look like a coward? He grinned and turned around to smile at them. Anyway, the primordial chaos did not kill me. This is also the primordial chaos. At most, it's just a strengthened version. Since it's related to them, there must be a solution. Wandering among the billions of stars, looking for the only one in this world. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Jingyun was speechless. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. All right. I knew you would say that. There's nothing to say. May the primordial god protect you. Fongling Yun Nuoshing nodded. Just as she was about to walk forward, she suddenly paused and turned to Hui. By the way, I don't know how long this trip will take. The flow of this dimension is also hard to predict. You guys can go back and see what's going on. You don't have to wait for me here. While you're at it, check if there's anything unusual happening at the bottom of the divine realm. Also, we won't be back for long. I'm worried that the void frontline will go out of control without us. If I don't come out in 4 or 5 days, you guys can go to the void frontline first. Huey's eyes widened. No, if we stay here, we can at least be external help. Even if there's a chance, we can still save the situation. Maple's eyes were filled with determination, and Radiant's gaze made him swallow back his words. Radiant's cheeks flushed red, and after staring at Maple for 2 minutes, he finally gave in. He slapped his face, lowered his head, and shook his head with a bitter smile. All right. As you wish, Lord Observer, as you wish. We will go to the bottom of the celestial realm and wait for you outside to cheer you on. Is that okay? Yun Nuoshing nodded. Suddenly, she chuckled. Then let me say something very shameless. If I go first, the world of order will definitely not collapse before you come back. But after you come back, I'll definitely push you into the death abyss mist and give you a good beating. Hui bared his teeth at Yun Nuoshing and waved his hand. All right. Hurry up and go. Don't put on a pitiful act here. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. She flung her windbreaker and turned around. She stepped onto the platform made of the origin energy. The door in front of her was releasing a golden light. It turned into clouds and sunlight, illuminating the space around it. Even the platform was reflecting golden light. She quickly walked to the portal made of countless energy. She took a deep breath and looked back at Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qing Huang. She nodded slightly and did not stay for long. She stepped forward. Buzz, as he disappeared behind the door. The light in this space froze after a slight buzzing sound of energy. The light of the barrier, the light of the portal, everything froze at this moment. Little brother's soul seed has cut off all connections. Jingyun touched her own soul and shook her head at Hui and the others. The space over there is a place that we can't reach at all. This time, there is really no connection at all. We can't even see his current situation. I guessed it. After all, this is a space made by the origin god. Hui sighed, looking at the frozen light. Only the whirlpool of the portal was still spinning. He shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. We can only pray that he can solve the matter inside and come out safely. Siyu was a little nervous after Yun Nuoshing's soul seed lost its connection. She asked Jing Yun, Brother Jing, based on your understanding of the things in the secret artifact, Little Star, although I said that I understand, I have never faced the primordial light of chaos head-on. Jing Yun scratched her head and turned to look at the portal. She deliberated and said, In our era, the primordial light of chaos had appeared before. It didn't appear as if it was obtained by someone. It should have appeared through some method, or something happened at that time that made it manifest in the realm of the gods. After that, it was observed. After all, I don't live in the realm of the gods. I only heard about it from the news that came from the void. How should I put it? The origin heavenly god. And the others must have left this thing in the realm of the gods for some reason. Perhaps it's like some kind of test. Perhaps they're allowing others to come in contact with it. This is one possibility, and I think it's normal. As for the other possibility, Jingyun suddenly paused and smiled bitterly. The other possibility might be too terrifying. Don't stop halfway. Hui scratched his head hard. Jingyun covered her face. What if I'm saying what if? What if the origin god and the others couldn't handle this light and had no choice but to store it in the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods and leave a seal or something behind? As everyone knows, things like seals will always loosen. That's why the primordial light of chaos manifested in the realm of the gods. Perhaps the seal loosened and it rushed out to illuminate the world or something, we and the others. If that's really the case, then they're really in trouble. Originally, the name primordial light of chaos was given by us beings of order. It was given by the beings who lived in the realm of the gods and witnessed the descent of this light, the origin god, and the others seem to have tacitly agreed to it. But I'm not sure if they said anything about it or explained anything. I don't know if they really didn't say anything. Jingyun sighed in distress. Suddenly, she turned her head and was stunned. There's a teleportation gate over there. Hui and the others were stunned for a moment. They also turned their heads and saw a teleportation gate near the edge of the barrier. It was a circular gate with a radius of 3 meters, like a mirror. It emitted a stable spatial energy and an aura that they were familiar with. It was the aura of the realm of the gods. It should be the teleportation gate that leads to the outside world. Hui looked at the newly appeared teleportation gate and then looked at the place where Maple disappeared. He sighed and waved his hand. Let Maple handle this himself. We can't help. Let's go to another place first. Jingyun nodded. She looked at the gilded teleportation gate again and sighed. She turned around and headed towards the realm of the gods. Xing LV also looked at it a few more times before he followed. Girls, let's go. We turned around and called out to the 2 girls. Then he froze. He saw Feng Qinghuang kneeling on one knee with her hands clasped together as if she was praying. Siyu was looking at her from the side and muttering words that he didn't understand at all. Seeing how nervous the 2 girls were, Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He walked forward and said softly, "Trust him. Maple will be fine." And just as he hoped, we should go and take care of another matter. Don't worry and leave this place to him. Amen, I know. Feng Qinghuang nodded. She slowly stood up and stared at the gate with her pink eyes. Just pray for him. The little star who bears the burden of something we can't reach. At least send him a prayer. A layer of crimson light flickered over her body, appearing and dispersing as if by accident. Hui was a little surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something. Feng Qinghuang was a phoenix, one of the 4 gods of heaven and earth in the god realm. Her life force was so high that even the Empyrean god of origin could not compare to it. She wished Feng Qinghuang a blessing and said, maybe there will be unexpected results. Feng Qinghuang was a little surprised. She turned around and looked at the Lord Protector. What did you just say? I said, with your blessing, Maple won't be casually taking a meal in there. Hui grinned. Let's go. Although it looks like he went on a journey alone, he still has the 2 girls and the Saint Soul Amethyst Fairy in his soul. I keep thinking that we are overthinking things. Maybe he didn't encounter anything as dangerous as we thought. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Then they followed Hui and left the place. The bottom of the realm of the gods was a place that no one had ever set foot in, whether in this era or the previous one. It was one of the top 3 most mysterious places in the realm of the gods. Well, only those who knew about it would know. Those who didn't wouldn't even know that it was a space and not just a pile of rocks. Well, the realm of the gods is a flat world that is like a huge floating island. At first, no one knew that there was a space at the bottom of the island. Later on, for some reason, yes, I remember it very clearly. It was for some reason that the concept of the bottom of the realm of the gods spread among the greater gods. In the pitch-black space, dots of bright golden light shone in the darkness. The endless darkness was empty and silent. However, this wasn't the void. It was a very special space in the realm of the gods. Huey's protector space was a bridge connecting the space. They would go through this space to reach their next destination. As for where it was, Hui himself couldn't tell. Well, he was just trying to get close to the space. The method was provided by Maple. He was just an unlucky experimenter. See, you couldn't help but ask, wasn't it said by the heavenly god of origin? Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. If you really want to say it, it seems that some unlucky guy bumped into that space when he was teleporting. Teleportation. The feeling of physical objects colliding with space. That's what it means. In short, it bumped into something. Even if it couldn't see anything in front of it, even if it couldn't see anything, it knew that there was a space in front of it. Jing Yun stroked her chin and said as she recalled, but this theory hasn't been verified. I don't know if it really happened or if someone made it up. But someone must have used some unknown method to find out that there is a completely unexplored space below. The fact is, the process of discovery isn't too important. Didn't any of the inheritors ask the heavenly god of origin? We couldn't help but ask. After hearing so many things from Jingyun, he had a feeling that the beings of order would always have a way to get information from the heavenly god of origin. That's true. Jingyun put on a serious face. Then, she said in a serious tone, I can't say that. Well, that's what the heavenly god of origin and the others said. Everyone. If she wasn't keeping them in suspense, then there must be something wrong with this place. Just as you think, there might be something important about the realm of gods hidden in this space. The heavenly god of origin, and the others only said those 5 words. They didn't warn us or say anything else. Of course, it's possible that they didn't pass through, or we just forgot about it. Jingyun spread her hands in an exaggerated manner. After a while, she regained her composure and coughed dryly. Well, that's why when I heard that you wanted to go to the bottom of the realm of gods, I wanted to persuade you. But you said that there was something unusual there, so I thought that it might be better to go and take a look. In our time, no one has heard of anything happening at the bottom of the realm of gods, even after 20 or 30 eras. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, I have to mention the Observer and Guardian. Jingyun suddenly coughed dryly and turned her head to look at Hui. She said in all seriousness, like I said earlier, I've never heard of anything happening at the bottom of the god realm. Where do you think I got this information from? Hui stroked his chin. Well, it's not that anyone has seen it, and from what you said, the Observer and Guardian did not exist in the mythological era. So what's going on? Did the heavenly god of origin say that? Jingyun shook her head. This matter is indeed related to the heavenly god of origin, but only indirectly. She took a deep breath and said faintly, in our time, the realm core of the realm of gods could be communicated directly. Do you understand now? Hui shuddered violently. What the hell? Don't tell me that the realm of gods was greatly affected by the void turbulence, and even the realm core was affected. And in this time and age, none of us know that the realm core could communicate because there's something wrong with it. And this influence and problem has caused the realm core to be unable to communicate. It can't even communicate with the beings of the realm of gods, and it can't even observe itself. So, the Observer and Guardian have popped up to replace it in self-examination, right? Everyone was taken aback. Aren't you saying that a little too quickly? Jingyun was also stunned. Although what you've said is a little messy, I think that's pretty much the case. Let's correct it. You and the lad have probably replaced the realm core that can no longer self-examine itself to adjust itself. In other words, Jingyan looked at Hui with a serious expression. You two have been chosen by the realm core of the realm of gods to become agents of the realm of gods. Chapter 1681. The two divine roles of observer and guardian were perhaps the most wondrous things in the void of order. No world had ever given birth to a life that was so close to the world itself as if they were one, even if they were fused with the world core of the world. The latter would at most become a true observer and agent, but Hui and the little brother were more like some kind of activity of the world itself compared to the agents. In other words, their activity was equivalent to the activity of the divine realm, and their bodies were the world. That's right, it was as if the world was created by them, and it was an existence that was categorized as their own clones. However, with the premise that the realm of the gods was created by the primordial god, this explanation obviously did not make sense. For hundreds of millions of years, he did not understand what kind of existence the two of them were in the realm of the gods. It was only when he saw the little brother and Hui Jun working together to open up that he felt a strange, obscure aura that did not belong to life. It was so obscure that if he had not sensed it and understood it, he would not have been able to detect it. That's more or less what's going on. I've also conversed with the realm core of the gods before, so I had some guesses in this regard. It's just that I've only just confirmed it. Jingyan looked at the dumbfounded Hui Jun and waved her hand. All right, calm down. It's not a big deal. All right, I think it's quite amazing. Hui took a deep breath. Well, this is completely beyond my expectations. I have never thought about this. Feng Qing Huang asked curiously, how is the consciousness of the god realm right now? About that, I have to correct you. It's not the consciousness of the realm of the gods. That can't be considered a consciousness. Jingyan shook her head and explained, the world core of the realm of the gods. Although I said that it can talk, it's actually just a very simple, single-threaded, rigid object of communication that only has the ability to answer questions. It doesn't have its own intelligence, thoughts, ability to think, and so on. An information storage box with a question and answer function. Hui tried to speak up as well, and Jingyan agreed. That's it. It's still far from consciousness. In fact, the realm of the gods is so powerful, entangled with billions of laws and countless energies. The chances of it giving birth to self-consciousness is countless times lower than the chances of any other world in the void. If that probability were to be written on the ground, just writing 0 would be enough to dig a hole through the realm of the gods and poke a hole in the void. So that's how it is. Feng Qing Huang stared at the Lord Protector thoughtfully for a while. Then she asked tentatively, so Little Star and Lord Hui came to the realm of the gods directly from the damaged part of the realm core? I'm not sure about that. Jingyan shook her head and looked at Hui Jun. Hui Jun, you should know that there must be a process before and after you become a protector. Or maybe you were born a protector. Hui Jun scratched his head, and his expression was a little strange. I'm not sure either. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sure that I was born from someone else's mother. I'm very sure that I'm the son of my mother and father. Even if it's a very, 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 very long memory, I will never forget it. I've only heard about it from someone else. There's nothing like that in the realm of the gods. See, you couldn't help but exclaim. Those twisted little topics are, Hui Jun coughed. My family is just a very ordinary family. We can't even be considered a family. My family of 3 is happy and healthy, and I have no memory of any bumps and bruises. It's just a very ordinary family. When I can remember, I was just an ordinary little brat. I was just an ordinary child, going through basic training like any other child. I was just an ordinary child trying to sense the world. I lived an ordinary life for a dozen years and grew up an ordinary life. I wasn't outstanding, but I wasn't ordinary either. What happened after that? See, you asked curiously. She was still holding a small notebook in her hand and was writing furiously. After that, my parents were just two ordinary people. They didn't cultivate much. During the 40th era, it was only tens of millions of years since the beginning of the world. Now that I think about it, it wasn't long after the void, upheaval, and the environment in the void of order wasn't very good. The laws and order were all recovering from serious injuries. Even the realm of the gods was affected by it. Without the support of the laws, a normal life would have a short lifespan with less than 100 years to live. Because of that, my parents passed away early. After that, I drifted alone in the realm of the gods. Hui raised his head and recalled. After a while, he grinned. It was a very long time ago. What happened after that? What happened after that? Hui Gang was still smiling, but now he looked a little confused. He frowned. After that, I was lost for a period of time. It was as if I suddenly fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was just a blink of an eye for my consciousness. It had already passed, almost 1 billion years, maybe 1 billion, maybe 1 billion, maybe just a few 100 million years. I can't remember clearly. Not only was I lost for a period of time, but even after I woke up, my memories of that period of time were very blurry. I don't even remember what I was doing at that time. Was your memory tampered with by the laws? Or was it blurred by the laws of the realm of the gods? Jingyan stroked her chin and thought, are there any more clues? What happened after that period of time suddenly awakened? There was no similar process of awakening. Hui Gang shook his head and said in a deep voice, when I woke up one day, I was already a guardian. That feeling was like you were holding a gemstone that was worth an entire world in your hand. You knew the value of this thing, but you never cared about it. You never looked into it, or you could say that you didn't know at all. You just subconsciously knew that this thing might be very valuable. Then, after millions of years had passed, you suddenly woke up one day and said, this thing is so valuable. I have to do something about it. That's probably how it felt. It was like waking up from a dream. I didn't know how many years I had lost. When I looked back, I was completely awake. So, I went back to look for traces of my existence. I found the grave of my parents, although it was tattered and buried under a mountain, and the energy protection that they had left behind dissipated like smoke. It was a trace that I left behind with my own hands. It was something that I would never forget. This was also the reason why I believed that I was not directly born from nothingness. If that's the case, it's possible that the World Core had already found you before you were even born. That lost period of time might have been when it was modifying your laws and the various laws. You were either conscious at the time and had forgotten everything after the modification was complete, or you were in a daze from the very beginning and were even acting on your own without consciousness. Jingyan scratched her cheek, and her eyes flashed. Seeing Hui Jun's thoughtful look, she said, I'm just saying a possibility. It might not be the case. Hui scratched his head. I think that might be the case. There's probably no better explanation, unless we go back to the beginning to see what was going on with me. Speaking of which, I didn't have the title of protector in the beginning. I only knew that I had entered a strange state, but I didn't delve into it. I was still a nobody in the celestial realm, and it was only until one day that I realized that I had become a household name. Part of the reason was that I had wandered around the celestial realm and left many traces behind. At that time, everything was still in the recovery phase, and there were many outsiders in the celestial realm. Many dangerous races wandered to our doorstep and wreaked havoc. The recovery phase was also a period of chaos and turmoil. The entire celestial realm was in chaos, and there were countless large and small battles. There were also internal strife, but most of them were external invasions. At that time, I had inexplicably led the charge. Now that I think about it, it was probably due to the influence of the second divine title. We continued to recall. But to really become a household name today, it should have started from the 45th era. Well, that's another story of the past. That's probably the effect of the disturbance of the heart of the world itself, allowing this world to recognize your existence, even if the beings here only know you but do not know or understand you. Jingyan explained, and because you are very close to the laws of the realm of the gods, the beings in the realm of the gods will feel the breath of this world on you and subconsciously associate you with this world. See, you suddenly stopped writing and looked up in astonishment. By the way, where's little Star? Hui was also startled at the mention of a certain observer. He scratched his head. I've never heard Maple talk about himself. It was the 42nd era when I met him. The first time we met was when we brushed shoulders in the sea of people. The connection between our two divine titles made us pass by in a hurry, and then he slipped away. He came and went in a hurry, and the next time we met was 100 years later. It's the same period as just mentioned, although it's already the 42nd era, using the information we know now to look back at the situation at that time. It was because the heavenly god of origin had fallen, and the void turbulence had swept away everything in the world, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Although 2 eras had passed since the beginning of the void, and countless worlds had been born in the void, many things had not recovered, and the laws at that time were still relatively weak. It wasn't until the end of the 42nd era, when everything stabilized, that I felt that the recovery period had ended. We coughed dryly. I saw Maple again, when we were fending off an external enemy, the southern ice realm. Millions of icebergs were dyed scarlet, dark blue, and ink black in a sea of blood. The icebergs, glaciers, and icy plains were dyed in a tragic scene, as if a god had been beheaded. Billions of beings were buried there. And I saw that guy on top of the mountain of corpses, and the sea of blood. Huey's cheeks twitched as he spoke, and he smiled embarrassedly. You didn't see that scene with your own eyes. It was really too shocking. My team and I were all stunned. Jingyun, Xing LV, and the 2 girls were calm. They had seen more violent scenes, such as the scene of one person sweeping half of the void, or the scene of the heavenly god of origin fully unleashing the power of origin. Those were all basic moves. But now, listening to what an observer had experienced, they felt that it was different. Then what happened? Feng Qinghuang whispered. Then, Huey's cheeks twitched again, and he looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That guy bathed in the blood of tens of thousands of people and dyed himself as if he had been poured out of a dye house. He glanced at us and scared off 80% of our team. Just when I was inspired by the connection between the 2 priesthoods and was about to say something to him, well, he was exhausted and fainted. Everyone was speechless. A standard ending, basic move. Nothing surprising. Sit down. Then I carried Maple back. You can imagine what happened after that. We have stumbled all the way to where we are today. We shrugged and sighed. It's been a long time. Oh, by the way, other than the influence of the heart of the world itself, Maple's title as the observer is probably partly because he was influenced by me. But he always hides at the back, so no one knows him. I think I saw something. We suddenly shouted and turned his attention. The few of them quickly looked ahead. It was a pitch-black space, and they couldn't see anything. But that's right, they instinctively felt that there was a space in front of them. There should be something in front of them. That was what their senses and intuition told them, even though their eyes said that they really couldn't see anything. Wait a minute, let me try to switch the mode of energy output. Okay, I can see it. Hui waved his hand, and in the space where they were, the energy barrier was dyed with a tangible golden color. Then it turned into ripples that spread into the dark space. Soon, they saw that when the golden ripples touched the front, they did not pass through space, void, or objects as usual. Instead, there was a scene where the golden ripples bounced back after hitting something, and the ripples spread along the outline of that something. There was something in front of them that blocked the spread of the Guardian's power. Xing LV, take out the treasure map. I have roughly spread out our spatial power. We should be able to find our location from the treasure map. Let's take a look. Xing LV quickly took out the treasure map and projected the body of the realm of the gods in this dark space. In the middle and lower part of the huge island, there was a flashing red dot, and a little further in front of the red dot, there was another light dot. It was slightly blue and was emitting energy traces in all directions. However, none of the 5 present felt any trace of energy spreading. Look, this thing is definitely emitting energy, but I can't feel it at all. I can't feel it either. Jingyan shook her head and looked at Hui. Seeing that he was responding to the same situation, she walked up to the front of the barrier and pressed a few times. There is indeed a law preserved here. The frozen law is completely solidified. What's going on? Such a structured law should only appear in a world of light that has been destroyed in an instant by an unimaginable destructive law, but still retained its general appearance. So what's going on? Hearing this, Huey's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that this is some deadly space? Why don't we just go back? I can't say for sure. Jingyan shook her head. Most of my understanding of the realm of the gods comes from listening to others. My own understanding is limited, but I can be sure that the bottom of the realm of the gods is a rather special space. Its structure alone is already like that. It either retains something that has been destroyed for God knows how many years, or it is a space that has been destroyed in the first place, leaving behind some kind of remnant. But it doesn't matter. If it really is a deadly space, the origin heavenly God would have forbidden everyone from exploring it when someone touched it. Since they didn't say anything, we felt that something was wrong. But they didn't say that we can do whatever we want here. Well, that's true. Jingyan laughed dryly and coughed lightly. Something unknown has happened inside. I personally suggest that we go in and investigate. What if it's something left behind by the origin heavenly God and the others, right? There was no way they could refuse this suggestion. How do we go in? Poke it twice and see. You are the guardian, the world core of the realm of the gods, the executor. If you want, you should have a way to enter this space that originally belonged to the realm of the gods. Do I have to rely on my intuition? Hui smiled bitterly. This journey was not reliable at all. He smiled bitterly for a while, then walked to the front and gently pressed his hand on the place where the barrier and the space on the other side touched. A cold feeling came from his palm, as if he was touching a rock. There was also a strange presence coming from his palm. It was a presence that he could not be more familiar with. The hollow echoes left behind by the destruction of the world, the last words of the void. He tried hard to recall Maple's expression when he dealt with those strange things, the presence, and the situation. Then he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, imitated, and then began to use all kinds of energy, laws, order, and other forces to stimulate changing the energy output mode, and even used a hidden force to give it a punch. In the end, he could not help but mutter in his heart, apart from his tense expression and tightly closed eyes, which showed that he was in the same state as the chattering observer. Everything else was on a completely different tune, and the result was half a day passed, and there was no movement at all. See, you could not help but yawn. We laughed dryly and looked at the others helplessly. This doesn't seem to work. Why don't we wait for Maple to come over? I can't get together with him sometimes, and he's more familiar with this kind of thing. Jingyan scratched her head in distress. Little brother is still suffering over there. Wait for him to come out. Speaking of which, the World Corps divided the two executors into different levels of authority. I've only heard about it from you guys, so I don't know much about it. It's very obvious in many things. Maple might not know what I know, and Maple might not understand what I can understand. We all thought it was the difference between the two divine roles, but now it seems we scratched his cheek. Maybe it's because the laws divided by the World Corps are different. See, you thought for a while and decided to come up with an idea. Why don't you knock it? Little Star also swings his hand angrily when he can't solve something. Maybe it'll just go away? TSK, we're not that violent maniac. You'll never know how much power and how much strength Maple's casual slap contains. Hui grinned as he took out the Guardian's sword and gestured in front of him. Watch carefully. I'll just poke it like this. If it really opens the door, I'll do a handstand. Ding! Ka! The Guardian's sword flowed like water into the theoretically indestructible space. Then there was a series of strange clanking sounds. Finally, there was the sound of a door being unlocked. Then a circle of energy made of golden light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They felt the aura of a guardian from the door. Hui was sweating profusely as he pointed at the door in front of him. Blessed mouth, cheating food and drink, Siyu muttered softly. The #1 prophet in the void. Hui, Jingyun sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Hui Jun, it's normal for little brother to ask you to talk less. When you plan to do a handstand, let us know. We'll come and take a look. Hui wanted to cry but had no tears. Xing Elvi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and reminded them. Anyway, let's go in first. Hui sighed faintly. He nodded with a depressed face and walked towards the energy door made of light. The group followed behind him, a space overflowing with light. He thought it would be like this. The moment he stepped into the portal, he was already mentally prepared to face all abnormal situations. When he opened his eyes, what he saw in front of him was a scene that he didn't know how to describe. He seemed to be walking on clouds, but the clouds around him were very thin. At the end of the platform made of white jade, there was a long flight of stairs suspended in the air that led to another more spacious platform. This was the only thing that he was standing on, but it wasn't the main point of this space. Yun Nuoshing raised his head. The golden sea of clouds rolled in the sky without any wind. The clouds rolled and rolled like the tides. Rays of extremely dazzling golden light broke through the sea of clouds and fell from the golden clouds in the sky. They shone on the white sea of clouds that he was standing on, staining it with golden spots and sprinkling fine golden energy particles within a radius of 10,000 miles. The brilliance in the sky set off the thin, aurora-like gauze that floated in the space where the sea of clouds intersected. It was sacred and dazzling. He lifted his feet and slowly walked forward. He came to the platform on the second level. As far as the eye could see, the white and golden sea of clouds moved, without any wind. However, there seemed to be wind. It was only a weak bit. It couldn't even blow his clothes and hair. It wasn't enough to cause the sea of clouds to roll so violently. The golden light suddenly fell from the sky in front of him. It broke through the clouds and created a huge hole in the two seas of clouds. The two seas of clouds rolled even more violently with the appearance of this dazzling golden light. The wind also blew with its appearance. The light was so dazzling that it was completely difficult to look at it directly. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and squinted his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. This ray of light, This is the ray of light that appeared when the Great Origin Realm was first formed. It contains the deepest mysteries of the Great Origin Realm and the truth that no ordinary life form can understand. An ethereal voice that was accompanied by a slight tremble of energy sounded beside him. It made his breathing stagnate. He turned his head abruptly. Her figure appeared here silently and gave him a fright. However, he wasn't surprised. It was only natural that she should appear here. The truth. Yun Nuoshing murmured these two words. He raised his head and was about to ask her what the truth was. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked behind him. She looked behind him and asked, "Are you ready?" Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked behind him. He didn't see anything. Suddenly, he understood. It was just a projection. It was a projection that she had left behind. Chapter 1682. Billions of rays of light, accompanied by endless golden light and auroras, filled the entire space of the sea of clouds. They flowed and surged in the two seas of clouds. Countless rays of light gathered and weaved into a strange golden ocean, which was even more magnificent and magnificent than the sea of time. The scattered golden light particles were blown to every corner of the space by the wind of energy. The ribbons condensed from the aurora were as smooth as silk. Yun Nuoshing's line of sight always judged that it was something that existed physically. It fluttered in the endless sea of clouds, as if looking at the clouds riding the wind in front of his eyes. The aurora that was a distance away would dissipate into golden energy particles and continue to ride the wind. New aurora ribbons would form around the dazzling golden light and the nearest and largest dazzling golden light in front of him. He wasn't sure if there was a reason for these phenomena to exist. In any case, 90% of the things in this space were incomprehensible to him. And there was Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the figure 2 or 3 meters away. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he could not see the face, only a vague outline, a tall figure, and fluttering long hair. Just these were enough for him to judge that it was her. It was a projection left behind in the past. She was talking to the person who appeared beside her with her spiritual power, so that he could roughly understand. But there were two problems here. There was not a single ghost beside her. Probably the projection back then did not manage to capture the person who was supposed to be here, causing her to talk to the air like a lunatic. And in his eyes, it was as if she was haunted. The second problem was that other than saying something at the beginning and saying something to the ray of light, after a while, they did not say anything else. About half an hour had passed, and they just stared at the golden morning sun in a daze. This made him stunned, and he did not know what to do at this moment. Should he continue to wait for them to say that there might be more conversations, or should he jump directly into the big light column in front of him? The sky was filled with clouds and golden light. That wisp of light of the beginning that seemed to exist physically penetrated the golden sea of clouds and the white sea of clouds, pushing the two seas of clouds far away. It also seemed to be gathering a storm here. The atmosphere was trembling, and the sound of the air trembling could be heard. Vaguely, there seemed to be a low chanting that sounded vaguely with the sound of the wind, making it difficult to distinguish. Initial light, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Although he could directly understand it through spiritual communication, he did not know why it sounded in his ears. However, this was not a problem. Yun Nuoshing quickly perked up her ears and listened attentively. It has been 20 eras, and it seems that there are no more movements. I'm thinking that it's about time to close this space and ignore it. Continue to move. The possibility of re-evolution is quite low. It's lower than the probability of the void's lower limit. It can be confirmed that it has completely solidified itself in this state. It's useless to continue to observe it. Yun Nuoshing was listening attentively. Suddenly, there was another voice that she could not tell whether it was a male or a female voice. It should be the voice of the person who was talking to her. If that's the case, let's close it and let that part of history be silent here forever. How's the situation over there? It's completely silent. There won't be any movements for at least 10 eras. It will take longer for the beings of the world of order to explore that place and come into contact with them. For the time being, we just need to leave some of our attention. She shook her body slightly and tilted her head to look at the other places in the sea of clouds. The void here has become an unexpected situation. Is this the result of our efforts? Or is it just a mark of failure? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless to talk about success or failure here. We can only do this. The result is what we have seen. No matter what, order finally has a chance to take a breather. Moreover, the fact that the void has become like this proves that our previous idea was not wrong. It's just that. Forget it. Why am I saying this? We've already agreed not to talk about that time. Let's go. It's time to close this space. Let it stay here forever under the flow of time. She nodded slightly and looked at it silently for a while. Then she turned around and walked towards the platform below and disappeared. Yun Nuoshing walked to the place where she stood just now and looked in the direction where she left. He scratched his head and said, "That's why I said that you have to lock the door when you close it. Look at your door." Well, he was just complaining. During the mythological era, the primordial light of chaos had also appeared. They couldn't have locked the door without realizing it at that time, right? Could it be that they had already locked the door? Also, he felt that what they said just now was not right. 20 eras had passed. So, did this scene happen in the 20th era of the Deyuan realm? It's all in the clouds. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and scratched his head. He turned around and looked at the huge pillar of light that stood in the sea of clouds behind him. It was much bigger than he expected. He was silent for a moment. Forget it. There's nothing to hesitate about. As for the result, let the void decide. Yun Nuoshing took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly sprinted forward. He jumped off the edge of the platform and crashed into the pillar of light, leaving behind a wisp of smoke. Gulp! It was as if an ice cube had been thrown into a violent pillar of magma. With a sizzle, or perhaps without a sound, it turned into smoke and dissipated. The entire pillar of light only trembled symbolically and continued to surge without any changes. However, more than 10 rays of golden light that scattered down from the sea of clouds silently dissipated. The hole in the golden sea of clouds did not disappear. After more than 10 seconds, a pillar of light that was dark and filled with gray shadows silently appeared from the empty hole. It scattered the gray light into the gaps of the sea of clouds and corresponded with the radiance of the millions of golden auroras. The platform suspended in the sea of clouds suddenly trembled slightly. Inexplicable white clouds emerged from the space, and the golden light fell and merged with the clouds. A moment later, the clouds that emitted a faint golden light turned into white figures that appeared one after another. There were at least 100 of them. They slowly walked to the edge of the sea of clouds. Their casual and disdainful eyes seemed to contain the aura of millions of creatures. The huge, bright golden light also inadvertently slowed down under their gaze. After looking at it for a moment, they all retreated silently and turned into clouds that dissipated. However, the dissipated clouds did not disappear in the space. After hovering for a while, they gathered again and turned into 3 figures that reappeared on the platform. Is it really okay not to stop it? The slightly sturdy young man tilted his head to look at her and pointed at the light with his chin. That thing is a sealed history that nobody should know about, right? Even he might not be able to bear the information in it. It's okay. She shook her head, and her voice was still calm. It has already been dealt with. The young man was stunned. After a moment, he seemed to have understood. Oh, it was at that time. After nodding in realization, the young man smiled bitterly again. But even if it has been dealt with, did you intend to leave this first light to someone? I didn't think about it. She shook her head lightly and said faintly, I'm just keeping it and looking at it. Although it has been completely solidified, there are still changes. It's here to announce itself. It wants to tell something. The young man slapped his face. Say something that I can understand. The matter of this place and the item in this place will be left for the future generations to reveal. If there is enough fate, one can naturally come to this place. If there is no fate, there is no need to worry about someone accidentally breaking into this place. That is an event that does not exist, she said faintly and seemed to take a deep breath. This space only appears in response to the person who is searching for it. The condition is very important. The first light. The girl crossed her arms and stared at the light in front of her in a daze. It's really something from a long time ago. I thought it had been annihilated along with time. I thought so too, but the young man suddenly paused and looked at her blankly. Don't tell me that this is also part of your plan. She turned to look at him and continued flatly. What happened to him is unexpected. However, there is no need to stop it. Just continue on like this. Just continue on like this. The young man smiled bitterly. This was a completely free-range mentality. He did not know if it was because she completely trusted him and thought that he could face anything and solve it by himself. Or perhaps she did not have any intention of lending a helping hand from the beginning and was just observing as an interesting thing. Well, that's what she meant. She could not really say that she did not care at all. Could she? I care. Of course I care. She seemed to understand what the young man was thinking. She quickly tilted her head and glanced at him before turning her gaze away. Unlike all of you have taught countless people. However, there is only one person in this world who can bear my power. Even if it is to respond to this tiny void miracle probability, I will still pay attention. However, he does not need any more changes. He is already very good as he is. I only need to give him a hand when he is truly in despair, if that day comes. Having said that, she turned and walked down the platform, slowly dissipating into clouds and vanishing into the sea of clouds. The young man and the girl looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. I don't know if that little bro is lucky or unlucky. Look at what kind of path he has chosen. All along the way, he has been stumbling and crawling. The young man sighed. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to trigger everything here one after another, let alone anything else. Yet, each time, he would trigger this, and that in a tiny probability. If it was me, I would be depressed at any moment. The girl tilted her head and looked at him before turning to leave. The path he has chosen, the void probability, is a lie in the first place. When the girl also disappeared, the young man looked at the ray of light again and grinned. He also followed the two and left the place. The empty platform slowly disappeared into the depths of the sea of clouds as they left. It was covered by a wisp of smoke and dispersed. Then, the entire sea of clouds violently surged. Rays of golden light and rays of gray light cut through the sea of clouds and fell into the space between the gaps, dyeing the sea of clouds with two colors. The world fell into darkness. A wisp of flickering golden light hung high in the sky like a morning star, turning into a guide. It was like a lighthouse, but it was so far away that one could only look up and never approach it. When he opened his eyes again, his body had already turned into a wisp of light in the darkness. losing its form and blending into the darkness. Everything here had deviated from his understanding. He thought that he would fall into a world cast by light, and all he could see was a golden brilliance. The brilliance was so dazzling that it could burn a big hole in the void and burn him into ashes or something. He never thought that it would be such a scene. The darkness here is chaos, and the light is the origin. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the golden light and shook his head. In the end, the name was not given by the god of origin and the others who understood the first light. It was obviously impossible to dig out any useful information from that name, so there was no need to hold on to it. However, what he saw in front of him was very similar to such a scene. Endless gray chaos, as if he was in the void of chaos. If he fell into the chaos and turned around to look, that light spot must be the light of order. Before he could sort out his thoughts and figure out how to take action, suddenly countless fragments made of information rushed into his mind, causing Yun Nuoshing's consciousness to freeze for a moment. The information contained in the fragments revealed to him the vast scene of another era, the war between order and chaos. He was just a bystander, watching everything that happened here from a very distant place. There was no way for him to get close enough to see any details. War. No, it did not look like the war he knew, but it was definitely a war. It was just that it was more pure, and the purer it was, the more brutal, unreasonable, and the most direct. It was the purest period of order and chaos, without any representation or replacement. The war between them was just like their current form. It was just the purest energy that contained the primeval order. It had yet to take shape, yet to be called a world or a void on this primeval battlefield. They clashed with the most brutal method before being annihilated, reborn, and clashing until they tore each other into pieces, or until they were defeated and turned into a puff of dust. What he saw in his days was the vast scene of the primeval times in his cognition. Everything that happened was beyond his cognition and understanding. Do you think that what you see here is everything you know? In his days, he seemed to hear her voice ringing in his ears. He subconsciously wanted to respond, but the golden light that resembled the morning star before his eyes suddenly expanded. Without giving him any time to respond, it engulfed the darkness and swallowed him. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to have fallen into an ocean cast by golden light, slowly sinking down. The torrent of history, the footsteps of time wash away everything in the world and the void. You are searching for the truth that has been covered by billions of years. That is the truth that can overturn the void. If you want to uncover it, you must have the determination to be washed away and devoured by endless time and chaos. Offer your will, your soul, and crush everything in this world. Yun Nuoshing slowly closed her eyes. I have long been aware. No, all of this doesn't matter anymore. The golden torrent, accompanied by the aura of time that was thick enough to cause the void to tremble, rumbled in front of him. It was as if he was watching a star expand in front of his eyes. That extreme pressure made him feel suffocated, something he had not felt for a long time. Clearly, he could only see resplendent and dazzling light, but he felt as if his body was being dragged into the deepest abyss by the deepest and most endless darkness, just like that day when he fell into the realm of chaos in order to not let the darkness that was deep enough to crush his origin devour his body. He risked his life to release his own light. That faint light of a firefly was the one and only light of the morning star in the darkness, just like this moment, just like, if that's the case, then with this determination, fall into the deepest abyss and search for everything you want to know. The torrent that was like a tidal wave carried an indescribable force and washed him towards the bottom of the deep sea. As he fell bit by bit, the golden light in front of his eyes suddenly flickered and turned into surging deep darkness. Accompanied by a gray color, It gradually occupied his vision. He could no longer distinguish whether it was chaos or order, or they were the same here. If you don't want to release your despair and fear in the hustle and bustle of the origin land of the great origin realm, then reach out and touch that ray of light. Feng Hui suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Under the gazes of the few people, he suddenly muttered that person's name, causing them to be stunned. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Jingyan also turned around and looked behind her. In the vast and endless starry sky, there were only floating huge rocks and twinkling stars. That familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Hui rubbed his eyes and shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I think I suddenly heard Feng's voice. But he shouldn't be here now. Even the soul seed has been completely covered." Hearing that, Xing Lv's mouth suddenly twitched. Could something have happened to him? Hui and the other three suddenly fell silent. This was hard to say. This was really hard to say. After all, that thing. But now that they had come here, even if they were worried, there seemed to be nothing they could do. What could they do? After settling the matter at the bottom of the realm of the gods, they would quickly return to the space outside, squat on the ground and draw circles to pray for blessings. And then, nothing. Hui let out a long sigh. Suppressing the curiosity and worry in his heart, he turned around and looked ahead. In a dark, cold, and silent space, a vast galaxy, countless broken pieces of celestial bodies were casually thrown in front of them like broken pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Streaks of chaotic energy accompanied by the aura of origin suddenly streaked across thousands of miles in the form of galactic lightning. Then, they trembled and slowly dissipated. In the distance, broken pieces that looked like half a continent were sinking into a cold nebula, destroying the process of star creation that might have existed. This was the bottom of the realm of the gods, the space with a mystery index of 10,000 stars, a vast and real galaxy filled with endless starlight and countless fragments under the illumination of the stars. Although it was a vast galaxy, there was no life. Of course, there was only endless chaotic power of the natural order and the unknown energy that contained the aura of origin jumping around. It was too chaotic, too unstable, and did not have a stable environment to nurture life. As for why the space was like this, only God knows why. Seeing Hui turn around and walk forward, Jingyan also put away her worries and followed him. Looking at the starry sky, she said, "A destroyed starfield. No wonder it exudes such a destructive aura. Many things here are probably just the remnant shadows of a huge amount of energy and the power of laws. It doesn't seem to be just a galaxy." Hui looked into the distance and pointed to the front. "Look, that is definitely the remains of a human or a god." They craned their necks to look and saw what Hui was pointing at in the galaxy. In the cold and lingering gas, bolts of energy flashed, illuminating the things hidden in the dark and thick gas. Although it was just some hazy shadows, they could still recognize that there were some torn stars, large pieces of broken pieces, and the core left behind after the annihilation of a star which had long become cold and had lost its power. In addition to these, there was also what looked like the remains of the roof of a palace, and walls that were thousands of miles high like pillars and the like, as well as the remains of unknown buildings. It is indeed man-made." Jingyan scratched her head. She could tell at a glance that this thing was definitely not something that had evolved naturally. She did not know if it was something that originally existed in this cosmos, or if it was an unlucky thing that was sucked in when this cosmos was destroyed due to various reasons, such as the eruption of laws, the destruction of energy, space being torn apart, or the void collapsing. This space. Jing Yun touched a piece of the natural order of this space and held it in the palm of her hand. After looking at it for a while, she suddenly became silent. What did you see?" As soon as Hui saw that he seemed to have some signs, he immediately threw away the pile of broken things in his mind and jumped over from a piece of meteorite fragment. What does it have to do with the realm of the gods? Jingyan shook her head. That's hard to say. Xing LV, see if you can use the treasure map here. See if you can accurately find the location of the energy source. That I've just tried. Xing LV heard and sighed. She took out the treasure map and made a gesture to open it. But after a long time, the treasure map did not open. It can't be opened. Hui saw that and went over to touch the treasure map. He also tried to open it, but gave up after a while. There's no way. The natural order that was released is locked. In other words, we are now in a state of complete isolation. There's no way for the realm of the gods to see. But that's not right. Isn't this inside the realm of the gods? Jingyun's eyes flashed. What if the realm of the gods sealed itself? Although it can see that it has such a place, it's sealed itself. Either it doesn't want to see it, or it doesn't want anyone to know about it. But there's no way to stop a part of itself from coming in. Hui Jun took advantage of the loophole to come in. Something like that. Then isn't that a disaster? Hui, a sealed space of the realm of the gods. That sounded a little unbelievable. He had never heard of a world that chose to seal itself. I have a little guess, but first I have to find the energy source to verify it. Jingyan smiled and said to Hui, it might be able to help you, little brother, or even the realm of the gods. The premise is that my guess is correct. Chapter 16, 83. In the broken space zone, all that could be seen was the landscape of large pieces of debris. It was as if a few living planets that once had life and all kinds of decorations had been brutally torn into pieces by a force. In the process, all the decorations on the planets were thrown out and floated in space, becoming a pile of garbage that filled the space. Help to the realm of the gods. And Maple, when we heard this, he frowned suspiciously. Could it be something related to the origin, heavenly god? Some kind of creation? Jingyan laughed bitterly. What you're saying, isn't everything related to the realm of the gods indirectly related to the origin, heavenly god? At most, it's a matter of how much. All right, that's true. Hui tilted his head and scratched his head. Then what is it? Can it give birth to a few more primeval tiers in the realm of the gods? Or can it let Maple enter the primeval tier? According to the current rules of the realm of the gods, as long as divinity is used as a medium, it can create a primeval tier. It's just a matter of time. Jingyan said, then rubbed her chin and muttered. But it's just as you said. It's just that I can't predict the end of that little brother. In the end, this thing itself hasn't been verified to see if it's the same as what I've guessed. We have to go take a look first. About that, Xing Lu suddenly raised his hand and waved at the two. When he saw that they were looking at him, he pointed ahead. I just felt it. A small-scale release of energy, so small that it's like an illusion. It's not far from here. I was so focused on talking that I didn't feel it at all. He scratched his head, so hard that it was going bald. Let's go take a look. I feel that there's hope again, but to be honest, this hope of mine, it's always too idealistic. This time, let's not talk about anything else. If we can find a way to let Maple ascend, I'll see you quickly reminded him. Lord Hui, please don't say so much. TCH, I did it on purpose. My mouth is blessed, isn't it? It's good to use it on the proper path. Jingyan smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She had completely placed her hopes on the faintly discernible probability. It was not incomprehensible. The destination that Xing LV pointed to was not far away. It was still within the range of this space garbage pile. It was even separated by a few huge meteorites, 1 or 2 walls, and a small area floating along the piles of rubble that filled the space. They flipped over half of a building debris that was tens of thousands of miles high, and then passed over half of a star that was only half solid, and finally came to a nebula. Purple and orange light split the nebula into two distinct rings. They were cold and silent, with no signs of activity. They were just a remnant of the destroyed starry sky. Their own activities had been forcibly stopped by the destructive power of the rules, and they almost no longer responded to external influences. It's here. Hui and his team entered the nebula. The misty cold cloud filled their vision. When they waved their hands, they could feel the cold air passing through their arms. The disturbed cloud would slowly return to its original position after a while. As mentioned earlier, they were almost no longer responding to external influences. It's misty. I can't see anything. I don't see anything either. Jingyan looked around and scratched her head. I don't feel any active energy within the energy sensing range, but my intuition tells me that something is here. Some mysterious things lurking in the realm of the gods. Sometimes, even if you know it's here, right beside your feet, you can only blindly search for it when you are determined not to find it. Xing LV suddenly showed an aura of vicissitudes. His face was pale as he sighed. Hui and the others were stunned. What have you been through? Xing LV took a deep breath, covered half of his pale face, and smiled bitterly. He nagged as if he had been through it before. Ahaha! After all, you have found the creation of the rules of the realm of the gods, right? Ahaha! I'm used to it. Playing hide-and-seek with them, across thousands of miles. I'll never say that I'm used to it. Hui smiled bitterly. He had forgotten about this. Xing LV had been sent back to the realm of the gods by Maple a few 100 million years ago to collect the keys that had fallen in the realm of the gods. Looking at his weary and tearless face, well, he had probably been through a lot. It was better not to poke at his sore spot. The creation of the realm of the gods is quite active. After all, it's indirectly equivalent to the creation of the god of origin. Ahem, Jingyun said while holding back her laughter. Then she coughed and turned her attention. Hui Jun, you try to take it out. Am I bait? Hui smiled bitterly and walked a few steps into the depths of the nebula. His body slowly exuded golden energy, spreading out evenly from his body and smearing every inch of space in this nebula. The specific principle was that the aura of the realm of the gods was similar. That's what it meant. Although he was acting as bait, whether the other party would make a move or not was not something he could control. Jingyun gestured to Xing LV and the others, then circled around the huge shadow that existed in the nebula a few times, just like the huge rock fragments and building fragments floating in the starry sky. There were also these things in this nebula. He ran over to see if he could try his luck and directly bump into that thing, but the result was very realistic. He wandered around here in loneliness. He did not know if that thing had dissipated into energy and the power of rules, and was hidden in the starry sky, making it difficult for them to find it. How is it? Did you find it? After about a quarter of an hour, Jingyun floated back to Hui's side and looked at him. The latter was still staring at the nebula that was emitting a cold light with his big eyes. He had been staring at it for a long time, but there was no movement. When he heard Si Luo's words, he suddenly raised his right hand as if he was having a stroke, startling them all. Hui was still staring at the starry sky in front of him in a daze. All kinds of strange sounds came from his mouth. No one knew what he saw in the empty starry sky, or if he did not see anything. He just suddenly raised his right hand, and then there was no movement. What is he doing? Xing LV could not help but whisper to the others. See, you had an idea. Hold your breath and prepare to catch the prey. Do you think he is a feline? Jingyun's cheeks were slightly red. What catch? I think it's better not to disturb that thing. It might be better to lure it out naturally. Are you afraid that it will be frightened and run away, and then it will be difficult to catch it? That's right. After all, this is someone else's territory. If it really wants to hide and play hide and seek, we can't beat it. It's out. What's out? The sudden exclamation made the people who were still talking unable to come back to their senses. Xing LV also subconsciously replied. After a moment, they were all startled and quickly turned their heads. Hui Zheng, with an imposing manner, stretched out his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. That was really a majestic aura. The golden energy that was originally spreading at a uniform speed on his body was now condensing into a storm. Jingyun and the others hurriedly threw their gazes forward. In the vast starry sky, in the center of the nebula, there was suddenly a cluster of light that condensed into a thin shadow. The surrounding starry sky suddenly condensed with its appearance, and rays of light gathered towards it. It was as if the nebula had skipped millions of years of calculation and suddenly condensed into a sun. The light released very vividly affected the starry sky that had long turned into a legacy and a past tense. The permanently solidified state was peeled off a little. As it gathered, the orange, gold, and purple nebula began to spread little by little, gradually becoming thinner and about to dissipate in the starry sky. It's really it. Jingyun's eyes widened. She saw that the pure light condensed into a blue cluster of light. In the center of it, there was a little bit of light green, as if it was a core, like an eye that was simply looking at the starry sky, looking at them. It's finally out. Hui wiped his forehead that was soaked by the burly man and could not help but smile bitterly. This guy is very lazy. I just touched it with the guardian, but it did not respond at all. It was in a deep sleep. I tried to use my power to awaken it, but I didn't expect it to take so long. Xing LV stared curiously at the azure ball of light with a faint cyan core. Its eyeball-like core was swaying back and forth, as if it was scanning the starry sky. He hurriedly whispered, "It's about time for the secret to be revealed." What exactly is this? I seem to sense the aura of the realm of the gods from it. More than that. Feng Qinghuang suddenly opened her mouth. Her shining eyes stared at the cluster of light, and then looked at Hui. It's almost 90% similar to Master Hui's aura, and Little Star's aura. Siyu was stunned. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at Jing Yun in unison. At this moment, he was smiling with his hands behind his back. When he noticed their gazes, he coughed lightly and explained with a chuckle, "Just as I expected. This thing is closely related to the god realm itself. It is also related to the two of you. It is, this light. Wow." Jingyun was interrupted halfway through his words. He saw a flash of light and quickly retreated. Everyone also felt that something was rapidly approaching them. They also panicked and retreated a distance. The thing that made them hide was the blue cluster of light. It rushed towards them and scattered them. Looking at it from a close distance, it was only the size of a head. It was to be more specific, it actually had two cores. One was a transparent azure shell, and the other was a light cyan core. Next to it was another light blue core that was so light that it blended in with the azure surrounding it. The two small balls stuck together like cells that had just split. After it rushed over from a distance, it quickly circled around Hui and the others at high speed, one round after another. It seems to be very curious. It is because it saw that there is another thing in this place. Hui reached out and wanted to touch it, but the ball-like thing quickly slid past his arm and then flashed past. It was about to continue to rush towards the others, but its body suddenly stopped. He saw that its two core droplets, which seemed to be eyes, turned in a circle and focused on him, which made him stunned. Gulu, Geely Gulu, and suddenly it began to slowly circle around him. In the starry sky, with him as the center, it began to make strange noises. Huey was startled. It seemed to be probing, looking for something. Huey's gaze suddenly trembled. Are you looking for Maple? The ball, Gulu. One end of its shell suddenly bulged. It was he didn't know what it was. It seemed to want to express something. It just showed an action, and then continued to circle around him. Find something from a little star, and show it. See, you came over and reminded him. Oh, right. Hui clapped his hands and took out an energy crystal from his spatial array device. It was Maple's energy crystal. He spread it out in the palm of his hand. When he was about to raise his head to greet it, a blue light flashed in front of him. The energy crystal in the palm of his hand suddenly disappeared. He was stunned. Its reaction is too fast. They looked at the ball curiously. After it took away Yun Nuoshing's energy crystal, it held it in its mouth. It looked like it used a small part of its body to wrap it a little bit. It was like the action of a bird holding a branch. After that, it continued to circle around them slowly. Hui scratched his head. When he saw that it was not causing trouble, he continued. Probably because we were born in the realm of the gods, the aura on our bodies makes it feel close to us. It is also very curious. So what is it? Ahem. Jingyun coughed lightly. Hui wanted to hold back his laughter. The only reason he didn't do so was because he was still waiting for this guy who was trying to keep them in suspense to reveal the secret. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. Jingyun grinned. The others had been staring at him for a few hundred times. If he kept them in suspense, Hui Jun and Xing Lu would have to roll up their sleeves. He coughed again, but didn't reveal the secret immediately. Instead, he looked at Siyu. Actually, Feng Qinghuang has already told us the answer. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Huh? Hui and Xing Lu looked at each other. The two of them rolled up their sleeves and took out their weapons. Their aura surged. Hey, I really didn't keep you in suspense. Didn't I already tell you the answer? Jingyun quickly waved his hand to stop the two of them. He laughed dryly. I'm serious. Feng Qinghuang has already told us the answer. Think about it again. The impact of what I said is not as great as what you think it is. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Qinghuang, what did you just say? Hui and Xing Lu beat up the guy who was running away like a rat. He turned around and looked at Feng Qinghuang. Feng Qinghuang was in a daze. Maybe it was because she said it subconsciously, but she couldn't remember. She quickly looked at Siyu. The two girls looked at each other for a while. Siyu suddenly clapped her hands and shouted, "The consciousness of the realm of the gods? Correct. Ouch. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong." Jingyun was still covering her head and howling like a rat, but Hui and Xing Lu were already stunned. Their hand movements stiffly stopped at the last second of beating someone, and their faces were lifeless. Intent consciousness. Hui was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and said, "Xing Lu, beat him up. I've already revealed the secret. Why do you still want to hit me? Stop. This is not fair. There are two of you. I'll ask the little brother to help me. Ouch. Cough, cough. Let me explain in detail." After a while, the guy who was beaten up coughed and crawled back. He grinned at Hui and the others and said, "I did say that with the strength of the realm of the gods, the probability of this kind of law giving birth to a consciousness is very, very low. It's so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. But I did some calculations. Maybe, Maybe it's because of the chaos tide and various other effects. The strength of the realm of the gods has decreased. Right now, the environment of the realm of the gods is gradually becoming stable. It's not like our era. Because of the period when the world was created, all kinds of energy and factors were always at a high peak. So maybe we waved his hand and concluded, in short, because the strength of the realm of the gods and the void has decreased, the possibility of this world's consciousness condensing together with the realm core has increased, right? Jingyun nodded hesitantly. That's probably the case. The few of them raised their heads and looked at the azure ball. It was still spinning in circles with all its might, leaving behind afterimages. As for the energy crystal that was held in its mouth, Hui was stunned. Huh, where's Maple's energy crystal? Did you get rid of it? I think it was eaten by it. Jingyun's face twitched a few times. There shouldn't be any problems. The origin energy, it's still the same meaning. Plus, it's a consciousness condensed by the realm core. A newborn consciousness is very young. The chaos period has just ended not long ago. Many of the laws of the realm of the gods have just stabilized. Xinglu might have actually seen it born back then. Xinglu was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, "So lucky? You gave birth to her in just a few days?" It was just a few days ago that all the conditions were met. Then it smoothly took shape. The actual time it took, it might have taken more than a dozen eras. It might even have been accumulating conditions since our era. It was just that at that time. There was no other way but to delay it until today. Jingyun waved her hand and said. Everyone murmured and oh, and continued to look at the ball. Siyu's pretty face suddenly trembled. She said, "Little purple soul is also a ball. Do creatures of the realm of the gods like to be in the shape of a ball?" Jingyun smiled bitterly. "That's just its initial form. This body is not clear yet. It probably doesn't even know what thing it is when it just ended its chaos period. It's already pretty good that it can move its consciousness. If I have to say this is its current body, it's just a little different from our understanding. It'll take some time to slowly take shape. After all, it's still a child. Then what do we do now?" Hui waved his hand and asked everyone to return to the first topic. He said to Jingyun, "You said that this can... Don't tell me you're planning to give this consciousness to it. Although I don't know if your expression is wrong, I don't plan to do anything destructive." Jingyun said with a serious and sacred face, "This is a consciousness that was born after dozens of eras. It's too late to think of a way to protect it. Then what do you plan to do?" Jingyun rubbed her chin and pursed her lips for a while. Then she said, "Actually, you can think of it as the situation in our era. Although the conversation with the world core has become a different situation, and the current consciousness is obviously more young, I don't think it can understand what we're saying. Although it has some ideas, it doesn't know how to implement them." Jingyun was vexed as she thought about it for a while. Then she mentioned her general idea to everyone. Hui was the first to understand. He said, "Oh, you want to use it to adjust the current situation of the realm of the gods. Speaking of which, the realm of the gods can be adjusted? Like I said, after the chaos tide, many things in this world were affected. I've only been in the realm of the gods for a while, and I can feel its..." Jingyun paused, as if she didn't know how to describe it. She waved her hand and looked troubled. "See, you had a flash of inspiration. It's being restricted. That's probably it." Jingyun nodded. "You haven't experienced the chaos tide. That was a powerful impact on the conceptual layer of the order of the void. Things like the world core that are directly connected to the void are very sensitive. They are even more sensitive than us and can feel the abnormal changes in the void. Therefore, they are more vulnerable to the destruction of the void. I've been inspecting the worlds that we carry around, and the worlds with the world core have all been affected to varying degrees. Damaged, destructive damage. But I'm not completely sure if the world core of the realm of the gods was damaged, or if part of it was sealed by the powerful destructive law. If it's just that part of the restriction, it'll only take a little effort to open the seal. It's not as troublesome as you think. After all, so many years have passed since the chaos tide. Even if there are afterwaves, they would have evaporated long ago. The prerequisite is that it knows what to do. That's easy. We just have to check it out. He waved his hand and left. Jingyan quickly pulled him back and smiled bitterly. Let's deal with this little guy first. Do you want to stumble in here again? He scratched his head. At this point, the ball was already tired from spinning around. Feng Qinghuang carefully poked it, but it only made the surface of its cocoon. It seemed to be exhausted. Are we going to bring it out like this? Isn't this its cradle? Cradle. The entire realm of the gods is its cradle. It's not limited to this place, but this place might be safer and more stable, so it chose to descend here. Jingyan nodded and went forward to test it. It's just born. Wrap it up in a more concentrated space of laws and bring it out. To it, the realm of the gods is where it resides. It will only take a moment to return to the conceptual layer of laws. Hui nodded and began to prepare. When he turned around, he saw, see you holding the ball on her head. The human and the ball were staring at each other. The rest is up to you, little brother. Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Hui messing around with the ball. She couldn't help but shake her head. This was really an eye-opener. The consciousness of the realm of the gods was something that they had never thought of. Perhaps even the origin heavenly god and the others had never thought of this. Being born with the most powerful laws and structures in the world was also the most powerful shackle on this body. It was the body's fortune, and also the most ruthless restriction. To be able to break through the heavy shackles and allow the consciousness to gradually condense and finally appear here, it wasn't as simple as what he had said. It was just that they could only use simple words to describe it. Chapter 1684. The beginning of the De Yuan realm was the foundation of the birth of all the monogatari symbols. It was a framework, a cradle for all life forms. Without this premise, there would be no way to talk about the things in this world. When exactly did it happen? Perhaps the life forms in this world rarely paid attention to these things. Whether it was ordinary life forms or high-level life forms, it was too far away. Even for the life forms that were immersed in exploration all year round, it was still too far away to reach. However, there were always some existences in this world who knew about the most mysterious event that turned 0 into 1. Was that something that happened 51 years ago, the first year of the De Yuan realm's history, the beginning of the De Yuan realm's history. But was that really the case? That was nothing more than a record left behind by a predecessor. It was about the time when time took shape and could be recognized and recorded. The truth here was nothing more than a continuation of a story that was completely covered up and written before time. Wasn't that right? The endless clamor in his ears had faded away at some point in time. What replaced it was silence. The silence turned into an eternal silence. He could not hear the sound of the wind, nor could he hear the sounds of things moving. He quietly opened his eyes and saw a dim starry sky that flickered with purple light, as if it was covered by a purple nebula. Countless stars hung high in the depths of the galaxy, and there were also endless stars twinkling. Yin Nuashing subconsciously got up. His body was stained with some yellow soil, as if he was lying in a desert. Chaos and the origin. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He stared at the endless starry sky, and his emotions were extremely complicated. That was another part of history that was far, far away. It was a story that belonged to another time and space that had been covered up by time and completely sealed away by them. It did not need to be known by the new life forms in this world. It was another part of the so-called truth that he had heard when he came into contact with the light of origin of chaos. He rubbed his forehead and threw these thoughts to the back of his head. He looked around and frowned slightly. He did not know where he was at the moment. Was he in the space that was created by light, or was he in another space that stored the light of origin? Anyway, let's just walk ahead for now. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing stepped forward slowly. He seemed to have landed in a desert. It was dark all around, and there was no moonlight. The only light source seemed to be the dark and misty purple nebula in the sky, which slightly illuminated the desert. There was the shadow of a sand dune 100 meters away. Other than that, the place was very barren, and there was nothing else. It was a star deep in the nebula. As for the predecessor of this nebula, judging from the scene in front of them, there might have been a huge sun here, but it had exploded many years ago. This space was, of course, constructed. He was referring to the huge starry sky, including the nebula he was in. He was not sure if it was left behind by that ray of light. Being in a foreign land, he was in a confused state where he did not know where he should go. Other than moving forward, there was nothing else he could do. What? You don't really think that I'm going to walk forward aimlessly, do you? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and stopped. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and took out the Netherwind sword and hundreds of millions of magic circles. With a boom, he pointed it at the endless starry sky. A surge of energy roared. I'm in a hurry. If you don't give me a quick answer, I'll— Hey, calm down, calm down. As soon as the energy went berserk, a voice quickly sounded. Yun Nuoshing turned around and let the Netherwind sword swing in a circle. He did not see anything. After a while, a cloud of white mist appeared in the space in front of him and condensed into a figure. It was a white human figure with no face and only the outline. It was a slightly strong young man. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so impulsive, kid? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes hard. Why did you make so many weird things? Can't there be more simple trust between people, and less of these? He pointed at the space around them. Fancy things. The strong young man was stunned and scratched his head. What? You found out? Yun Nuoshing kept a straight face and a serious face. Then he muttered in his heart, What did I find out? Forget it, you impatient little fellow. The young man sighed, helplessly. This is the space used to store the first light. From what you know, it seems to be called the primal chaos light of origin. However, there is no need to change the name, so we did not bother. Oh. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a straight face. Then where is the light? The young man took 2 steps forward. Yun Nuoshing felt the former's gaze on him and said softly, You are. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. In your body, now that you have assimilated with it, the primal chaos has fused with the first light as you wished and is going through the last stage of evolution. However, the current form does not seem to be stable. You have to stay in this space for a while. This space will suppress the activity of the light. Although it seems to have been dormant for countless years, there are still some changes within it that you cannot detect. Before the assimilation is over, don't do anything rash. If you leave this place rashly, the light will explode in your soul. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was scared to death. He thought that the last sentence would be something like, Well, actually, you are the light. You have just returned. It would have scared him to death. All right. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and put away the magic circle and the netherworld ruins sword. Then I will just wait quietly for a while. The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that. Yun Nuashing stared at him and suddenly said, "Where is she?" "She is in a daze in that space." Yun Nuashing continued, "Why are you guys appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? What is going on in that space?" "About that, it is actually related to you." The young man crossed his arms and said with a slightly solemn voice, "The space we are in now is a broken world created by the sea of consciousness that you carry with you and many fragments related to us. We will manifest from time to time because you have come into contact with fragments related to us again. Whether it is energy or law fragments, they all have the same effect." Yun Nuashing was stunned. "The sea of consciousness is in me, don't you know?" The young man was also stunned. "It is equivalent to the thoughts and thoughts of billions of living beings. The sea of consciousness. You have not been assimilated by it, so I thought you would know." Yun Nuashing shook his head hard. He did not know about this thing at all. He knew about the sea of consciousness in his body during the 139th era, but he did not encounter anything strange at that time. Therefore, he must have encountered it in the past and did not know when exactly. He did not expect to encounter these strange things at this time. The sins of the world, the sea of consciousness, had appeared in his body at this moment. He really did not know how to describe it. Seeing that he was also in a daze, the young man scratched his head. What a strange fellow. However, its state is very stable now. It is one with you. Moreover, you are in a state of absolute suppression, so you don't have to worry about being dissolved by the sea of consciousness. "Oh," Yun Nuashing responded vaguely, and looked up at the young man, where his eyes should be. "What is the chaos era?" The young man slowly put down his crossed arms. The atmosphere became solemn as he did, little by little. "You know, it is in the first light. It is impossible not to know." Yun Nuashing sighed. "To be honest, I did not expect that the light would seal such a complicated and troublesome thing, although I have not fully understood it." The young man heard him and turned to look at the starry sky. He said in a deep voice, "Based on what you know, how much do you know now?" "Perhaps I have only just learned a little. That is a story of another time. Yes, you only need to listen to it as a story. It will not affect the current era, nor will it affect the void at this time. Therefore, this matter does not need to be known by anyone. It only needs to be completely buried by time." The young man replied, "Perhaps for the life of order at this moment, the beginning of everything is when the Yuan realm began to calculate the years. From what you know, it is 51 eras ago." The young man turned around and stared into Yun Nuashing's eyes. "The chaos era is the era that we experienced before that. It was an era that was deep in chaos for a long time. The Yuan realm was in absolute chaos. That was the initial state of chaos, the moment when the Yuan realm was truly created. Chaos occupied the entire space when the world was created. Order? No, at that time, there was no domain that could be called order. There was only a small place, curled up in a corner of the chaotic world, nurturing a part of life. We descended from that small place. What happened after that? You only need to understand it briefly. It is just like what you know. Chaos and order were in an endless war. However, for us at that time, chaos was the normal state of the world, and order, we were the anomalies born in the void of the Yuan realm. In fact, there are two forms of the void, which is the current order and chaos. Chaos is the beginning and also the origin. Have you thought of something? Yun Nuashing was stunned. The origin of chaos. That is actually the initial state of order in the Yuan realm. However, it was a part that was cut off. because it was a part that was separated from the group, it could show signs of evolving towards order. The young man nodded. The words that seemed to have a deeper meaning made Yun Nuoxing frown. Separated from the group, because the composition of chaos and order was too high, so the void was unable to give birth to order. The origin of chaos that was reduced in composition changed from the chaos and order in the beginning to the appearance of the origin of chaos that you know now. Its chaos and order weakened, and half of it became blank. The chaos and order that was automatically diluted started to evolve in the direction of order. The young man sighed. That is the beginning of the era that you know now. That's right, this is the beginning of everything. It allowed us to know that order can exist in the void. Then he shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. You just need to know what happened after that. While we were reducing the composition of chaos, we allowed order to form a sufficient space. We slowly expanded it from the smallest independent state of chaos to the size of a planet, the size of a star system, and the size of a star system. After that, it took an unknown number of years before we finally had a territory of our own world. The power of order began to evolve, and living beings other than us began to appear, order beings. After that, it was the war between order and chaos that you're familiar with. After that, it was a cycle of events. Order fought against chaos. Chaos dealt a heavy blow to order. Order retreated. Order fought back. Order fought back. Order retreated. Order continued to charge. The entire chaos era lasted for a total of 326 eras. Puffed. Yun Nuoxing could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. She looked at him blankly. How long did you say? 326 epochs, exactly. The young man tilted his head and looked at her. He pondered for a moment. If you want to know the exact number of years after that, I really can't remember. It's too long ago. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. That was a long time, really long time. The De Yuan realm that they knew was only 51 epochs. They did not expect there to be a total of 326 epochs before the De Yuan realm's history. The current history was only a little more than a fraction of the history of the Chaos era. Even if they counted to 139 epochs, it was not even half of the history of the De Yuan realm's entire Chaos era. I did not expect the history of the De Yuan realm to be so long. He felt that his face was already cramping when he said that. By the way, the 326 epochs that you mentioned, did they start counting from the time you all appeared, or from the moment the De Yuan realm truly began, which is also the moment we appeared, order and chaos had existed in the void at the same time from the very beginning? It's just that one is only a territory the size of a speck of dust, while the other sits on the endless void. Yun Nuoxing, there's nothing much to say about the existence of the Chaos era. The young man shook his head. There's no need for everyone to know about it. If you hadn't exceeded all of our expectations and jumped into that light, we wouldn't have planned to tell you about it. Why? Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened as soon as he said that subconsciously. If everyone knew that the De Yuan realm's creation was actually the form of order, which was the supreme form of chaos. I know. I'm stupid. Yun Nuoxing covered his face and smiled bitterly. If this truth were to spread, it would attract a bunch of lunatics who would commit suicide and join the Chaos era. Speaking of this, he remembered something. He lowered his head and pinched his hair as he murmured, "So, those chaos concept bodies always say that chaos is supreme. Actually, it's because," the young man scratched his head, "we've taken over their territory. Of course, they'll have resentment and want to take it back." Yun Nuoxing slapped his own face. "All right, this is the truth of the De Yuan realm's creation. This is the real truth. However, things have already developed to this extent. The void has basically become what it is now. order and chaos coexist, it's very difficult for them to return the void to chaos. So, this is also the truth of the chaos void, surrounding the order void. Well, it's more or less the same. Although both voids tend to be infinite, that's the case when the rules of order are limited and modified. Although the chaos void seems to be surrounding the order void. The young man nodded. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's constantly pondering appearance, he suddenly said, "You seem to have a lot of questions." Yun Nuoxing nodded. He pulled his hair as he pondered. His eyes flickered as he glanced at the young man. The pseudo-birth of the world that we know about 51 years ago was actually a void reboot. Yes, because the big picture had been decided. To solidify the existing order into a rule concept of the void, a large-scale reboot was needed. Yun Nuoxing continued to ponder. Big picture. Don't tell me you're referring to the fact that order was almost finished at that time? Yes, the chaos concept body took the lead. In a situation where an encounter turned into a decisive battle. Seeing that things were on the verge of going out of control, he had no choice but to plan ahead. What happened during the chaos era? Other than you and the chaos concept body, no other life at that time survived. Therefore, you felt that there was no need for any life of the new era to know about that vast period of time, so you erased it, more or less. After the void reboot, it was mostly burned. It was just a little bit of work to make it cleaner. There's another reason. After the void reboot, the grand primordial realm had completely changed. It was completely different from the chaos era before. That is the new grand primordial realm, a grand primordial realm that we have to re-recognize. So, the new era, which is the 51st era that we have recorded until now, the void of order that it is sitting on was originally the territory of order that was solidified in the void concept with you all as the core and all the life of order maintaining it. However, with your fall 11 years ago, a huge problem had arisen in this territory of order. The young man scratched his head. A problem with the world of order. Sigh. It's within our imagination, but this time we have no other choice. Yun Nuoxing wanted to stomp her feet. When she heard that, those bastards are ready to fight back. I've already seen 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies. There's no need to worry. The young man suddenly laughed. What you see is not the real body. They won't be able to recover so easily. The world of order still has a long time. It's enough time for you all and everyone to be prepared. Yun Nuoxing's face turned purple when she heard that. The underworld was having internal strife. Those bastards were almost on the side of the chaos concept body. Moreover, the void principle was getting weaker and weaker in the future. How would they have the time to prepare? However, she really could not say for sure. She really could not say it. And even if she said it, it would not be of any use. She did not know what kind of expression she should show at this moment. Many of her guesses and ideas in the past had been overturned, and they were overturned ridiculously. After all, what she thought was not the truth. The truth that was revealed was like a stick that knocked her down. They really had an inseparable relationship with the void of order. There's always hope. The young man smiled and patted her on the shoulder. As long as the world of order still exists, there's always hope. Yun Nuoxing put down her distressed hands that were pulling her hair. She looked up at him and took a deep breath. Then I'll ask one last question. Go ahead. You guys blew up the Deyuan realm into 8 pieces, right? Yes, deliberately arranged. If not, the concept of chaos would not be enough to form the order. The young man nodded. This is a crucial step. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. All right. I have no more questions. I'm just a little disillusioned. Can I go now? It's time to save the world. He shrugged. You can go now. Just 6 minutes ago, I saw that your form had stabilized, but you have to go out to see the changes in yourself. Only your soul and consciousness are in this space. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Then we'll meet again. I'm leaving. See you later. Waving his hand to send off Yun Nuashing, the young man continued to stare at the starry sky with his arms crossed. His eyes flickered. After the fusion of the primal chaos and that light, it's really quite exciting. The young man muttered to the desert, but his form is obviously unstable. If you want to help, you can just come out yourself. Why did you have to make me come out and show my face to divert his attention? The light gathered and condensed into a figure beside him. She also appeared in the starry sky. Looking at the place where Yun Nuashing disappeared, she said faintly, I don't know what to say. He seems to be the same, so it's inconvenient. That's why I asked you to do it. The young man was stunned. He sighed and scratched his head. But is he something at the beginning of the Yuan realm? You really can't tell? She shook her head. Theoretically speaking, at the beginning of the Yuan realm, there was only us and them. There was no third party. They only appeared after that, slightly later than us. That's strange. The young man scratched his head. This child doesn't look like a normal person. It's his characteristics. There's no need to be surprised. She turned around and was about to disappear. The young man saw this and quickly called out to her. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. What should we do with this space? That light is gone. Should we keep it or? It doesn't matter. It's gone. We can just keep it. There shouldn't be any possibility of it being opened again. You can also leave something here. It might affect the future. There's nothing to leave. Forget it. I'll just leave it here. I'm too lazy to destroy it. Chapter 16, 85. Floating up and down with the flow of the water, his consciousness was returning from the bottomless abyss. When he dived down, he was filled with determination and determination. When he came back, his emotions were as messy as the ocean in a storm. The pitiful leaf floating on the surface of the sea was whipped back and forth by the waves countless times, but there was no way for it to escape. As he quietly opened his eyes, the sound of the waves and bubbles reverberating in his mind all faded away, and the world returned to tranquility. Birds flew across the sky, and a few birds that looked like sparrows flew around him. They even used his long hair to weave half a vague bird's nest. He didn't know how long he had been lying here as a scarecrow before he could become a bird's nest. He waved his hand to chase away all the birds that were playing around on his head. They only flapped their wings and circled around him before landing on his shoulder to look around. However, when he stood up, they dispersed in a hubbub. The observer space that was left behind when he entered had disappeared, and the teleportation gate that was cast by the origin rune had also returned to the conceptual layer of the rules. That space, it was probably useless there. It was just a space that stored a deadly thing. As that thing disappeared, it would probably cease to exist as well. The aura of the primal chaos has disappeared. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. It had evolved from a cornerstone to the end. It had completely shed its previous form and fused with the soul, becoming a part of the body. It was difficult to find any trace of independence. As for the primal chaos origin light, that thing had passed through his body once and then fused with the primal chaos to become. He didn't know what it had become, but it had melted into his soul. As for his current state, it was hard to say. He felt that everything was strange. His appearance didn't change much. He didn't become strange. His life form was still an energy life form. As for what kind of energy, the energy here was, this part of him had become strange. If he wanted to pursue it, he could probably pluck it out from the void and form his own category. That's not right. He's a master of his own. It's better not to look into these details. His long, colorful hair was still glowing faintly. There was no change to his appearance, height, and arm length. These things should not have changed anyway. After a hard check, he finally found something different. His eyes were now golden, and there were no other changes. There were no strange things growing on his body, and there were no markings on his face. After all, they were part of his body, and there would not be any strange extra products. Unlike the origin energy and the origin law, those things had innumerable tattoos on his body that had yet to be cleaned up. As for the more specific changes, he would only know after a fight. Phone. The sound from afar made Yun Nuoxing slowly open her eyes. A substantial light flashed in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing turned her head, but she didn't see anyone. Her voice suddenly turned into a cry of horror. What the F***, CK? I didn't do anything this time. Don't be so agitated. Let's talk nicely. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. When she found Feng Luo, she saw a guardian descending from the sky with a golden light. Feng Luo was holding a guardian shield that was the size of a city gate and facing her as if he was facing a great enemy. Feng Luo hid behind and shouted blindly, "Let's talk nicely. Don't hit my face." Yun Nuoxing, ? Hui Jun, calm down. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and then landed. She leaned in front of Yun Nuoxing and looked at him. She frowned suspiciously. Are you Feng Luo? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head. What's strange about him? Hui Jun didn't feel anything and heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the big shield and walked over. He stared at Feng Luo from head to toe and reached out to poke his arm. Everything is strange. If it wasn't for the fact that your soul is still the same and your appearance is still the same, I would have thought that you were a different person. Also, your body is full of energy. I thought that you were going to hit me. I didn't provoke you. The structure and rules have all changed. Jingyun pressed on Yun Nuoxing's body a few times and nodded. Body shape, laws, and order have all been changed, including all the energy imprints. If it was someone unfamiliar, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. As for the aura, it's always in a state of resonance with laws and order. No wonder Hui Jun said that you were angry and wanted to beat him up. Just one look at this posture, and I feel that something is wrong. It's a bit like your order, rules, and energy form, and it's definitely not much different from that time. Hui Jun grinned hard. He hadn't brought the origin energy yet. He didn't know what would happen if he brought the origin energy along with it. Forget it. He couldn't imagine what would happen, but it could still hang him in the void and beat him up. Is it? Yun Nuoxing continued to tilt her head and blink. I don't feel anything, although I feel that my body is a little strange. But maybe my body itself has become strange, so I can't determine what's wrong with me. I'll self-examine when the time comes. Let's not talk about this. Are you guys done? I feel that you guys have brought something strange over. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and looked to the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that she was looking at them and quickly came forward. Feng Qinghuang carefully placed the thing in her arms in front of her. It was tired from playing and fell asleep halfway. Yun Nuoxing stared at the blue light and couldn't help but be startled. A young consciousness, the consciousness of the realm of the gods. Hui Jun, who was about to speak with a smug face, was stunned. No, can't you pretend that you don't know and let me explain? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head, awkwardly. Based on the vision of the observer, I can basically tell at a glance, and he had already seen it once. It seems that this little brother's knowledge is complementary to Hui Jun's. What he knows, you don't know. What you don't know, he might know. But this kind of half and half split, what's going on? TSK, it feels weird. Tisk, let's not talk about this. Hui Jun grinned and pointed at the ball in Feng's hand. The owner is tired from playing and is sleeping. Even if we want to know, we won't be able to find out. By the way, Feng, let me tell you something that you definitely don't know. Yun Nuoxing put the ball in Feng Qinghuang's hand and threw a glance at him. Go ahead. The matter related to the heart of the world and the two priesthoods was not complicated, but it made Yun Nuoxing stare blankly for a while. Seeing his stunned expression, we finally got what he wanted and laughed sinisterly. See, I know you definitely don't know about this. You can't know everything, right? Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. How can I really know everything? Do you think I'm like the god of origin and the others? When I say, I know everything, I'm just bragging. Don't take it seriously. The two divine positions are based on the heart of the world of the gods. I'm just at the stage of drafting a guess. I haven't looked into it for a long time because I felt that I couldn't deduce anything further. I didn't expect it to be true. Yun Nuoxing whispered as he twirled a strand of hair. When he was done, he looked up at them and said, Speaking of which, I also know something else. Hui Jun and the others subconsciously turned their heads. Feng Qinghuang and see you were already used to this kind of storytelling tone. They quickly put on a respectful expression and said, Yes, yes, go ahead. We're ready. Have you heard of the Chaos Era? Everyone was stunned. This time, even Jingyun was no exception. But this little bit of content, well, it might be shocking, but it's too far away after all. It won't affect you much. Just treat it as a story. The main thing is that I'm overwhelmed with emotions right now. I can't calm down if I don't find someone to talk to. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he smiled bitterly. His brain was about to explode from holding back such a secret. He immediately picked the main points and told Yun Nuoxing about the history of the realm of the gods that the origin heavenly god had told him. But after all, he had only heard it from someone else and then repeated it. He definitely didn't know what happened in the middle very well, and there was no way for him to make any changes. Therefore, he could only repeat it exactly as he heard it. Even if he wanted to save time by talking through the soul transmission, it still took him a few minutes to finish talking about the things that made his scalp tingle. He hurriedly wiped his sweat and said, That's what the heavenly origin god told me. Hui Jun immediately put on a completely shocked expression. What the hell? There's such a thing? The history of the god realm needs to be updated. If we add 326 eras before, doesn't that make it 377 eras now? Jing Yun's eyes widened, but she recovered after a few seconds. After all, she was a person who had seen the god of origin in that era. Her nerves were so thick that she was used to being shocked by something to the point of numbness. Like many others, she was also shocked by the things related to the god of origin. So, she was the first to adapt. But the impact was indeed huge. There's no need to update the history of this history. Jing Yun shook her head and said while stroking her chin, Since the god of origin said that it's a history that should be forgotten and not recorded, then there's no need to record it. The records that happened before should only exist with the god of origin. And the others, oh, it's still with my little brother. And us. Only we know about it. There's no need to tell anyone about it. Hui Jun recovered from his shock and said, That's true. These things... No, we haven't even sorted out the mess that belongs to our era. How would we have the time to care about the history of the past, the Chaos Era, and whatnot? Anyway, we don't have access to those things. In short, the story is a good story, but it's not a story that belongs to us. That's the story of the god of origin and the others. It's another epic war that happened in the midst of a storm. It has little to do with us, and there's no way for us to learn anything from it. Siyu held her head and shook her head. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. My view of the world has been updated too much today. I can't quite get over it. Feng Qing Huang and Xing Elvi nodded in agreement. Agreed. Today was a disaster. When the three of them gathered together to refresh the information, it was like they were talking nonsense. No matter what, they couldn't understand. Although it hadn't been long, the two groups of people had gone to two different places and came into contact with things that they wouldn't have come into contact with on a normal day. After exchanging information, they each sighed, sorted out their thoughts, and then it's time to return to the right path. Hui coughed dryly and looked at Jing Yun. Jing Yun said that she wants to use the consciousness of the realm of gods to adjust the state of the world core. The tide of chaos might have affected the world core of gods. If we can adjust it and strengthen the strength of the laws, the time for the next Yuansher to be born should be much shorter. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms. You want to go to the space of consciousness? Hui Gang opened his mouth and was stunned. What? Where is that? The space of consciousness, the place where the world core of gods is placed. It's hidden deep in the conceptual layer of the laws. It's a special space that can only be accessed through the observer dimension. Well, although the name sounds like it's a place where the consciousness should be, it's not. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky. I've been there a few times. It's a routine check. The realm of gods has been through so many large-scale battles that it's necessary to check it out. However, the world core hasn't responded. I don't know if something has happened to it or not, and I don't know how it will be affected by the tide of chaos. Then let's go. We'll take a look and check it out. Yun Nuoxing stomped her foot. A circle of darkness suddenly spread out from the ground and enveloped all of them. They disappeared in an instant. The dark observer dimension. They were just passing by. Siyu couldn't help but say when she saw the dark place. It's just like when we passed through Lord Huey's dimension. I don't remember it being like this when we came to the observer dimension. You were going to my dimension that time. This time, we're just passing by. The darkness outside is the conceptual layer of the laws. It's normal for it to be dark. Ah, I still remember that. Siyu smiled and went over to hold Yun Nuoxing's arm. It's only the first day, and you're bringing me to the conceptual layer of the laws. I'm so scared that I'm not in good spirits the whole day. Not in good spirits. Yun Nuoxing silently looked at this girl who was almost as energetic as Hui. He rolled his eyes at the sky. He had never seen this girl in a bad mood before. The laws of the God world, the degree of weakening. There are traces of the influence of the chaos tide. It has been confirmed that the conceptual layer of the laws is affected by the chaos tide. Now, all that's left is to confirm the heart of the world. Jingyun stared at the space outside. Silver light flashed in her eyes as she spied on the conceptual layer of the laws of the God world. Hui Jun, your passage can't be seen so clearly. Hui, do you have to say it out loud? Jingyun grimaced. The difference between your two functions is too big. Hui was angry. This thing wasn't something he could choose. It was something the heart of the world casually put on him. However, thinking about it carefully, if he took on Maple's observer role, TSK, forget it. If he needed to use his brain, he'd leave it to Maple. He couldn't play with it. This was his nature. It had nothing to do with the two godhoods. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He looked around in confusion. He stared at Huey's bright face and frowned. Why do I feel like? The space of consciousness was hidden in the depths of the conceptual layer of the laws of the God world. Compared to the human body, it was actually the heart of the God world. Well, it was also possible to call it the soul. This place was sealed by the power of countless laws and order. Even if an enemy broke into the conceptual layer of the laws and took down the God world, there was no way they could enter the space of consciousness. Even in the God world, there were only two people who could enter. That's right, we could also enter, but that guy didn't use his brain every day. If the two godhoods originate from the heart of the world, many things can be explained clearly. For example, the two of us can move around in many places in the conceptual layer of the laws that normal people can't touch. For example, the observer space and the guardian space that existed long ago, and the way to enter the space of consciousness. I should have thought of it. God knows why I didn't insist on deducing it and just ignored it. Yun Nuashing paused and looked around. With a wave of her hand, she inscribed an energy rune in the space before her. After a few flashes of energy, the rune split into 12 parts and floated in 12 corners. Then, countless energy lines suddenly weaved between the 12 parts, weaving them into another huge rune. After the rune was formed, the conceptual layer of the laws shook a few times. A few energy ripples spread, and finally turned into a stable door. The door in the conceptual layer of the laws was made of bronze. It was cold as if it had been frozen in the southern ice realm for millions of years and was still emanating cold air. With a heavy sound, the door was pushed open. A dark and deep corridor appeared inside. The material of the corridor seemed to be made of bronze. Cold air filled the air, and the darkness was so deep that it made people uncomfortable. Is the space of consciousness so dark? Hui stared at the darkness before him and glared at Yun Nuashing. You didn't open the wrong door, did you? No, I didn't. Yun Nuashing sighed. The appearance of the space of consciousness is not fixed. Whether it's the door or the corridor, it may be made of bronze now. Next time, it may be made of wood or other metals. It may even be made of ice or solidified water. But no matter what it is made of, this corridor is dark. The consciousness that has entered a deep slumber is probably what it means on the surface. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. I have been hesitating here for an hour. It's too dark. Hui was speechless. He forgot that Maple was actually a little afraid of the dark. He did not know how he had mustered up the courage to walk in. Could it be that he had activated his explosive aura and charged in this presence? Well, friends, I've got the information I want. Jing-Yun Nuashing took 2 deep breaths at the corridor between the space of consciousness and spread her hands exaggeratedly. She smiled bitterly. I'm now completely sure that the remnants of the tide of chaos are reverberating in the space of consciousness, and the presence is not weak. From the looks of it, even the heart of the world would not be able to avoid it. Sigh, I knew it. The void is always making me worry. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She waved her hand and held up a colorful energy barrier around her. Stay close. The energy between the space of consciousness is very sensitive. Usually, no one is allowed to set foot in it. Don't leave the range of the barrier. Feng Qinghuang heard her and also moved to Yun Nuashing's side. She and Siyu squeezed to the left and right of Yun Nuashing. Huey's eyes were glowing. He could not help but say, I've already said that. Ignoring the mutterings of a certain guardian, he propped up an identification barrier with a large amount of energy and led the others through the door in front of him into another domain. The door closed with a click, and the moment the bronze door closed, everyone immediately felt an unusual presence. The presence of the order of chaos. Huey's expression suddenly became serious. Maple, are you sure the space of consciousness is like this? Of course. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. That's impossible. When was the last time I was here? Millions of years? No, we have been fighting in the void for hundreds of millions of years. If we count those hundreds of millions of years, and if we count the time when I was sleepy and forgot to come here, I haven't been here for about 2 billion years. Everyone was speechless. She was so sleepy that she forgot to check on the heart of the world. She did not even know the presence of the Order of Chaos was here. These two priesthoods were more reliable than the other, because nothing has happened all this time. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. She could only laugh dryly now. I have checked for several eras. Every time I came here to patrol, I would put a "everything is normal" stamp on it. I would sign in, check in, and do nothing else. So why did something happen in the last 2 billion years? Jingyan said with a fake smile. The realm of gods is really lucky to be alive. It's fine. It's tougher than us. Hui waved his hand nonchalantly as he raised his own barrier and strode forward. Even when the sky collapsed and flattened the void, the divine realm is still intact. I don't believe that this weak presence of chaos without any follow-up support can do anything. It can't even be considered as a form of energy. Now die! Hui roared, and a sacred energy storm suddenly erupted from his body, turning into a powerful golden light that dispelled the darkness. The presence that made everyone feel as if the world had been turned upside down instantly dissipated. Yun Nuoxing was not too worried. After all, it was 139 eras. Asterisk cough cough asterisk, however, she still had to deal with it now. I'm not worried about the realm of gods. I just want to know where this presence of chaos came from. He then looked at Jing Yun. Will the places affected by the tide of chaos leave some kind of energy mark that will turn into energy in the future? Jing Yun followed closely behind the barrier. She scratched her chin and said, well, it's hard to say. At least from what we've seen so far, it's not. But I don't know if there will be a change when they affect a certain part of the void. Chaos energy, after all, is the most prone to other strange phenomena when it collides with order. Yun Nuoxing frowned and turned to look ahead. The deep and dark bronze corridor was spacious and impossible to explore. Huey's sacred storm could not dispel the darkness here. He kept staring at the depths, although he had walked through this corridor countless times. This time, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity that could not be erased. The presence of chaos that permeated this place gave him a bad feeling. Hui, who was clearing the way with Lu Zhongyu, suddenly stopped and turned to Maple and the others with a smile. Maple, I think there might be. Everyone turned pale with fright. Shut up. Yun Nuoxing was one step ahead of the others. She slapped Hui on the ground. You piece of shit. Open the way and shut up. Are you trying to set off fireworks in the realm of the gods? Hui laughed dryly and shrunk his neck. I actually wanted to say that it might not be that bad inside. Yun Nuoxing, well, I didn't hold him down. Fortunately, he didn't say anything too serious this time. Maybe there's something wrong with the heart of the world. It's just that the presence of chaos has spread here. It's not a big problem. Hui laughed. Jing Yun slapped her forehead and looked like she had nothing left to live for. It's over. Bro, get ready to save us. Xing LV also sighed with a pale face. As everyone knew, the two divine roles in the realm of the gods were the number one ass in the void and the number one prophet in the void. When the two of them walked together, the effect would be infinite. One fanned the flames while the other fanned the flames. Even if nothing happened, something would happen. Now that he said it out loud, then this Xing LV thought for a moment and put his hands together. I hope the realm of the gods is fine. Chapter 1686. The bronze corridor was filled with a thin layer of cold air. The coldness and darkness made the atmosphere a little oppressive. The corridor had its own light that came from nowhere. Not only did it not dispel the oppressive atmosphere, it made Siyu feel extremely uncomfortable, as if even the pure light was tainted with some kind of evil thoughts of the chaos. That unusual strange feeling made her subconsciously hold Little Star's hand tightly. In a trance, she recalled the time when she saw him and was brought to the concept layer of the rules. It seemed to be the same feeling. Strange, helpless. The shadow that wrapped around her eyes and heart made her inexplicably feel like she was falling from the sky. She had to hold the hand of the person beside her to dispel the uneasiness in her heart. "Don't worry, we are here." The soft voice in her ear made her look up. She met a pair of pale golden eyes with substantial light. The calmness in the eyes made her feel less nervous and uneasy. She nodded gently, reaching out and patting Siyu's head. Yun Nuoshing looked straight ahead. Hui was still leading the way, but this time he was not as arrogant as when he first entered the door. He was releasing the holy energy storm without any scruples. He was carefully and steadily releasing the holy energy like ripples quietly across the space, dispelling the breath of the chaos that was tainted with the breath of the chaos tide. The breath of the chaos is getting stronger. It seems that we are really close to the core. I was worried that we might take a wrong turn, Jingyan whispered. Yin Nuoshing tilted his head. The corridor that led to the concept layer had changed. The corridor now was not the way he knew it. It was long, curved, and there were unusual distortions in his sight. The corridor that was supposed to be a straight path to kill had turned into a corner without forking. Occasionally, energy runes tainted with the breath of the chaos would appear on the corridor that was 100 feet high and 100 feet wide. Those were the ordinary energy runes that belonged to the concept layer of the rules of the divine realm that were tainted by the breath of the chaos. There was no end to it. He could only tell that they were indeed moving forward based on his past experience, the changes in the rules, and some marks. He reached out and touched the bronze wall. There was a physical touch. The energy was still there, and the breath of the order was still there. It seemed that even if the heart of the world was tainted by the breath of the chaos, it would not be for too long. According to his thinking, if the heart of the world completely turned into chaos, the first abnormal change would be the concept layer. And there was still the power of the order here. Maybe the situation is not that bad. Torch over there, please shut up. Don't talk nonsense in such a serious situation. Hui was about to speak, but his mouth was blocked. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 2 hours. Jingyan suddenly said, "We have been walking for 2 hours. Brother, how long did you walk in the corridor when you came here alone?" "A few minutes." Yin Nuoshing shrugged. The concept layer has changed substantially, but the power of the order is still there. That's why I said the situation is not that bad. Now, we have to touch the marks left behind by the rules and the order to move forward. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only one path. This space has changed. You are in my domain, so you can only see one path, but in fact, Jingyan pinched her chin. If you block your own order and leave the domain, you can see the abnormal situation. For example, there are more forks, more strange things, just like walking in a maze. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The worst-case scenario is that you might get lost in the concept layer of the rules. Thinking about the result. Well, Siyu did not know what would happen, but it was definitely not a good thing. It was better not to think about it, but she looked up at the seemingly endless corridor. She could feel that there was an unidentified object in the depths of the corridor that was emitting some kind of energy. The aftermath of the energy was surging around them, and she could not tell if she was approaching the unidentified object, or if she was just walking on the same spot. But there was no concept of infinity and the rules here. After moving forward for an hour, we suddenly paused, turned around, and waved at them. "Phone, look in front." Right in front of the straight corridor, a large door suddenly appeared. It was also made of bronze, but Half of the two doors had already lost their bronze color, turning into a strange black that was stained by ink. A familiar aura of oppression, chaos, and distortion came from the door, startling them. The door between the consciousnesses is in front. The heart of the world is inside. Yun Nuoshing pulled the two girls and ran to the bronze door that was stained with the aura of chaos. He put the two girls into Huey's domain and walked to the door. He stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. His eyes changed a few times. The energy runes have changed their order, although the power of the rules is still familiar. If we rashly use the previous method to open the door, it may cause the aura of chaos here to riot. Maybe it will alarm the heart of the world behind the door. We have to find another way. He took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. The colorful energy domain suddenly disappeared. A moment later, it was replaced by a transparent black energy domain that was stained with gray spots. His long, colorful hair that reached his calves also seemed to be stained with the sins of the world. It turned black and gray, and the golden light in his eyes turned gray. The dark flames on his body rose, and he emitted a gray light with an unusually strong aura of chaos. We shuddered and quickly retreated with his people. He was so scared that he put on his armor and took out the guardian's shield and guardian's sword. He shouted at the front, "Who is it?" Jingyan was also stunned because she felt that the person in front of her had changed completely. After being yelled at by Hui, she also subconsciously entered battle mode. Xing Lu's hand shook, and more than 100 types of god flames appeared. The few of them were as if they were facing a great enemy. Yun Nuoshing was also shocked by the voice that suddenly came from behind. He turned around with a dumbfounded expression and looked around in panic. In the end, he did not see anyone. When he saw that they were fully armed and were facing him, he was stunned again. "Are you crazy?" Hui finally reacted. He looked at the person in front of him who looked like Maple. His tone was Maple. His voice was Maple. His soul also seemed to be Maple. He carefully called out, "Maple, don't make trouble. This is the second time. You scared me to death." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He turned around and pressed his hands on the bronze door. The energy that was accompanied by the aura of chaos surged. "Wait a minute. 2 minutes to fix the door. TSK." He even used the law to lock it. Hui and Jingyan looked at each other and were stunned. They opened their mouths and made a few strange sounds. In the end, Hui stepped forward and came behind Yun Nuoshing. He could feel the unusually strong aura of chaos from him. It was as if the demonic shadow had descended in front of him. "Maple, don't you feel that something is wrong with you?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "What? I mean, your energy, your aura, don't you feel that something is wrong?" Hui said, gritting his teeth. Yun Nuoshing sensed that Hui was not joking. He stopped opening the door. He turned around and saw that Hui was still staring at him nervously and vigilantly. He was stunned too. He had to check himself again. After that, he was stunned. This is probably due to the influence of the first light. I'm using the energy of annihilation now. It has turned me into the form of chaos and order, probably, but I don't feel any repulsion. It shouldn't be a big problem. Whatever. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and let it go. He turned around and continued to press on the bronze door. The aura of chaos and the energy of annihilation surged and opened the energy runes that were branded on the door. Seeing that he really didn't care, we could only laugh bitterly. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing with a surprised and doubtful gaze. When he realized that there didn't seem to be any accidents, he retreated with slight relief. He waved his hand at Jing Yun. "And see you who came over. It seems like there's no problem." Feng said that it was the effect of that light. Jingyun nodded and scratched her head. That light is a double order. When the young man chose to use the energy of annihilation, it also changed his order. Hui nodded and turned around to look at Maple standing in front of the door. The energy of annihilation was surging like a demonic shadow. The aura of chaos had allowed that energy to fully unleash its power. He did not know if this was a good or bad thing. Anyway, let's take a look first. Jingyun patted Huey's shoulder to let him relax a little. She then turned to look at the young man. We can only observe for a while. The young man's condition is only known to him. Well, to be honest, I used to think that the annihilation energy in the young man's body was a hidden danger. After all, he is still a being of order. Even if he could adapt to the order of chaos indiscriminately, it would still be the same. Oh, and there's also the element of annihilation. That divine power is also the power of order of chaos. Now that he has the aura of chaos and has truly switched to the order of chaos, using that power should not be a problem. Huey's eyes flashed when he heard that. If that's the case, those people in the underworld, other than the fledglings, they are also using the power of order. I thought they were really determined to join the order of chaos. They are just using the power of order of chaos. The runes on the door that had been changed to the energy of chaos were slowly changing form under the touch of a higher level of chaos. The door lock was opened little by little. After Yun Nuoshing held his breath and worked hard for a while, all the energy runes were successfully opened. Oh, right. Fortunately, not half of the energy runes still had the aura of order. Then he would have to work harder. Rumble. When the heavy bronze door was opened, it made a loud noise. The loud noise was so loud that it made people's ears itch. The loud noise splashed countless echoes in the huge empty space. The sound was accompanied by the vibration of the air. The most obvious feeling was the innate hostility of the chaotic energy towards the order, as well as the abnormal movement of distortion and chaos. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but narrow their eyes and shrink their bodies. Huidu and Jingyun were on guard. After the door was opened, no living thing rushed out. However, the energy that had been sealed for at least 2 billion years rushed out along with the air and whistled behind them, blowing away the icy mist in the bronze corridor. At the same time, a wave of chaotic energy that was so dense that Huidu's expression changed drastically swept out from behind the door like a storm. It was as if there were endless wails of living things accompanied by the screams of souls. It reminded the 2 girls of the noisy sea. This time, the screams that reverberated in their ears were even more serious than the ones in the noisy sea. However, when they looked up, there was only a large mass of surging gray air and dark energy in front of them. Those screams did not seem to be the characteristics of the chaos energy. It was released by the heart of the world. Originally, these things were like the sins of the world and would only settle in the conceptual layer of the rules. However, it seems that after the heart of the world was affected by the chaos energy, some things that should have dissipated by themselves were left behind. Yun Nuoshing returned to the 2 girls and explained to the 4 of them. The aura of chaos that overflowed from her body had completely disappeared. When she returned to the state of order, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heart of the world can produce these strange things. Hui held up the barrier of order to resist the screams that were accompanied by the chaos energy. He could not help but ask. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "It was born from the natural activities of the world. To put it more clearly, it is the trash products that are brought about by the destruction of energy, order, and rules between living things. As for the other side of the product, it settles in the conceptual layer of the rules." Feng Qinghuang's heart skipped a beat. The sins of the world, the sins of order, and the shadows of order that have yet to be fused together. But they are roughly the same. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. Those are very minute. They are so minute that the realm of the gods would have to clean themselves up, so they are usually ignored. Compared to the other side of the world products, the trash products are more obvious. However, that is only relative. The production of both of them is extremely small. It is only because the heart of the world has a slight problem that all the trash from the past 2 billion years have been piled up here. Yun Nuashing folded her arms and sighed softly. Everything that is consumed in the prime realm is the good that the people of the world understand. The remaining shadows that have been consumed and have lost their physical form lurk in the darkness, turning into the shadows of you and me. They embrace the rules and sleep here forever. In terms of the rules, everything that is born in the prime realm is positive, no matter what is consumed. On the other side of the world, the remnants in the conceptual layer of the rules are extremely negative. However, the amount is very, very small. Otherwise, this place would have been filled with trash long ago. Furthermore, the conceptual layer is connected to the void. When you zoom in on the perspective of the void, whether it is the birth or destruction of a world, or the activities of living things in a world, such activities are allowed by the void, just like the metabolism of life. After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, she turned around and saw the two girls staring at her in a daze. She could not help but smile bitterly. "I'm used to it. Ahem. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a little understanding, connecting the void, the world, the heart of the world, the conceptual layer of the rules, and the void in that order is the metabolism of the void itself. You can roughly think of it like that. So the existence of the world's sins is because the metabolism is not fast enough. See, you suddenly said, Yun Nuashing. Well, you're right, because the void had a problem after the fall of the heavenly god of origin. Such a fatal situation has occurred. So, the heavenly god of origin is the defense mechanism, and the void. Mei Mao flashed and suddenly clapped her hands. The void has eaten something bad. Yun Nuashing, Hui, and Jing Yun. What is this girl thinking? It took 10 minutes for the storm mixed with the darkness to finish. The storm stopped and turned into a gentle breeze, along with the chaotic energy. The aura that made all beings of order feel extremely uncomfortable and instinctively hostile blew towards them. Wind, chaotic energy, a fury that can crush everything in the world, a kind of unreasonable and endless hostility towards the world of order. Hui raised his head and looked at the space behind the door. He turned to Maple and said, "This chaotic energy has already materialized, right? After all, you said that the heart of the world has been completely tainted." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic energy will become even more violent after destroying objects of order and energy of order. I don't know how long it has been entrenched here. Let's go. Be careful. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and held up the barrier made by the energy of origin and order. When he subconsciously activated a large amount of order energy, rays of light quietly burst out from his body. It was like the light of a star that broke through the darkness, dispelling the chaotic energy in front of him and isolating him from the influence of the chaotic aura. The dim vision suddenly became clear in an instant. Hui and Jingyun were also stunned. Is this another form, a form of order? His body seemed to have become a body made of light, the colorful and pure white light that was stained with little golden light shone out from his body. With his body as the energy source, he spread the energy of origin and order to any place that his aura could affect. The vast and mighty divine power instantly weakened the chaotic aura in the consciousness to the extent that it almost completely disappeared. While the others were stunned, Yun Nuashing did not realize it. He pulled the two girls and walked into the door. He felt that the chaotic aura had suddenly dropped by a few levels. The chaotic energy has subsided? Hui looked at Jing Yun blankly, and the latter smiled bitterly. This is the state of absolute resonance with order and the rules. The little brother is now the embodiment of order. Order and the rules of order move according to his will. It's an instinct. Even if he subconsciously used the power of origin and the power of order, he had unwittingly strengthened himself to such a degree. The chaos form just now was the same. But what we saw just now should be the normal state of release. I don't know how. I'm used to it. I think I don't want to see Maple like that for the time being. Every time he releases it, he will probably break a piece of the void. Of course, if he wants to break the underworld, I will raise both hands and feet to support him. Hui sighed and shrugged. He followed closely behind Yin Nuoshing. In the last space between their consciousnesses, after passing through the corridor and the door, they came to a rhombus-shaped hall. The space was 1,000 square meters, spacious and empty. Perhaps because of its size, no one felt that there was anything unusual about the rhombus-shaped hall. The walls around the hall were engraved with gorgeous decorations. No one could understand them. There were also three-dimensional reliefs with energy runes. No one could understand them. There were also many energy runes on the ceiling that seemed like magic circles. No one could understand them. There were also various energy runes floating in the air. No one could understand them. If you did not mention the chaotic energy that was wrapped around these things, they looked quite normal. They had a kind of indescribable beauty. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were 2 semicircles that spanned 2/3 of the length of the hall. Every 20 to 30 meters, there was a bronze pillar that hung down from the semicircle. It looked like an arch. They should have arrived at the place where the deepest chaos energy was entrenched. However, due to a certain order incarnation unknowingly releasing a storm-like order and origin energy, most of the chaos energy here was dispersed before they even got close to it. Weird. Why is the chaotic presence here so weak instead? Yin Nuoshing tilted her head, puzzled. Hui slapped himself. Feng, you really don't know anything? Yin Nuoshing tilted her head. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he did not know, it meant that it had become an instinct that was carved into his bones. He was already used to it, habitually doing something, habitually calculating and measuring the various factors and effects of doing it. Under such circumstances, if the body's condition suddenly changes, I probably won't be aware of it for a while. Jing Yun explained with a dry laugh, and could not help but sigh. It seems that you have to get used to this new power before returning to the front lines in the void. Otherwise, when you fight the death shroud in the abyss, our family would be torn apart in minutes. Hui thought of the observer's indiscriminate attack and shuddered. In the middle of the rhombus-shaped hall, there was a circular building that looked like an altar made of order energy that protruded from the ground. There was also something that looked exactly the same hanging down from the ceiling. Both of them were only 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in height. Dozens of tiny chains of order extended from the top and the bottom, weaving into a large hollow sphere in the middle. And in the middle of the large sphere, there was a dark blue sphere that was woven into a ring of order chains that was quietly floating there. That's the world core of the realm of the gods. Huey's eyes widened slightly. I saw it with my own eyes. The huge sphere that was 100 meters in diameter was spinning and twisting restlessly. The chains of order around it were dancing, and chaotic energy was spreading everywhere. It looked obviously abnormal. The chaotic presence is deeply tainted. Yin Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and waved her hand to draw the nether void sword. Hui, prepare for surgery. What? We asked. Chapter 1687. In the dark and gloomy diamond-shaped hall, the presence of chaos spread out along with the irritable circling of the big egg of light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Well, the reason why they were dumbfounded was not because they saw the world core being messed up by the chaos energy. Instead, it was because they heard the observer's words and saw how the observer was weighing the great sword in his hand. Everyone held their breaths. "You're using this thing to perform surgery on me?" After a long while, Hui shivered and came back to his senses. He couldn't help but point at Maple and say with a trembling voice, although it wasn't the first time he'd cut open the big naked egg, the last time he'd cut open a quarter of its consciousness. This time, he'd cut open the heart of the world. Well, in comparison, the consequences of the two were more or less the same. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly when he sensed that everyone was looking at him as if he was a lunatic. He waved the nether void sword and pointed at the light orb. "It's deeply contaminated by the chaos energy. Don't judge it by its appearance. Just cut it, and you'll know that it's rotten from the inside. It's just like a partially rotten fruit. You think you'll be fine after you cut it, but in reality, the whole thing has changed." The world core has yet to release the presence of chaos to the entire divine realm, which means that there are still remnants of order within. And there should be quite a lot of it. It's either a 370 split with the chaos or a 50-50 split. And looking at how the patient is violently resisting, the two orders have yet to fuse, and the world core should not be able to fuse them. Probably. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. He really could not imagine what would happen if the world core fused two orders. Would it create a world full of neutral order? Hui frowned and turned his gaze with difficulty. The world core was bound in the center by the two altar-like structures. Its ability to connect to the void was still there, and it was still constantly devouring energy, converting energy through itself and flowing into the conceptual layer of the rules. It was a normal energy transfer station, and the energy it released was normal pure energy. It was not tainted by the presence of chaos. Perhaps it was because the presence of chaos had been released into the consciousness. However, as Maple said, it was releasing the presence of chaos. The gray and black energy was constantly being thrown out with every crazy rotation of the big egg of light, and then permeating the space. The hall, which had regained some brightness after Maple came over to disperse most of the presence of chaos, was now a little smoky. His vision was black and foggy, as if he had bumped into a dark cloud. He could see a thin layer of darkness in all directions. Other than this little bit of chaos energy, the order energy inside was still stubbornly fighting. He could clearly feel that the energy of order and chaos were surging in the world core at the same time. The two forces of completely opposite nature were violently clashing inside, but he could not see the residual disgusting aura after the conflict between the two orders. Jingyan did not speak for a while. He walked forward and approached the world core until he was under the light sphere. He reached out his hand, and a wisp of order energy gushed out from his palm and touched the world core. His vision immediately changed. He could clearly see the situation inside the world core. In the center was a light sphere as bright as the sun, and the light sphere was surrounded by gray and dark energy clouds. They occupied at least half of the space in the world core. At a glance, he could feel that they were still constantly wriggling inside, clashing violently with the light sphere in the center. They were still faintly tampering with the rules here, trying to taint the power of order. They were originally external, and without a large force to support them, they could only rely on this force to fight with the world core itself. "I agree with the little brother." Jingyan turned around and nodded to everyone. The two types of order energy inside the world core are clashing violently. Even so, they are stuck in a state of balance. Now that a third party has intervened, the balance will instantly tip. Currently, the world core has not been completely tainted by the chaos energy. After all, the chaos energy is an external force, and its movements are very slow. It is not too late to save it now, and it will not cause too much damage to the world core. After saying that, Jingyun paused for a moment and looked at the big sword in the little brother's hand with lingering fear. Can you change the tool used to cut it? What are you panicking for? With this sword, I guarantee that everything will be fine. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and swung the nether void sword in his hand. Then he seemed to have thought of something and glared at Hui, who was beside him. Of course, that is, if someone doesn't suddenly bang behind me. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. He carefully raised his hand. Is there really no other way? Can't you try to purify it from the outside? I mainly see that your heart is a little weak when you are carrying that sword, and you are in such a state now. I am afraid that if you don't control it well, you will. Jingyun was also reminded by this, and quickly nodded. Yes, I forgot about that. Little brother, you are not in a good state now. Can you control yourself? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. I am not in a good state. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly and said in unison, that is not good either. Someone was in a state where he could not control himself, but he did not feel anything at all. Being looked at with all kinds of emotions by everyone, Yun Nuoshing frowned and closed his eyes to check himself. He even asked the little angel in his soul to help him check. There is no need to check. The little angel yawned lazily and raised the golden Mei Mao to look into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a golden light that pierced the sky and dyed the sea of clouds in a golden color. Because you have fused with the first light, you are not in a good state to control yourself. You are no longer the person you know, but your subconscious and consciousness are telling you that there is nothing different, probably because you have not realized that there is a huge change, so you are not responding. So you are using your old habits to control a body that has undergone countless changes. Did you not notice that you scared Little You and Blue Phoenix when you used your power just now? Yun Nuoshing. I did not notice. The little angel heard this and sighed. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her tone became urgent. Anyway, hurry up and deal with your own situation. Otherwise, I will be worried when I see you stab the heart of the world. Don't think that the realm of the gods is so lucky that you can do whatever you want. I have something on my side. Shuang Shuang. Don't freeze that volcano, and don't freeze that circle city. That is the building of the other two tenants. No, don't freeze my flower bed either. If you freeze those flowers, they will be useless. Yun Nuoshing. These two girls are doing. SSS, they are tormenting my soul world again. Was it the influence of the primal chaos? Perhaps it was because the primal chaos had completely fused with his body and soul, but he did not notice anything wrong with himself at all. Frowning, he quickly checked himself and finally found some clues. However, it would take some time to deal with this situation. It was obviously not convenient to deal with it now, but it was not a problem. He had a solution. If he accidentally strengthened himself to a level that exceeded his expectations, then he would just have to temporarily suppress his condition. Hui and Jingyun were still discussing how to safely cut open the heart of the world when they suddenly felt that the huge source of energy suddenly stopped. They all turned to look and saw that Yun Nuoshing's aura was slowly suppressed back into his body. Gradually, his condition returned to normal. You dealt with it so quickly? Hui walked over and circled Maple twice. His whole body was almost touching Maple's body as he looked him up and down. It seems like there really is no problem. It's just a temporary solution. If you really want to deal with it, seriously, you have to calm down first. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. When he opened his eyes and saw that someone was too close, he pushed him away. It should be fine now, right? Maybe. Jingyan also came over to take a look. It should be fine now. Then it's fine. Deal with it as an emergency. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He immediately jumped into the air and pointed the Netherruin sword at the heart of the world that was still spinning wildly. When the chains of order passed through his body, he could feel the chaotic aura of order passing through his body like a shadow. Girl, come over and help me aim. Not over there. Not here. You little idiot, you can just freeze this continent into a lump of ice and then let the ice rise from the ground. Don't throw icicles in all directions. I'm not asking you to create an ice storm. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard the agitated and helpless voice of the little angel in his soul. So what were the two of them doing in there? All right, the crosshairs were gone. He would do it himself. It's not like he was going to cut the ball open. The ball he cut open last time was even bigger. Foam, are you done brewing? Don't really shake your hands. I won't mess with you this time, but don't do anything weird. We're still busy fighting in the void. If we cause the realm of the gods to collapse, we'll have to spend time here to save it. We won't be able to cope with that. When he turned his head, he saw Hui and the others fully armed, and they were all hiding behind the guardian shield. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if his hands didn't tremble, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene. Don't increase the pressure on me. Yun Nuoshing pointed the Netherruin sword at the egg of light in front of him. The egg of light seemed to sense what was going to happen. It even slowed down its rotation. Its surface suddenly lit up with a bright light. The power of order was gathering. Jingyun was stunned when she saw the movement of the heart of the world. She quickly shouted, "Not good. It's trying to resist. Bro, hurry up and do it. It'll be troublesome if they break the balance on their own. May the gods protect the realm of the gods." Yun Nuoshing was already conflicted, and after being urged by these words, he let out a loud cry and thrust the Netherruin sword into the big egg of light without caring about anything else. At the same time, the power of order suddenly erupted and was released together with the power of origin. It was as if a huge energy storm was about to sweep up on the spot. Crack! The sound of something getting stuck could be heard clearly in the diamond-shaped hall. Hui and the others trembled as they looked at the egg of light. After they saw Yun Nuoshing stab the Netherruin sword into the heart of the world, the egg of light suddenly froze. Yes, it was as if it had been frozen. It was still spinning wildly just a moment ago, but now it looked like it had gotten stuck and couldn't move. The chains of order were also frozen in place. Hui swallowed hard. She didn't blow it up with just one stab, did she? Jingyun and the others turned pale with fright. You shut up. Don't blow it up because of what you said. Yun Nuoshing wanted to turn around and smash Hui into the void with a brick, but he was holding the Netherruin sword to suppress the world core. After the Netherruin sword stabbed into the world core, the latter immediately made a strange sound. It was as if there was a ghastly wail and the sound of metal being crushed by something. It was as if there was a gust of wind roaring in the entire hall. At this time, the light of the entire big egg of light suddenly dimmed. The brightness on the surface faded, and the shell became transparent, revealing the dark, murky clouds inside and the brilliant light in the center. The chaotic energy suddenly surged wildly under the gaze of the few people. The energy that was dark enough to pollute pure light suddenly bloomed, and the small sun inside also expanded violently due to the stimulation of the chaotic energy. It's over. It's going to explode. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Bang! As soon as everyone was prepared for the abnormal phenomenon, there was a loud bang. The aura of order and chaos collided with each other from the big light egg, and then poured out like a flood. Hui hurriedly propped up the guardian barrier, and the storm swept over. The tinkling of energy hitting the barrier, and all kinds of crazy screams echoed in his ears, giving him goosebumps. As for the unreliable observer, oh, forget it. He won't die. I should think about how to deal with the next situation. The heart of the world is going to explode. Although the realm of the gods is made of special materials, it won't completely collapse just because the heart of the world exploded. Yes, there is a process, a slow process of collapse, but at least there is a possibility of saving it. Buzz. The light ball that Siyu was holding in her hands suddenly emitted a light that was enough to penetrate the darkness. Hui and the others were stunned. Just as they turned their heads, they saw the light rushing out. They were stunned for a moment before they screamed, "Wah, don't go. F***CK. If the heart of the world explodes, there is still a consciousness holding it. If the consciousness also explodes, then it's over." Hui Jun's face turned pale in an instant. He screamed and hurriedly threw down the guardian barrier and turned into a golden light to rush out. "Brother, hurry up and catch the light that rushed into the chaos clouds." That consciousness ran out. Just as Jingyun's voice fell and he was about to rush out, a divine energy of order that contained the power to destroy everything in the world suddenly exploded. The violent destructive power shocked him. He hurriedly stopped himself from rushing out. After that, a sword light that looked like a full moon suddenly exploded in the midst of the chaos clouds. Millions of golden light beams burst out along with golden energy particles that filled the sky. The chaos clouds that were shrouding his consciousness were all smashed to the edge and collapsed inch by inch. His vision suddenly became clear, as if the clouds were dispelled, and he could see the sun. Even the darkness in front of him had disappeared completely. Feng, you big idiot. Boom. When the dark clouds exploded, the guardian's tragic scream could be heard. Xing Lu was shocked, and he subconsciously held the god flame in front of him. What exploded this time? Don't, calm down. Jingyun waved his hand and pressed down on the explosive young man. He quickly pulled him behind him and looked up at the sky in front of him. The dark chaos clouds were violently pushed away, and now in the sky, well, excluding Hui Jun, he must have been blown away by the golden full moon just now. The young man was floating in the air, holding a ball of blue light in his hand. In the space in front of him, there was a transparent ball of light that looked like a small golden sun floating in the air. It was less than half the size of the big egg of light just now, but it emitted a pure aura of order. After it appeared, the power of order in the consciousness was rapidly climbing. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had returned to the peak, as if this power was affected by the chaos energy and had been suppressed. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing fanned himself a few times with his hand. He coughed for a while before gasping for breath. He was shocked. I almost choked to death by the chaos energy. Phew, looks like it's okay. Jingyun felt that the situation was normal. She flew out and came to the young man. What happened? What happened just now? He asked as he looked at the small golden sun in front of him. The pure power of order, the aura of the realm of the gods, and the chaos energy that was entangled here were all blown to the edge of the diamond-shaped hall and quickly disintegrated. Now, it had completely dissipated, and there was not even a trace of it left. Overall, it looked like there was no problem, but why did it explode when it was being suppressed? Yun Nuoshing took a few breaths and said, "The external stimulus was too strong, and both sides overreacted." Jingyun. All right, there's nothing more to say. Even though this young man had urgently dealt with his own problem, The two energies within the heart of the world still felt like they couldn't handle it. That explosion, that was simply an overreaction. So it's okay now. Jingyun looked from the small sun to the young man, and then back again. She looked back and forth a few times before asking suspiciously. She was not an expert in this field. She could not understand the health of the sun at all. Oh, this. Yun Nuoshing looked down at the azure ball of light in his arms. This ball of consciousness was wrapped in an energy thread woven by the power of order, and the other end was wrapped around the small sun. The two seemed to be connecting, and he could feel the former's condition from the consciousness. It's okay. Or rather, it's okay in the first place. Jingyun was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean it's okay in the first place? Well, although I subconsciously thought that the heart of the world had been arbitrated when I saw the chaos energy spreading, in fact, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and pointed at the small golden sun. This is the heart of the world. That's right. This is what I remember. At first glance, I thought it had gained weight after not seeing it for 2 billion years. Gained weight. Jingyun's cheeks twitched violently. Then that look just now was, well, it did encounter the chaos energy. And then, according to the feedback from this little fellow of consciousness, well, that chaos energy has been entrenched in the consciousness for a very long time. If I'm not mistaken, it's the presence left behind by the chaos tide. But it just happened to erupt 1 billion years ago. Every time I came to check, I didn't find anything unusual. It's because it's hiding. Huh, isn't it? Yun Nuoshing was stunned as he spoke. He stared at the consciousness in his arms. Its pale green core turned around and made a gurgling sound. Consciousness, gurgling. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and translated. It's because I'm not the first choice of the cleansing and purifying mechanism. This should be referring to Hui. So, when I came here, I kept it so that I wouldn't accidentally touch it and cause trouble. Well, to put it bluntly, I'm just a defensive shield used at the bottom. The first to bear the brunt would definitely be Hui. But that guy didn't know about this at all, so he never came. And it didn't wait for that guy. So when I came here, I kept it, and then the consciousness's chrysalis gurgled twice. Gurgling? Yun Nuoshing was sweating profusely. When he heard this, he forced himself to keep the cold sweat on his forehead as he translated. Well, the next time I checked, which was 2 billion years ago to 1 billion years ago, it saw that something was wrong. So it planned to release it the next time I came for a check so that I could help to clean it up. And then everyone was enlightened. See, you clapped her hands in agreement. And then a certain unreliable little star didn't come because he was lazy and sleepy. Jingyun put on a fake smile. Ha! 2 reliable divine roles. Ha! One never comes to the realm of consciousness. And the other never comes because he's lazy and sleepy. The realm of gods is really lucky to have survived until today. Yun Nuoshing was sweating profusely when he felt the dagger-like glares thrown at him from behind. Well, there was nothing to explain. Neither of them was innocent. And then Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and changed the topic stiffly. He continued, the big egg of light that we saw just now was actually the self-defense mechanism of the heart of the world that restrained the chaotic energy after it exploded. But a part of it leaked out because it wasn't restrained properly, and it affected the passage leading to the realm of consciousness. Well, that's the whole process. See you. And then you broke the outer shell just now, and it was too late to clean up the chaotic energy. Yun Nuoshing, it's like that. Hearing this, Xing Elvi couldn't help but sigh. Are you too reliable or not? Chapter 1688. Of course, there was no need to pay attention to those who were seeking death from the very start. However, the heart of the world only had a simple, single-threaded communication mechanism, and this mechanism had been broken 11 years ago, destroying all communication functions. The heart of the world, which was already a little slow, had completely turned into an ice-cold boulder. All it had left was its instincts, which allowed it to determine which mechanism had a higher priority. That was why the heart of the world didn't have a damn thing to do. Its self-repair function had been inherited by an unreliable fellow, causing its old illness to drag on for 11 years without any treatment. Another method that had a similar function had also been inherited by another unreliable fellow. Normally, it would be fine, doing its job diligently, but it just had to screw up at the most critical moment, by the time it decided to carry out its second plan. Yep, that person was gone. That person was truly the God realm. They were tired of living and wanted to kill themselves. All in all, there was something wrong with all three of them. That's right, that was definitely the case. He would never take the blame for this. Jingyun was stunned for a moment when she saw Yun Nuoxing lifting her head and puffing out her chest. After thinking about it, she decided not to pay attention to the young man's random thoughts, lest the topic deviate. Young man, is the heart of the world really fine? The golden sun, which was less than 50 meters in diameter, hung in the air, emitting a gentle light, illuminating the diamond-shaped hall in the realm of consciousness. The aura of order was like a river in the forest, comfortably reflecting the surrounding scenery and flowing into the distance without any hindrance. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off one's chest in one breath. Ahem. That's what it meant. In short, what he wanted to say was that compared to the aura of order and order he felt when he first stepped into the realm of consciousness, the air was much fresher now that the aura of chaos had been dispelled. Taking a deep breath, he felt so refreshed that he wanted to sing. If not for the fact that there was no scenery in this place, he would have sung. He was not an expert, so he didn't know if the heart of the world had already dealt with this situation. Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. The consciousness in his arms was still connected to the world core, and it was using a method that he didn't understand to communicate with itself. It was probably similar to talking to itself. The real situation was definitely not like that. The two of them were probably exchanging information. In theory, the two of them were equivalent to the realm of the gods, which meant that they were originally one. However, neither of them had seen the other before, so it would take some time before they could meet. There's no problem at the moment. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and nodded at Jingyun. Then he raised an eyebrow and turned towards a golden figure that was huddled in a corner. You over there, stop pretending to be dead. Come over here, there's something I need you to do. The guardian, who was lying on the ground, teleported to Maple's side. He glared at him and muttered, When you need my help, you call me little cutie. When you're done, you kick me away. What do you want me to do? Slowly lowering the nether void sword in his hand, Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said, Use your power to seal and protect the realm of consciousness. The aura of chaos has permeated this place for 11 eras, and the three of us don't know if there's something even more dangerous lurking in the depths of this place. The heart of the world is a fool, and the consciousness is a little thing that hasn't grown up yet. The two of them can just ignore us here, and we're not going to stay in the divine realm. If something happens to them, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back in time. Okay. I'll get busy for a while. We knew what he had to do after hearing the first half of the sentence. He shrugged at the two of them, sighed, and walked towards the edge of the realm of consciousness. Seeing Hui running off to work while swearing, Yun Nuoxing looked away and said to Jingyun, By the way, You said that you wanted to use the consciousness to help adjust the laws of the divine realm. That plan might have to be delayed. Jingyun was stunned for a moment before she understood. The influence of chaos. Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded. In the end, there were still some damages in the 11 eras of confrontation. The self-repair process has been carried out since now, but it might take 2 to 300 million years. After the self-repair process, the laws of the divine realm would be liberated in a very short period of time. By then, the strength of the laws of the divine realm would be 20 to 30 times stronger than it is now. It would also affect all the divine realm warriors who have left their divinity imprints in the divine realm. However, it wouldn't be able to break through the limits of the grand view of the void. At most, it would speed up their breakthrough to the primeval realm. As for the path after the primeval realm, it might be up to fate. Let's leave it to fate. Jingyun scratched her head and tilted her head to look at the 2 balls, one big and one small. Let's just leave it to fate. The fact that there are thousands of primeval heavenly gods in the world of order within 500 million years is bound to increase the power of resistance. Oh, right. How's your situation? Yun Nuoshing's eyelids twitched. She slowly lowered her head and shook it twice. Difficult. Even this path won't work. Jingyun scratched her head even more worriedly. She let out a long sigh and muttered softly, I thought that going through a strong impact on the rules would stimulate your divinity carrier, but it seems like the strength of the rules is not enough. Yun Nuoshing replied and said the answer. It requires the power of the rules to surpass the grand limit of the current void rules. And this power must come from the void here. I can't use the origin rules. Why? Those 3 words made Yun Nuoshing even sadder. She could not help but sigh. Actually, the origin rules can be used. It's just that I need to use the origin energy to mobilize the origin rules. And I've only mastered about 80% of the origin energy. The last 20% is a hurdle. If I can't cross this hurdle, I won't be able to use the complete energy and I won't be able to use the complete origin rules. Using such rules to break into the primeval realm will kill me directly. So, how do I use the complete origin energy? I have to first step into the primeval realm to have a 60% chance of accurately controlling the origin energy. So, how do I step into the primeval realm? I need to accurately grasp the origin rules. You see, I'm stuck. Jingyun was speechless. She was going around in circles with a few dead knots. She should have thought of that. She was still curious as to why her divinity carrier could not recover even with the origin rules. When this topic was brought up, Yun Nuoshing felt a lot sadder. He inadvertently raised his right hand and flipped it over with his palm facing up. A large amount of energy accompanied by many complicated and collapsing auras slowly condensing into a mass of chaotic energy cloud. The color kept switching between pitch black and multicolored, and the energy thunderbolts were like loaches scuttling around inside. Look, this unlucky thing. Jingyun was silent for a moment. Break it and cultivate again. It's probably ruined. Yun Nuoshing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This thing could be destroyed and cultivated again, but the consequences were hard to predict. He did not have hundreds of billions of years or 1 or 2 eras to pay the price of cultivating again. It was hard to deal with. Clenching his hand gently, the chaotic energy cloud dissipated. Yun Nuoshing looked up just in time to see the chains of order and rule between the big ball and the small ball gently break. The azure ball of light in his hand moved around his arm, and the pale green core changed direction as if it was looking at him. Gurgle. It's already taken care of. Thank you for your hard work. Gently pressing this soft ball, Yun Nuoshing suddenly had a strange expression. This feeling was not right. habitually pressing on the head. It was like a slap on the fat ball of little magic, soft and fluffy. After replying to the little one, Yun Nuoxing also nodded to Jing Yun. It's no problem. As mentioned just now, it will take 2 to 300 million years. By the way, I just took a look at our situation. 2 to 300 million years later. After the rule's forceful leap, there may be a group of people who will be the first to enter the Yuanshe realm. It can be carried out immediately. Yuan Ji, Lady Green, and many others who have already entered the pinnacle of the origin and have been preparing for many years can enter this realm. Jingyan pinched her chin. But the time for advancement can only be squeezed out in battle. Just like what Hui Jun said about his advancement. It took how many years? Forget thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Anyway, that's the time. But this is not a problem. Time can be squeezed out. Even if we use the second line of defense and the third line of defense to squeeze out time, it won't be a problem. With dozens more people in the Yuanshe realm, Yun Nuoxing's words froze and her cheeks twitched. Jing Yun raised her head and looked into the distance. Both of them said in unison, "Then we can die with more dignity." Pfft. Both of them laughed bitterly. They covered their faces and shook their heads. This was really not. Sigh, who would have thought that the power of the underworld would become stronger as they understood it more and more. At this time, unless a heavenly god of origin really appeared, their chances of winning would not be more than 10%. Do your best and listen to the orders of the void. What was left could only try to create that small miracle by all means. It was not praying for something to happen, nor was it really resigning to fate. The so-called miracle was to think of ways to create it. "Feng, I'm done here." When Huey's voice sounded in the hall, there was also the sound of energy flashing. Golden energy runes appeared one after another in the hall. At the same time, there were countless runes and small magic circles connected to the runes. After they appeared, they disappeared into the void, wrapping the entire consciousness under layers of defense. Huey's figure came to the side. He glanced at Feng and then looked at the big and small light balls in front of him. "How are things on your side?" "There's no problem. In a few 100 million years, we will be able to steadily produce a batch of heavenly gods of origin. However, during this time, there may also be new Yuanshe realm cultivators." Yun Nuoxing made a gesture, then raised her head. "It's time to leave. I thought it would take a long time. In the end, only 2 or 3 days have passed." We heard her and shrugged. There should be no problem at the front line. It's only been 2 or 3 days. You see, we haven't received any emergency from the front line of the void, right? Yun Nuoxing trembled and glanced at him. "I hope so." The little one's consciousness that had just completed various connections heard the conversation between Yun Nuoxing and the others. With a whoosh, it came in front of him and circled around him twice. The light green core shook a few times, as if it was tilting its head, and made an unformed sound. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and pressed on its body a few times. She said, "We're leaving. You just stay here and grow up." Gurgle, gurgle. As if it understood that they were about to leave, the little one circled around his hand a few times. Then it ran in front of Hui and bumped into him. Then it did a figure 8 dance in midair in the hall. Finally, the light green core looked at them and shook gently, as if it was nodding and saying goodbye. "We'll meet again, little one. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. She nodded to everyone and turned around and disappeared. After watching the people in front of her disappear, the little one's consciousness went over and circled around the place where they left. After a while, it floated to the little golden sun again and landed on its surface. Gradually, it lost all signs of life, as if it had fallen into a state of deep sleep. It took a while to reach the consciousness. When it came out, it was already outside in a flash. The blue sky and white clouds were in front of her, and the sun was bright and sunny. She looked very comfortable. Siyu shook her little head and looked around. That's it. It's done. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She glanced at the divine realm from afar and lowered her eyelids. Everything is peaceful in the divine realm. The creation barrier's repair is also speeding up. Everything is normal, and there's no need to worry about the rear. If there's nothing going on, I probably won't be back for a few eras. Mei Mao flapped her hands a few times. Then she suddenly reached out and grabbed Little Star's hand and whispered, I want to take a walk. Just a few minutes. It won't take too long. I haven't been back for a long time. I know that the front lines are still fighting fiercely, but Siyu's voice trailed off. Just as she thought that she was depressed, she suddenly looked up and smiled. Well, forget it. Let's go back. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and turned towards Hui and Jingyun, who both shrugged. A few minutes isn't that urgent. It's been a long time since we've been back. Don't you too need to inspect the divine realm? Xing Lu has been keeping an eye on the situation in the divine realm for the last few 100 million years, so there's no need to worry. Well, I got it. Just a few rounds. Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to stroke Siyu's hair. You haven't been back for a long time. It's time for you to take a stroll. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. It was as if thunder had suddenly exploded in the clear sky. The scene changed without any transition into a gloomy scene with cold winds and dark clouds. In fact, all of them suddenly felt that their vision dimmed slightly, as if the sun had flickered for a moment. Siyu, who had been so excited that she was about to jump up, suddenly had a stunned expression on her pretty face. Then she entered a somewhat confused and cautious, solemn state. As for Yun Nuoxing and the other three, they all raised their heads in unison. Their eyes, which were surging with energy, projected their gazes into the distant void. Just now, that was Xing Lu murmured softly and involuntarily hammered his chest to wake him up from the dim senses. His vision became clear again, but his soul seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. Just now, he had only felt his vision darken for a moment, and his body's self-defense had been raised to the limit. It was as if he had fallen into an isolated and helpless state, and he was standing on an isolated island in the middle of a pitch-black sea. However, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it a strange scene or domain. It was just a feeling that arose spontaneously in his heart and quickly spread to every part of his body. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Her tone was very urgent, but she forced herself to stop and didn't continue, as if she didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and glanced at a certain guardian who was beginning to sweat. You said, I already have a guess here. Jing Yuanji's hesitant voice only rang after a few seconds. The abyssal death shroud suddenly retreated 2 hours ago. Now, the energy response of the abyssal death shroud has suddenly dropped, and sharply, the energy density has fallen below the threshold where it can no longer maintain its existence in the void. The encirclement built by the abyssal death shroud is also fading on a large scale. Yun Nuoxing's gaze flickered violently. She couldn't help but murmur, the abyssal death shroud is fading. The little angel slowly stood up in the spiritual world. The moment the abyssal death shroud fades is the moment that the eternal war of the ages begins. This was what the one from the 139th era said. What he repeated was different from what they were experiencing at this moment, but this point might be, and if there were no accidents, the 53rd era was the time when they retreated to the upper plane. But Didn't they say that when they reached the upper plane, the little angel murmured, "I always thought that it was still early. Maybe there's a problem with the transmission of memories. He's been reincarnated many times, so there's a mistake in his memory. It's not surprising that the deviation caused by self-completion caused by the deviation." Yun Nuwashing narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Maybe there's something wrong with the situation here, or there's a change in my dream. Personally, I feel that it should be a combination of the former two situations." The spiritual communication hastily ended in an instant. No matter what the specific situation was, no matter what the problem was, the reality was right in front of them. "The time is up." Bang! Yun Nuwashing waved her hand and opened up a huge teleportation channel in the void in front of her. A spiritual message spread to all the soul seeds. Highest alert state. Everyone, activate the order domain immediately. Increase the energy of the sealing circle to the highest level. I repeat, everyone at the front line of the void, listen to my command. Highest alert state. The abyssal death shroud is fading. This is not a sign that the war has ended, but the beginning of another war. Activate all of your powers. At the front line of the void, all the nodes and all the worlds of order flashed with a colorful light that seemed to gather all the colors in the world. It was like a ribbon that spanned across the void, was projected everywhere. The ear-piercing sound of energy descended upon the entire order domain. All the node cities at the front line of the void lit up with the brightest light. Countless runes that were left behind shone with the brightest and most glorious light of order at this moment. Countless places in the void were shining with the corresponding radiance of white and gold. The new energy towers that stood in the void were bursting with the origin energy that announced the beginning of the void, spreading the most sacred aura in the world throughout the entire void. The sealing circle of the void also changed from a transparent barrier to a counterattack barrier with boundless origin energy, order energy, and the power of the natural order. It was like an announcement of a death match that was announced to the entire void. Wait, phone, why? Before we could react, this order was transmitted across the entire order domain through the nodes without any hindrance. Even Jing Yun was stunned. It's too late. Yun Nuwashing shook her head violently. She pulled Siyu and Feng Qinghuang into the teleportation channel. Go back, quick. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Hui and the other two could not respond to that solemn expression. It was as if the void was about to explode in the next second. They could only rush into the teleportation channel. In the blink of an eye, they were back at Node 0. What they saw was an ocean of light condensed from the boundless energy of order and origin. It spread the power of order across the void like ripples of water. In the distance, the abyssal death mist disappeared. It really retreated. Huey's eyes focused. In the dark void, the black cloud wall that flashed wildly with scarlet light was gone. However, at this moment, the void was filled with an aura that made all life feel more oppressed. This feeling did not weaken because of the retreat of the abyssal death mist. Instead, it became even more intense. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. A beautiful light blue figure flashed from the void and landed beside them. Jing Yuanji hurriedly landed. We are ready to fight with all our might, but the darkness of chaos suddenly descended on everyone's heart. This time, it was not just them. This inexplicable phenomenon seemed to directly penetrate all obstacles and was projected everywhere in the void of order. Every world, every life, regardless of whether they were weak or strong, all of them raised their eyes and subconsciously looked up at the sky. The nameless darkness and the colorful light that suddenly appeared in the sky coexisted, the urging sacredness and the squirming madness reflected all of this in the most direct way in everyone's eyes. Even 90% of the life forms could not understand what it was. Observed bodies of the abyssal death mist, the report that was accompanied by hurried exclamations, hesitation, and astonishment spread throughout Node 0 in an instant. At the same time, an equally hurried voice echoed in the soul realm. The voice that was filled with astonishment and hesitation only paused for a moment before continuing to shout, "Unknown abyssal death mist spawns have been observed. Their numbers cannot be estimated. Observed bodies of Yuantia realm bodies. Observed bodies of Yuantia realm bodies. Huge numbers. Highest level of alert. Highest level of alert. All order energy, begin to charge. The origin energy tower will immediately enter into overload mode. Don't care about echelons. All. Aim at those Yuantia realm bodies. Logistics. Put in more effort. Bring everything up." The front line of the void was already in a state of shock and uncertainty. At this moment, it fell from a world of ice and snow to a blazing sun in an instant. The scene instantly boiled and was projected in their line of sight. It filled the entire void, as well as the crazed and noisy void picture that made the void even more crowded. This caused everyone to enter the most solemn state they had ever reached in their lives. We looked at the void that was slightly empty after the abyssal death mist retreated a second ago. At this moment, the void was filled with never-before-seen bodies without any warning. His gaze froze. "Feng, it's really as you said," Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes slightly. She took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. "Farewell to the peaceful past. This war is eternal." Chapter 16, 89. Hundreds of millions of years. That was the period when the world of order officially gathered for a counterattack. However, the war that the underworld started had already raged in the void for almost 11 eras. However, they had always been cowering behind the abyssal death shroud. Even after hundreds of millions of years, they had only made contact with the underworld. The world of order and the underworld had always been separated by the abyssal death shroud. The latter had become the most mysterious and hated place in the void of order. They had never even seen anyone from the underworld, but there might be a few lucky ones who had accidentally bumped into someone from the underworld. For example, there might have been others who had seen the underworld, but most of them had never shown their faces in the world of order again. Therefore, until today, no one had ever understood the underworld. Of course, there might never be one in the future. All they needed to know was that the underworld was going to attack them, and they had to beat them to death or be beaten to death. Now, the abyssal death shroud had dispersed, and the underworld had appeared before everyone. That was the scene that announced the end of the countdown. Every cognition in this world was overturned in that scene. There was nothing that anyone was familiar with, and what everyone saw was the purest of madness. In the vast void, what filled everyone's eyes was another patch of darkness that filled their vision. Countless bizarre and distorted structures filled their vision. Using the void as a white canvas, there were 100 gigantic chaos constructs that could easily devour a galaxy. Their shadows were enough to cover all light and shadow of order, and each of those gigantic constructs was formed by billions of unknown abyssal death shroud spawns. They were piled into a pile, like a human pyramid, that filled up the void. There was no discipline, logic, or pattern. The squirming darkness had fused with the dark energy radiance that swayed wildly in the void, and that was just the situation at a glance. It was just a corner of the void that was visible to the naked eye. There were more that could not be seen with the naked eye. They were spreading wildly in the void, devouring all energy of the void of order into that huge mouth turning it into nutrients for their march. Tide. That's right, it was just like a rolling tide. Every time the gray tide wriggled, it would cause a huge wave. The gathered power was crazily pushed towards the direction of the world of order. There was no front wave, only the back wave, and even more back waves. They turned into the sharpest of arrows, charging fearlessly towards the world of order that was filled with the power of order. The counterattack power of the realm of order was just like the energy that burst out from their charge. The dazzling and colorful energy torrents condensed into the size of a galaxy as they charged towards the tide of darkness, tearing a huge rift that was as wide as a galaxy. The energy torrents streaked across the void and turned into solid crystals that remained on the ground. After a few seconds of rapid charging, the crystals that blocked the rift suddenly collapsed, causing a violent energy storm, turning the endless energy of order and origin into endless shockwaves. On the battlefield of Node Zero, there were hundreds of energy storms that exploded at the same time. It almost turned into a sky of energy bombardment that blocked all the unknown abyssal death mist spawns that were charging towards the realm of order. After charging through the layers of energy blockades, the spawns that were heavily injured and helpless were killed by the warriors who were guarding the realm of order. The power of chaos and the power of order reflected each other in the void, casting the grandest energy flames in the endless void. Both sides were sending the same message, not stopping until one of them was dead. We have withstood the fiercest attack in the beginning. Next, we will enter the cycle of attack phase. The origin energy towers and the normal energy towers will be divided according to the arrangement. The fifth echelon's origin energy towers will be in overload mode. They will ignore everyone and focus on those primeval individuals. Logistics prioritize replenishing the fifth echelon's consumption. The realm of order has lost 70% of its power. It is turning into a normal energy flow state to repair itself. Everyone, please do not fight too hard. Otherwise, you will have to lie on the city wall and watch the void fill with fireworks as you slowly recover. Lord Maple's clearing will be carried out in 5 minutes. Inform all troops that this clearing will be out of control. Those unlucky bastards who cannot return to the realm of order in time shall lie in the cycle of reincarnation for tens of thousands of years. Inform all troops that the number of primeval spawns will increase slightly with each batch. You better pay attention to the fifth echelon's energy capacity. The fledglings have been cleared. They are now returning to the team. Men, help open a path for them. Special Operations Team, report your position. Target received. 541. Shoot them down. The frenzied abyssal death mist spawns and the counterattack of the order forces on the other side were equally frenzied. Both sides had returned to the purest state of this war, fighting with one's life. That was really the only thing that could be done. Both sides were risking their lives. Boom, boom. The Guardian's shield, which was like a city wall, withstood the energy jump barrier and killed a group of primeval spawns that passed through the area covered by the energy flames. We stepped forward with 2 sacred swords in hand and started a massacre. The Guardian's shield turned into 4 energy shields and covered his body to help him defend. Meanwhile, he was responsible for killing those that slipped through the net or looking for trouble with those primeval spawns and primeval life forms. Hui Jun, there is a guy who ran away and is heading towards you. He is heavily injured. Just kill him directly. The voice in his mind made Hui stop his movement towards the gap. He swung his hand and let go of one of the sacred swords. He took a shield and turned around to rush towards Jingyun. Before he could run far, a gap suddenly appeared in the energy storm of order. A figure covered in the abyssal death mist with a chaotic aura of chaos rushed out from it. Just as he was about to rush towards the realm of order, he suddenly felt a strange aura coming towards him. "Where are you looking, little fledglings? Bash my shield." A giant shield that was the size of a meteor and filled with golden lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not even have time to react before he was hit by the shield when he accelerated his dash. He was annihilated by the countless golden energy lightning. A vast energy light rain, accompanied by the aura of chaos, was suddenly released. Boom! A chaos impact suddenly erupted in the vast void and tore apart the energy light rain. Hui turned his body and used all his strength to throw out the Guardian's shield. Layers of energy barriers quickly spread out to meet the chaos impact that was as vast as a galaxy and deflected it to the side of the void. The aura of order and chaos crazily collided with each other and rushed in all directions along with the exploding energy light pillars. The order warriors who were fighting outside hurriedly dodged the chaos energy that was randomly colliding in the void. Jingyun and the others suddenly rushed out from the army of spawns. When they saw Hui holding up the barrier to deflect the chaos impact, they quickly gathered the collapsed chaos energy in their palms and turned it into a golden energy torrent that collided with the galaxy. They worked together to destroy it in one fell swoop. "Thanks." Hui waved his hand and withdrew the Guardian's shield. He looked at Jingyun and nodded. The two groups crossed each other and rushed to their respective battlefields. Yun Nuoxing hung high in the void, like a star that was shining with golden light. The place where he stood was already covered by the energy of the abyssal death mist. He was tightly wrapped. From the beginning until now, he had lost count of how many times he had been attacked. After all, standing in such a conspicuous place made him so conspicuous. The passive effect was to endlessly attract the enemy's firepower. According to the plan, those energies would not be able to break through his layer of order-like curtain. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The boundless order energy that was spreading into the void seemed to be pulled by a huge force at this moment and gathered into a storm. However, on this vast battlefield, this gust of wind did not attract any attention at all. Hui and the others who were paying attention to his movements saw him suddenly move. Their hearts skipped a beat, especially when they saw the Netheruan sword appear with the endless light of order. Their hearts almost broke through the sky. Hui shouted loudly and sent the abyssal death mist manifestation flying. As he retreated, he shouted through the soul transmission, "Everyone, retreat to the realm of order. Warning, the observer is preparing to clear the field." Everyone who was fighting with the abyssal death mist manifestation shuddered violently. They quickly looked at each other and used the violent strength that was strengthened by the desire to survive to fling the enemy in front of them away. Then, they quickly retreated while throwing energy torrents at the abyssal death mist manifestation. What's going on? The underworld fledglings were stunned when they saw the Order warriors suddenly retreating. They looked at each other and were about to chase after them. Their eyes suddenly flickered and their expressions changed a few times. Then they immediately retreated. Those Yuanshi realm manifestations were also stunned for a while and did not move for a while. Retract the order barrier. Everyone hide behind the defensive barrier. Hui shouted and smashed the strongest defensive barrier. This time, they were going to receive the energy impact of someone's brand new strength. They were not confident at all. Nothingness, order of origin, a familiar murmur and a familiar energy shriek suddenly came from the star of enlightenment. Then a calamitous order impact that could shatter everything in the void into dust, accompanied by circles of energy shockwaves, suddenly burst out and spread through the temple of origin to the entire front line of the void. The golden and colorful energy wave that came rushing at them seemed to contain the aura of endless annihilation. Just the wave alone made all the Order warriors' faces turn pale. What rushed into their minds was the scene of billions of sparks exploding and being extinguished. No one could catch their breath in this mighty wave. Actually, it was already considered a successful defense if they were not knocked out by the rolling wave. Buzz, that destructive energy shriek, only spread through the void that was enveloped by the attack a little later. Those new type manifestations had not been baptized by the mighty energy impact for the first time. Now, just a wave came rushing at them, and they disappeared without a trace in an instant, including those Yuanshi realm manifestations who were completely stunned on the spot. They seemed to be able to think, but they were very slow. They struggled for a while between running and not running. Then, they were swept into the void by this wave. The destructive Order wave washed through the void. As the energy shock waves surged, countless Order runes the size of stars suddenly formed in the colorful energy wave. They were so densely packed that it was as if billions of stars were shining. Then they quietly disappeared into the void and carefully retracted. Hui and Jingyun were the few who could still stand in the nothingness order of origin. Their bodies only swayed slightly. So they saw the scene of countless Order stars forming and disappearing in an instant. They looked at each other and were stunned. They could not help but smile bitterly. Maple, this fellow, he's brazenly setting up a trap. Bro, you've converted most of the unused energy into energy runes and buried them. You're planning to kill me without paying for it. The energy surge this time is much stronger. Is this the might of being in a state of resonance with the laws and order all the time? The energy impact of Order lasted for a full 10 seconds before it stopped. The entire void went from a state of chaotic battle to an abnormally quiet. It lasted for at least 10 seconds before those abyssal death mist manifestations came back to their senses and continued to charge at the world of Order. And even though this move seemed to have quite a bit of effect on the warriors of Order, it was ultimately not an attack targeted at them. They only fainted for a while before they all came back to their senses. They sorted out the sudden changes in the battlefield and gathered all of their energy before the abyssal death mist manifestations drowned the defensive line. Hurry up and analyze the new energy defense method. Adjust the defense method of Order yourselves. The next time we clear the field, we might not be so lucky to be in the realm of Order. Analysis in progress. Go ahead. Leave this realm to me. If we can't come up with a new defense method before the next time we clear the field, I'll eat one of the manifestations alive. Fifth echelon. Gather half of your energy. The enemies are coming. Aim at those guys who are charging at the front. The other energy towers switch to their output mode and create an energy field of Order collapse to block their path. 3, 2, 1. Beat them up. Boom. In the end, the silence on the battlefield did not last long. It returned to its previous state of frenzy and clamor. The shock waves that shook the void made people's ears itch. Even their souls trembled slightly with each energy explosion. Jing Yun and the people she brought along rested in the realm of Order. They half-squatted on the ground and panted heavily. Seeing this, Hui hurriedly strengthened his defense and hurriedly went over. He adjusted part of the aura of the realm of Order and gathered it here. Are you all right? Too much pressure to deal with the fledglings? Phew. Jingyan gently wiped her forehead. There are too many of them. Furthermore, it's more or less tiring to fight in the army of manifestations. But it's still all right here. We've pushed back some of them and delayed them for a while. If we didn't retreat just now, we should be able to bathe them in the shockwaves of Order. But I might not be able to come back. He looked at the battlefield where endless energy collided and exploded. His expression became a little solemn. The situation might not be too good. They're obviously well prepared to attack the sealing circle of the void. There are quite a number of beings in the primeval realm. There are even manifestations with pseudo-primeval powers, although they're not very strong compared to the fledglings and seem a little slow. Fortunately, we prepared the Origin Energy Tower in time. That's right, there seems to be people from the underworld among them. I can feel a weak power of order. Either there are people from the underworld mixed in with the fledglings, or there's a group of people from the underworld hidden in the death fog of the abyss behind that has not completely dissipated. Huey's expression trembled slightly. His gaze changed a few times. He muttered to himself, "Now, the situation is still all right. The Origin Energy Tower is still well prepared, so we can deal with it. But if a real primeval god of the underworld appears, I'm afraid we'll have to divert most of our strength to deal with it. Even you have to leave the battlefield to help. And if there's more than one of them, and they have to attack the sealing circle from different places, we might have to pay a heavy price." TSK. Hui smacked his lips and tilted his head to look at the Star of Enlightenment behind them. Maple was holding the Netherworld Ruins sword and narrowing his eyes. He knew that the latter was monitoring the entire battlefield. Just by standing there, he had already reduced the pressure on their line of defense. He had even attracted some of the manifestations from the death fog of the abyss from other places. He was also responsible for clearing the battlefield with various buffs. Fortunately, that first light was fast enough and allowed Maple to forcefully raise his power to another level. Otherwise, he would not know what to do if he encountered this situation in a hurry. Hui asked, "What's up with those new manifestations?" Jingyun's eyes flickered slightly. That could be a half matter and half energy derivative. It should be playing a new trick on the path of imitating the soldiers of chaos, or it is planning to take a new path, perhaps to derive a derivative with a body of flesh and blood. Hui was stunned. That kind of fragile body? Why? Consciousness. The answer came from behind. Hui and Jing Yun both turned their heads and found Yun Nuoxing looking down at them from the Star of Enlightenment. The voice just now came from him. A manifestation of the death fog of the abyss that has flesh and blood can give the consciousness of the death fog of the abyss that is born in the sanctum of derivation a place to go, coupled with the manifestation of the primeval god. Have you thought of anything? Damn, it can't be, right? Huey's eyes widened. Wouldn't these two things be equivalent to a primeval god? They were looking for a way to mass-produce the primeval god on all kinds of paths. Now, this was one, and the fledgling was another. Wasn't that simply planning to beat the world of order to death? Mass production. It's only the pseudo-primeval god. If it has the power of the primeval god and the laws and divinity of that realm, it's indeed possible. Jingyun slowly stood up and nodded. Perhaps the sanctum of derivation existed from the beginning because of this. Yun Nuoxing's voice came faintly, and the two fell silent. If so, the underworld was too crazy. They destroyed countless worlds, fused them together as sacrifices, and then used the death fog of the abyss and another power that was probably the power of God's destruction to distort them. Was it just to give birth to a consciousness of the abyss that could control the manifestation of the primeval god and be ordered by them? This was mass production of soldiers. Even if it was to deal with the world of order, was it necessary to use such means? The possibility is indeed very high. Jingyun muttered. However, why did they use so many methods? It's obvious that they only need a high-tier primeval god to end all of this. I don't believe that the underworld can't gather a high-tier primeval god. Maybe they're too cowardly? Hui grinned and squeezed this sentence out from between his teeth. It sounded like words to comfort himself, and it made Jingyun smile bitterly. Yun Nuoxing said, "Although it sounds ridiculous, I think it's not impossible. Huh. I just said it casually. Hui was stunned. To be able to live to this era by being a fence-sitter in the mythological era, other than being especially good at hiding, they must be especially cowardly. The more cowardly they are, the more cowardly they are. Jingyun and Hui. This sounds really reasonable. Ha! The aura of the collapse of order and chaos brought the three back to their senses. Jingyun took a deep breath and stood up, leading the others out of the realm of order. Have a good rest. Those fledglings have come out again. Don't worry and leave them to us. On the other hand, I'll leave the realm of order to you guys. Hui nodded seriously. Just leave this place to me. This escape route will never be cut off. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. He hurriedly looked up and saw Yun Nuoshing slowly gathering the Nether Void Sword. The light of primal chaos was flashing wildly, and a surge of energy that was more than 10 times more violent than before was crazily rumbling on his body. His face turned pale. Everyone, enter emergency defense mode. The observer is coming for the second time to clear the realm. The analysis of defense is done. Quickly adjust yourselves. Don't blame me if you can't hold on to this life-saving rope. I'll run first. Huh. This is everyone. Quickly hide in the energy field of the collapse of order. Reverse the flow of the power of order. Void, order of origin. The roaring white light that was like a replay of the scene suddenly exploded. The destructive energy of order was accompanied by the violent movement of the sea of stars and the vibrations of the laws. It turned into a new energy star that spread to every corner of the void. Those abyssal death mist spawns that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws only saw a white light before they turned into dust and disappeared in the void. The billions of spawns that flooded the void and the huge distorted chaos constructs all collapsed. Holy shit, this... Hui stared at the scene of the void collapsing in front of him. He was stunned. Hasn't it only been 10 minutes? Feng, don't be rash. I'm afraid this battle won't end so soon. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's still okay now. It's just a regular output mode. Yun Nuoshing raised the Netherworld Ruins sword and looked at the countless rays of light that were radiating from her body. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. For now, this is enough. For now, there's no need to... Huh? What did you say? Hui was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard something just now. Even if it was through the soul transmission, it was not very clear. Nothing. Yun Nuoshing stared at the depths of the void. She stared at the abyssal death mist that had yet to dissipate. Her hand, that was holding the Netherworld Ruins, sword tightened slightly. For now, it's nothing. Chapter 1690. Amidst the rumbling void, order and chaos, armed to the teeth, were wildly consecrating each other with bricks. One side was bleeding, while the other side was paralyzed, the bricks in their hands never stopping. Well, he only wanted to say that the battlefield before him was very intense. As for whether it was cruel or not, that was something that could only be sensed in the small view of the void. The battlefield he was standing on was so vast that it could not be completely covered by perception and sight, and all that could be seen was the desperation and violence of both sides as they thrashed each other with their lives. Still, from another perspective, even if each energy shockwave that erupted here was 1,000,000 times weaker, it would still be enough to split a world's luminous cluster in half. Under normal circumstances, any living being from either side would be treated as saints, sages, gods, peerless demons, and a whole host of other titles. Yet, they were being casually ignited like fireworks in the void, incinerated into nothingness, and then perished. From that perspective, it was quite cruel. And yet, here, all living beings were just spare parts on the colossal battlefield. They were soldiers and generals throwing away all the titles they had been given. At this moment, they were known as order and chaos. The shrill sound of energy reverberated alongside the roar of the stars, stirring waves that caused the void to disintegrate. War drums that were powered by the resonance of order and rules were beating out heavy, dull, thunderous booms, while the shock waves that erupted amidst the heavenly radiance that illuminated the world became a vast baptism of the void, completely separating order and chaos. In the distant void, the abyssal death shroud spawn that had been stacked into a wall was bellowing wildly at the void of order. A large group of beings belonging to the underworld stood at various nodes of the wall as if they were commanders, observing the vast white wave with their naked eyes. Their faces were ashen and immeasurably somber, as their minds kept simulating what would happen if they were caught in the wave head-on. That wave would probably wipe them all out. At first, they were lucky enough to escape once or twice thanks to their commanders, and if they were lucky enough to survive the third order of nothingness origin. But after that, that fellow that had turned into a radiance that illuminated the void began to act recklessly. There was no order or pattern. Sometimes it would come once every 10 minutes, and sometimes it would suddenly come once every 3 minutes. It was complete chaos, and every time it came, it would lash its own people into the void. The only way they could avoid it was to flee when they noticed that the other party had suddenly entered a defensive state and wrapped themselves in energy barriers. Even so, they still suffered heavy losses. The order energy that remained in the void was affecting their domain at every moment, even if they could not see it with their eyes. Even if they could not detect it with their energy, the ripples that fluctuated from weak to violent from their domain and energy barriers were the best proof. But they could not sense where the attack was coming from at all. Order corruption. There was a low rumble that sounded like muffled thunder from the shroud behind them. A certain person's muttering echoed throughout the entire Abyssal Death Shroud army, and their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other, their faces as dark as water, chaos corrupting order, and order corrupting chaos. It was easy to understand, but they did not expect that light on the other side could do it to such an extent. Suddenly, a huge wave of abyssal death shroud poured out from the army. It emerged from the bodies of countless spawns, gathered, and then turned into a halo that abruptly burst out, spreading throughout the entire domain that was affected by the abyssal death shroud. On the other side of the void, Yun Nuwashing had just pulled the nether void sword out of the void when he looked up and frowned slightly. He could see that the ripples from the abyssal death shroud's barrier had weakened considerably. It was still detected. Should I strengthen it? Or, forget it. Let's continue with the current progress. He raised his eyes and stared in the direction of the death fog of the abyss. His eyes flashed, and there was also a faint pressure coming from that place. It seemed like a gaze, or something similar, was also locked in this direction. The place where the two forces collided caused a visible distortion to appear in the void. Deep darkness and faint purple were constantly surging. That feeling is... Jing Yun suddenly turned her head to look at the direction of the young man through the light, and then followed his line of sight to the abyssal death shroud. Her gaze was slightly somber. That presence, it shouldn't be, right? Yun Nuwashing frowned. After a moment, he waved his hand to interrupt the confrontation with that astonishing pressure. The other side seemed to have done the same. In the next second, that tide of darkness rolled up endless waves and continued to crash towards the realm of order that they were in. The vast waves, the vast void echoed with the roars and roars of demons. Everyone get ready. An ethereal voice that was tinged with radiance and trembling reverberated in the realm of order. The entire void of order seemed to have suddenly flickered because of that, causing everyone's expression to change. After fighting side by side for hundreds of millions of years, everyone had already formed a tacit understanding. They immediately prepared everything that they needed to prepare in the realm of order: the power of attack and the impregnable defense. The former would allow them to tear those demons and demons apart, while the latter would allow them to buy time to crush all of them before they were torn apart by the other side. In summary, if you can't kill us, we'll take your life. Let's see who's more vicious. Boom! The sacred golden light that had turned into order and the gray energy of chaos unexpectedly met in the void like a downpour. The clean void was instantly occupied by countless destructive energies. The warriors of order charged out of the realm of order in an orderly manner. The abyssal death Mistpawn was not afraid of death as it charged at the barrier built by the order energy. The two sides met for the second time in the void that was baptized by the vast energy. The explosive energy filled up the only gap. Looking at the entire void, there was no place that was not covered by energy. There was only the chaotic phenomenon of the chaos and order energy colliding with each other hundreds of millions of times in a second. Yin Nuashing raised her hand. This time, she did not raise the Nethervoid sword to clear the battlefield. As the energy in her body boiled and surged, the ray of light suddenly expanded a lot and gradually enveloped the entire realm of order. After a moment of delay, countless energy circles appeared in the void along with a shocking wave of energy. The circles were dyed with the golden light of order and the colorful circles of the origin energy. They were like bees coming out of the hive, piecing together a macroscopic colossus. The unusually conspicuous energy movement could not be concealed at all. No matter which side of the battlefield felt this strange energy and turned part of their attention. Hui sent a fledgling who was fighting him in close combat, flying away with a single punch. Then he controlled the dozens of energy towers in the order domain with his soul and aimed them forward. A round of concentrated energy attacks suddenly exploded, turning the opponent into a spark in the void. After that, Hui turned his head to look at the scene before him. His cheeks twitched. This is not within the scope of the plan. Jingyan also paused slightly in another battlefield. She muttered in her heart, Is there something wrong? Could it be just now? The chaotic energy that was rushing towards him from the front quickly pulled him back to his senses and dodged the attack. Looking at the manifestations in front of him that were about to hit him in the face, he could not help but frown. He casually swung his palm that contained a weak, primeval power and swept it into ashes. These new manifestations that are fused with the chaotic energy are really annoying. Hui Jun, can you borrow the power of the realm of the gods here? Hui, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was stunned when he heard the voice. He used his head to knock a primeval manifestation away before he hurriedly replied, The void is too far away. I can't. What's wrong? If you have to use it, do you and my brother have a way to deal with this problem? Huey's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment before he replied through the soul transmission. Open the door. Huh? Open what door? It's a simple saying between Maple and I. You can take it as a secret code. It's what you said just now. If we have to use the power of the realm of the gods by force, we can use the special method of the dual divine titles to condense the power of the realm of the gods through the pillar of creation, and then pour it towards where we are in one go. Hui raised his head and looked at the chaotic battlefield. He waved his hand and let the guardian shield and holy sword fly out on their own. They swept across the battlefield and rushed towards the primeval spawns and fledglings. He then opened up his realm of order and turned his body into a storm. The energy of order shook the void. However, there are some negative effects. It will affect the realm of the gods. For a period of time, the energy of the creation's barrier and the realm of the gods will decrease. Jingyan tilted her head and quickly observed the battlefield. Sounds like It's not a big problem. We probably won't be able to reach the realm of the gods now. But the problem is, the last time I mentioned to you, when we fought the previous generation of the Divine Shadow Clan, the creation's barrier had already been attacked and slightly collapsed. Now, it's still in a state of rapid repair. Currently, it's not even 1/10 complete. If we use Open the Door, by force, the laws of the realm of the gods, well, it will even affect the stability of the concept layer of the laws. Forget it. Jingyun smiled bitterly. The price was too high. After all, this was an away battle. It was not possible for her to use her home advantage unless she was in a defensive state. So now, she had to think of another way. Then can you move the realm of the gods over? Unfortunately, Maple and I have tried. When the realm of the gods is damaged, we can't move it through our hands. Under normal circumstances, it's still possible. Hui was a little confused when he heard Jingyun's bitter smile. What did you see? Why do you need to use the power of the realm of the gods so urgently? Jingyun wiped her face, her gaze stealthily looking towards the depths of the army of manifestations. Should I say that I've recovered from my paranoia, or should I say that I'm taking precautions? I'm not sure either. Hui, ? Little brother, you should also have a faint feeling. I'm worried that some things will happen too suddenly, and I'm completely unprepared. So I want to use the power of the realm of the gods. Jingyun let out a long sigh. Maple knows? Hui was slightly stunned. After a moment, he relaxed and waved his hand. Then it's fine. As long as Maple knows, it's fine. It's just a possibility. Tisk, it's not a big problem. Hui swung his long hair in relief. He looked at the manifestations that had broken a hole in the order energy barrier and rushed in. With a wave of his hand, his order domain expanded several times and turned into a brick to block the hole. He can sense even the slightest bit of something wrong. And as long as he can sense the situation here, he will definitely think of a way. He must be thinking about how to deal with it right now. No, he might already be taking measures. Jingyun was stunned. The two of them looked at the dazzling pillar of light that illuminated the void at the same time, as well as the countless gigantic magic circles around the pillar of light. Jingyun's eyes flashed. You mean those? Otherwise, why would Maple suddenly start to fight back? There must be a reason behind it. Hui nodded. He turned around and continued to move forward. With a wave of his hand, streaks of divine energy and golden runes weaved into large-scale magic circles appeared all around them. They were all aimed at the hole in front of them. A single energy attack had taken away countless manifestations. The ones that could still rush in front of him and get intimate with his barrier were all primeval manifestations. We just need to control the situation and not distract him. If that's the case, Jingyun's eyes flashed as she nodded. Then let's try to reduce the number of fledglings. Be careful. Jingyun laughed bitterly. She turned to look at the manifestations that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws and fangs as they aimed their weapons at them. Even the smallest of them was 1,000,000 feet tall. They were like droplets of water fighting alone into a desert. They even had to accurately pluck out a withered plant or a nest of scorpions in the desert. That was not a matter of carelessness. It was a rash action that belonged to them, and there was no other way around it. Just like how the young man had to risk his life to maintain the stability of the void front line, clearing the field from time to time, and occasionally rescuing people in urgent situations, they too had their own troubles that only they could handle. The golden and multicolored radiance of the magic circle threw out innumerable energy torrents in all directions. Under his precise control, the magic circle was gradually pushed forward. Meanwhile, he himself was still standing at the same spot as the fulcrum that guarded the entire battlefield. part of his spirit and soul, were extended to the magic circle, helping him push forward the battle line. He pushed away all the manifestations of the abyssal death mist that were charging towards them, pushing their line of defense away from the direction of the realm of order. Boom! Boom! The massive chaos energy struck the barrier that was forged from pure light, but it did not budge the light even after 5 seconds. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head slightly and looked towards the depths of the abyssal death mist army. A primeval manifestation, the size of a star, was staring at her with its turbid scarlet eyes. Its palms were clasped together, and in a brief moment, a massive energy the size of a sun was condensing. It was not just that place. Many other places within the army were emitting a massive energy reaction. Feng, be careful. It seems that they are focusing on you. Hui's warning echoed in her soul. Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Their attention has never left me. They are just paying more attention now." With a wave of her hand, countless magic circles appeared in the void beside her. One layer after another, they were aimed at the place where the massive energy ripples were emitting from the abyssal death mist. After a moment of delay, the energy frenziedly gathered together. Nature, stars. The dazzling light of the tens of thousands of formations seemed to have created a vast galaxy on the battlefield. Countless stars flickered, and the beams of light gathered together to form a huge cross-shaped star. Hundreds of energy torrents, as wide as a galaxy, burst out toward the army of death fog. Those manifestations that were still gathering energy seemed to be stunned for a moment. And in the next moment, they let out a soundless roar at him from across the void, turning the sun-sized energy into chaos energy blasts and violently shooting out. That was a suicidal attack in the face of an unavoidable attack. However, how could the energy torrents that were as wide as galaxies be afraid of starlight that was only the size of a star? Before the two could meet face to face, the former was shattered by the oppressive force. In an instant, it spread to the former, and along with the tens of thousands of soldiers around it, they vanished in a brilliant explosion of energy fireworks. "Let me test you." Yun Nuoxing continued to wave his hand, allowing the new formation cluster to fuse into the vast array. The gigantic formation cluster that was measured in billions of units with no end in sight was unleashing energy from his body in a frenzy, turning him into a ray of light and casting an ocean of light. The visual effect of such a colossal explosion was more powerful than all the order power in the entire defensive line of order combined. The vast order power that was unleashed, the ripples that resounded in the void, the ripples that resonated with order and rules, and the ocean of light that had no end in sight. If such a thing was placed on the battlefield between order and chaos, its ability to attract aggro would be maxed out. Yun Nuoxing himself would be able to attract aggro just by standing there. At present, it had only been a dozen minutes since the formation of the formation cluster, but he had already received no less than 10,000 reports from his soul that the spawn had diverted its attention and was charging towards the formation cluster with chaos energy. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the army of manifestations has suddenly retreated from node 20. They're heading towards where you are." Hui raised his shield and slapped a primeval manifestation to death. He was stunned at this moment, and when he turned around, he saw the scene of Feng creating a void destruction level scene. He instantly felt his mouth go dry. "Oh my God, how much aggro do you intend to attract?" His vision suddenly turned black for an instant. Judging from the corner of his eye, one of the manifestations had just jumped over his face while he was stunned, then turned around and charged towards Feng with all its might. Almost 90% of the manifestations on the battlefield were doing the same. "Lord Hui, node 15, wait, counting Lord Hui, the abyssal death mist manifestations from nodes 1 to 120 are all showing signs of moving. The primeval life forms are moving as well. Is it necessary moving the power of 180 nodes just because their brains went haywire? There's so much pressure. Hui was so scared that he almost vomited. Then he glanced at Feng. Yes, the pressure was indeed quite great. He immediately ordered, "Feng has unleashed an all-out attack here and attracted the attention of the manifestations. You guys try your best to hold them back. Take their lives while they're moving. Try your best not to let them come over. But if you can't stop them, don't stop them." "Yes, Lord." Hui saw that the center of gravity of the battlefield had changed, so he hurriedly reorganized the changed battle situation and reorganized the order domain. Then he came to Feng's side and looked at him, his forehead full of sweat. "Feng, you've attracted a large group of enemies over." "I know, the void just told me." Yun Nuoshing nodded lightly. She waved her right hand, causing hundreds of millions of spell formations to slowly rotate in front of Hui. Energy gathered, overlapped, condensed, compressed, and repeatedly grew. Just the overflowing energy in the center of the spell formations was enough to open up a large hole in the void. "I only need to try one attack, just one attack. Back off quickly. When the energy erupts, it's not safe to be beside me." "Safe," Hui repeated blankly. He saw Feng Luo tilting his head and looking at him. Feng Luo's faint golden eyes were completely determined, and with some kind of indomitable will to die. Hui was stunned and subconsciously said, "Then you take it easy. I'll help you control the field." After saying this, Hui hurriedly ran away. As he charged towards the order domain, he shouted, "Everyone, get ready to resist the aftermath of the order attack. Convert all the energy output of the energy towers into defensive power. Cut off your own connection with the void, order, and rules. Don't worry about it. If you want to live, put it all down. Those big guys aren't fighting now. Oh, right, if you have time, take advantage of this time when Feng has attracted all their attention and beat them up. One less piece is one more piece." Boom! The rumbling light of order, the endless majestic light that pierced through the void. Under the illumination of the vast light, Hui suddenly turned his gaze. In front of the sea of light that illuminated the entire void, there were countless small black dots that were densely packed around the light. However, they could not stop the light from spreading out. They were accompanied by a dark energy aura and were fearlessly rushing towards the light like moths darting into a flame. Each of those black dots was a huge manifestation that was more than 1,000,000 miles in size. As for that light, that sea of light, it seemed to have a more destructive impact than all of the manifestations gathered together. On that side of the sea of light, countless brilliant and colorful patterns suddenly appeared. They extended from the edge of the sea of light all the way to the center, as though they were drawing out traces of the flow of energy and also seemed like traces of energy collapsing. He saw the scene of the vast sea of light collapsing towards the center. The mutually stimulating energies caused the ball of light in his heart to suddenly stop beating. That light, Jingyun's gaze suddenly froze. Her pupils dilated. F***CK, heavenly god of origin above. Everyone, get ready to resist the energy storm head-on. No, don't prepare. Hurry up and carry the order domain and retreat. He was cursing. It was rare to hear this fellow cursing. However, Hui expressed that he understood this very well. This was because when Jingyun was cursing, he had already carried the order domain and retreated as fast as he could. He did not care whether this action would affect the manifestations of the Abyss Death Mist. They only knew that if they did not run, they would be sacrificed by their teammates in this void. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes. A fierce light flashed across his golden eyes. He looked at the incalculable number of manifestations beside him and in front of his formation array, attempting to destroy him or the formation array. However, no matter how many of them there were, they were unable to remove the outer layer of his barrier. Take this void, and your people with you, and die. The vast sea of light suddenly expanded for an instant. The recoil force formed by countless energies caused the gigantic sea of light, which was like tens of thousands of galaxies, to be compressed and condensed towards the center. It turned into the most resplendent new star that was formed in an instant. However, it also collapsed and exploded in an instant. The commotion that caused the void to emit a sound of collapsing caused Hui to turn his head around abruptly. At that glance, he only saw a gigantic halo forged from golden light and an energy ball exploding at the same time. It was just like that dazzling ray of light at the beginning of the Great Origin Realm's creation.